Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Council Chambers here at City Hall for the reconvening of our public hearing, March the 29th, 2017. We do have quorum of council here. I will first of all acknowledge we're on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh unceded homelands, and thankful to those, the Coast Salish First Nations. And we are going to start with a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Robertson is in the chair. Councillor Louis. Councillor Stevenson is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova is not in the chamber. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, welcome back, everybody, to the public hearing. We are reconvening this from Friday night. It was the last night, the rezoning for 105 Kiefer Street and 544 Columbia Street. And we are on speaker number 171 out of right now registered. We have 273 speakers. And we have responses from staff to questions that were emailed to council by council after Friday night's session. So we can start with responses from our staff.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Yan Zhang, planner with the Planning Downtown Division. I would like to first provide a follow-up response to a question asked of staff by Council from last Thursday evening's public hearing. If I can have the last slide on the screen, that'd be great. The question was regarding the sightline to the moon from Dr. Sannyasin's garden. So staff have had the time to look into this issue of moon study, specifically received some advice from the resident astronomer at the planetarium. So a view analysis of the moon is possible, but is not as straightforward as analysis of the path of the sun, for example, as in a shadow study. So the path of the moon, unlike the sun, is not consistent. It shifts every 9 years. Also, keep in mind the moon travels across the sky over the course of a night. So if the view to the moon is obstructed at one point, it will become visible at another point of the night. So just to give you an indication of the amount of building that can be seen from the garden, on the screen here is a view taken from the water pavilion that sits between the garden and the park. So from last Friday's public hearing, staff received a few questions from council. The first question was that what is the cost to purchase the site and the construction and operating cost of a building with a 7-story of self-contained social housing and a floor of community space. Assuming there was a willing seller, staff at Real Estate Services estimated $22 million in land costs. However, the owner would have to want to sell, and we can't know what their expectations are and any other costs that they've incurred, which they may want back. In terms of cost to build a 7-story of self-contained social housing and a floor of free community space, staff estimated it would cost $39.2 million to build. And finally, we will ask that if what it would cost to operate the housing at pension rate. Operating costs for the housing are estimated at $1 million per year for every 100 units. The free community space would likely have a cost to operate and wouldn't be pulling any rent. This amount would be over and above the $1 million per year for the housing. And next, we were asked that whether there is an assessment of the needs and assets for seniors in Chinatown. So staff do know some facts about Chinese seniors in Chinatown from the 2011 census data. Chinatown seniors are 30% male, 70% female. Number of individuals 65 and over with Chinese language mother tongue, 69%. Monolingual seniors, 90% of the seniors with a Chinese mother tongue are unable to hold a conversation in English. 56% of seniors in Chinatown live alone. 55% of seniors in Chinatown are low income. During the community services grant reviews 2 years ago, a number of organizations brought up the concern that Chinese-speaking seniors in Chinatown, downtown Eastside, Strathcona were lonely, isolated, and underserved. In March 2016, staff called a meeting of organizations that provide seniors to this services to this population to them review the findings of the 2007 report, Chinese Seniors and Services in Downtown Eastside, Chinatown, Strathcona, and surrounding areas, and confirmed those findings remained valid. A working group of service providers has received a 10K Vancouver Foundation Development Grant to finalize a work plan for a project to better coordination of services providers, plus development of a local seniors advisory committee. Based on the successful model developed by South Van Neighborhood House. The city will be supporting the project through a $50K social innovation project grant to fund their work. So staff will certainly be working with this committee to investigate seniors' needs, including their cultural and recreational needs. And lastly, staff were asked if we would do social impact assessment as a regular part of a planning analysis of larger or significant projects, and whether the city has analyzed the social and economic impacts on Chinatown of the recent market development in the area. So the city has conducted SIAs as part of major planning programs and projects, including Downtown Eastside, Northeast Falls Creek, Providence and Port Site. The 2014 Downtown Eastside SIA included Chinatown. If council would like staff to take a deeper look into the impacts in and around the Chinatown on senior populations specifically, we would be happy to do so. And that concludes our answers.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. And I will ask our clerks now to read the record of the additional summary of correspondence received since 3 p.m. on Friday, May 26th.
Council has received 1 piece of correspondence in support of the application, 23 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application, and 182 pieces of correspondence in the other category. This represents all correspondence received from approximately 3 p.m. Friday, May 26th to 9 a.m. today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And a few announcements before we go into our speakers list now. Just in terms of addressing council. First of all, there's just about 100 registered speakers on the queue. And I know there was some concern voiced more publicly about timing of meetings. We've had 3 4 or 5 hour public hearings in the evenings last week. We have all day today scheduled up until 11 o'clock tonight. And speakers have the opportunity, if they're not here for their spot, they can come back and be at the end of the speakers list. I will call 3 times for more speakers, and if there are speakers at the end, they have that opportunity. I'm looking at the list now. It's hard to gauge how long it will take today to hear all the speakers who are registered and how many more might be speaking here at council. But I would certainly suggest that we, Councillor Carr?
Yes, if I can put a suggestion to you at this point, which is that we may find that there are a number of people who can't be here today because they are working, and they are on the list to speak. And I know that you will run through that list of names. And my suggestion, in order to accommodate these people, we as councillors have already designated from 9:30 this morning till 11 o'clock at night to complete this hearing, hopefully to complete it. That we, if we get to the end of the list, and there are still a fair number who have not been heard because they simply have not been able to be here, that we recess the public hearing until the evening, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, at which point those people who are working would be able to come back. The clerk could post that timing schedule and advise those people who are on the speakers list, and that way we could accommodate as many people as possible who have signed up to speak to us.
Okay, you wish to move an amendment along those lines? Is that what you're thinking? Or?
If that's the appropriate process, I would move to amend the schedule for the public hearing to, well, actually it's just a recess. I'm not quite sure why I would amend. It would be our decision, would it not, as council, to
I think
recess?
That's something we should deal with as time goes on, because we may well fill the entire day and the evening. There are people that didn't speak on the 3 nights.
Right.
Dozens of people who weren't present when their number came up. So hard to gauge, impossible to gauge at this point how long it'll take, but we can see how we go down the list and how the timing is this afternoon. And
Right. And would that give people enough advance warning, do you think, if they aren't here today because they are working?
hard to know at this point. I think that's.
I'm just trying to find a way in which we can be as accommodating as possible as a council to hearing those people who have signed up to speak, giving them as much advance notice as possible. So if it's an amendment, what would I be amending? Because
It wouldn't be an amendment, actually.
Right, okay.
Wouldn't. Councillor Meggs, did you have a question on the?
Well, I think that we should just proceed as intended, because we've already heard more speakers, according to my records, than we've heard on any of the very large public hearings that I've attended in the last few years, whether it was the casino or Point Grey Road, and put aside this entire day to hear from more. And my unscientific study of the list shows that it really got to about 235 on May the 25th, but hasn't grown substantially since then. And although we only heard 35 speakers the first day, we're hearing them at a much quicker rate now. We're getting through those numbers. So I think that the public's had a very substantive opportunity to participate, and that's not over yet. So I think we should just carry on and see how the day unfolds.
Okay, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Carr's idea is very reasonable. I think a lot of people won't be available to be here during the day. While there's no opportunity for an emotion, I'm wondering if, Mr. Mayor, you can perhaps gauge the chamber and the councillors in the room at their will to stay and potentially recess, so that people who are paying attention, or that we can tweet out or communicate that we will recess when the speakers for the day are completed, that we have here now, and recess and come back in the evening. If there's an understanding that there's a will to do this, then people will understand that they can come back at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever we determine. But I know we can't make that decision to them, but if there is an understanding, I certainly am open to it. I think obviously Councillor Carr is, and others might be, but I think if you could gauge the room, I'd appreciate it, so we could certainly get a sense if we're all willing to stay till 11 and potentially recess to get those other speakers. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Reimer.
Mayor Robertson, if this were a committee meeting, I would be more inclined to do straw polls and other things that are a little bit more informal. But given that public hearings are, as we know, from time to time taken to courts of law, I would prefer we stick with the rules as they are regularly practiced and written. As noted, the time scheduled today is from 9:30 till 11 p.m. or until speaker's list is done. And I think Councillor Carr and Affleck could get what they seek regardless, particularly as this debate goes on. The meeting will go longer. So I think we should do what we normally do, which would be to start the speakers. And if we end the speakers at some time before it suits Councillor Carr's or Affleck's liking, then we can deal with it at that time.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Appreciate all the feedback. And we will go into the speakers list now, and we'll see how far we go through the speakers list, and I'll make a decision on recess at that point. Thanks for the input, and we are going to go into speakers now. And just the quick update for those of you who haven't spoken here at council before: you have 5 minutes to make your comments to council, and the comments should be relevant to the recommendations and the report being considered by council. We do ask that you state whether you support or are opposed to the recommendations that are before council. You don't have to use all of your 5 minutes, and your timer is on the podium there. I will let you know when you hit your 5-minute mark as well. You may have questions from council. If you are representing 3 other persons or 3 other organizations here, they need to identify themselves and not be speaking, and you will be eligible for an extra 3 minutes of speaking time for 8 minutes total. If you have further comments, you can put them in writing to the clerks on paper, or you can submit them via email to publichearing@vancouver.ca. And we'll be rotating speakers through who aren't here in the chamber. If people are in the foyer or downstairs in the town hall room, Just keep an eye on the speaker numbers. I'll be reading them out as we go, of course, and we'll be tweeting them out and posting them on the website as well so people can track our progress as we start from here at speaker number 171, and that is William Ma. He will be followed by May Choi. Welcome, President of the Ma Society of Canada.
Yes. His Worship Mayor Robertson, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm William Ma. Actually, I'm a Vice President of Chinese Benevolent Association. Actually, CBA have been sent out a letter direct to the city. Today, I'm represent for the Ma Society. I'm the chair of the Ma Society of Canada. The society has grown to a membership of over 15,000 located in 6 branches, chapters across Canada to provide support and services for Marcan members and also to the Chinese communities. Our efforts have gone beyond the border of Chinatown in Vancouver. Our headquarters buildings was built in 1913, located in the center heart of HA1 at 139 Pender Street East. It is a SRO heritage building and listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register. With financial assistance from the city and this BC Housing, we were able to renovate this century-old building. The renovation is now at its final stages. We just hosted a celebration banquet 10 days ago. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Council for providing the assistance we need to complete our renovations. We are opposed to the application to rezone 105 Kiefer. I opposed it to the application for the following reasons in 5 points. Number 1, the proposed building is too tall. A building of 115 feet tall on that site will put our buildings in the shadows most of the day. After we spending $2.6 million in renovation, we feel that we should not be in the shadows of the proposed new building all the time. Just for your information, we have 2 big lanterns at 2 corners of our building. When we turn the lights on, even people in Burnaby will easily see the lights and find out where the Chinatown location is. Number 2, the density of 7.03 FSR is way too high. 7.03 FSR is even higher than that of the most downtown buildings. Number 3, the proposal does not seem to contribute much to affordable housing. Ma Society actually provide more numbers-wise in our buildings for the Chinese senior living in Chinatown. And on top of that, BC Housing is funding the space. So PDA Group isn't really contributing anything to help with the senior living quality and site. Number 4, the bulk and mass is too imposing on the Memory Square and its memorial monument. I would like to urge City Council seriously takes into consideration the natural and characters of the existing buildings that around this site. Number 5, the design lacks Chinatown character. The Georgia Viaduct will be taken down in not too far a distant future. Once it's come down, one of the major entrances to Chinatown will be Columbia Street, a massive building sitting on the corner of Kiefer and Columbia Street without any Chinatown characters. will not convey the message that you are entering Chinatown. You now realize that the city council who approved the development of the Georgia Viaduct make a mistake. Georgia Viaduct is on public land and cannot turn down when we see there is much more benefit to the city. However, the proposed 105 Kiver development is a private enterprise that provide very little benefit to the communities. I ask you not to make the same mistakes as the previous council who approved the Georgia Viaduct. Please vote no on the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Ma. Very much appreciate you being here this morning, and also the work of your society to provide affordable housing and retain the character of Chinatown, of course, with our help. I'm curious, though, about your statement around the affordability of units, and I'm wondering if you can say from your experience how the demand that's there, the need that's there in terms of housing for seniors, particularly of Chinese descent, but for seniors in Chinatown. What is I mean, how many people do you have to turn away, and at what rate is an affordable rate in your experience?
Okay, actually, an example, like my society, right now we provide 35 rooms, SRO rooms, and the rate is more or less is about $425. And I knew that a lot of Chinese senior really like to stay in Chinatown. But of course, you know, BDA Group provide those 25 units, but we fully understand that that is a PC housing, provide that. Mm-hmm. So it seems even our small society, we even provide much more than that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Ma, for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
For your comments. And Speaker 172, May Choi, is next. Is May Choi here? Not here. Is Robert Sung here? Robert Sung, 173. Not here. Is Kyung Hing Tang? That would be Tang Kyung Hing. Not here. Next speaker is Ned Jacobs, 175. Is Ned Jacobs here? No, Ned Jacobs. Number 176, Yijin Wen. Yijin Wen. Not here. 177, Anna Kay is here. Followed by James Letvinchuk. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to share some comments today and for your questions and patient engagement with the community over these many hearings. I'm speaking this morning in opposition to the rezoning of 105 Kiefer Street. I speak as a private citizen who has an affinity to Chinatown neighborhood and an interest in seeing it thrive. My husband and I are proud that Vancouver is the city where we raise our children because of forward-thinking civic initiatives, many of which have been put in place by the members of this council or their parties, but also because of the thriving cultural community, which Chinatown, to us, is the heart of. My parents, Taiwanese and Jewish, shop, eat, and stroll the gardens in Chinatown almost daily. My Cantonese mother-in-law has come to Chinatown twice a week for decades to buy groceries, and it is one of the great joys in her weekly routine. Our children have taken Cantonese opera, language classes, and kung fu classes in Chinatown. Chinatown, not Richmond, is where we celebrate Chinese New Year and Mid-Autumn Moon Festival as a family, because it is where our community celebrates these happy occasions. The owners of Bamboo Village always notice when the children have gotten taller. We often attend the community mahjong gatherings and summer night markets as 3 generations. My 8-year-old son just got his haircut at Chinatown Plaza yesterday after dim sum with the grandparents at Florida. I'm a writer and editor, and have served the Canadian literary community in many capacities, including as juror for the City of Vancouver Book Awards. For 3 years, I served as editor of Rice Paper Magazine, Canada's oldest Asian Canadian literary magazine. I was also part of the selection and implementation of Project Bookmark's bilingual plaques on Pender and Gore, commemorating Wei-Sun Choi's novel, The Jade Peony. In addition, I have curated and hosted numerous literary programs, many located in Chinatown. Where possible in my work, I seek to understand and provide platform and bridges for Asian Canadian and diverse voices. There have been many eloquent and highly educated speakers in opposition to the proposed rezoning, and they have made many good points. So I will keep my comments to a simple 3. Firstly, the proposed rezone tower is too tall. Even at 90 feet, it overpowers the physical surroundings. 70 feet would be more appropriate, and at 115 feet, it will stick out like a sore thumb. Secondly, the proposed rezoning has been too divisive for the community. As I'm sure Council has noticed, there is a deep emotional response from the community to this site. While to some, this has seemed to be a situation of Chinese elders pitted against Chinese youth, in actuality, almost all of these speakers seem to be agreed on the desperate need for increased seniors housing and community amenities in Chinatown. The deviation is in the details as to at what social cost to the community. Imagine if the passion that has been shown at these presentations could be channeled into constructive collective action on how to find more comprehensive solutions for the challenges to the neighborhood. Imagine if our community hadn't been divided, rather allowed to work and advise towards the shared goal of satisfying the social needs of Chinatown, which was recognized as a National Historic Site of Canada in 2011. The cross-section of speakers you have seen before you and will continue to see over the course of these hearings represents an energy to harness towards its common goal of making Chinatown ever greater, as opposed to being faced with false divisions. Finally, while on paper 105 Kiefer may not have been included in the official bounds of the National Historic District, it is clear by now that in the present time, it is of critical importance to the community. It is the south entrance to Chinatown, sitting between the Veterans Memorial and historic Chinatown. It overlooks Sun Yat-sen Gardens, named the top city garden in 2012, and forms the southern boundary of a key alleyway behind the historically significant buildings on Pender Street. What happens at 105 Kiefer Street sets a precedent for the development in Chinatown's future. Already, we are making history in that Council rarely sees 273 and counting registered speakers on a Council decision. Venerated Chinatown activists who campaign against the highway through Chinatown and numerous flashpoint issues for the neighborhood are back at the podium. I believe the stewardship of Chinatown is not only for the benefit of the Chinese community. We have seen the significance Chinatown has for many Vancouverites, Canadians, and visitors from abroad. And this is a decision that affects the future generations. After eavesdropping on our web viewing of these public hearings over many nights last week, my 10-year-old daughter wondered if perhaps she should speak as well. Mr. Mayor, honored councilors, this decision is one for the books. I hope you can be on the right side of history once again and not approve the rezoning of 105 Kiefer Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today. No questions for you? 178 is James Letvinchuk. Good day.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, thank you very much for the privilege to speak here before you today, and thank you very much for giving up so much of your time to allow everyone a chance to speak on this issue who wishes to. I'm here to add my voice in opposition to the proposed rezoning of 105 Kiefer and 554 Columbia, along with the many others that have come before me and those who are sure to follow. My name is James Letvinchuk, and I have worked and lived in the Chinatown area, most recently in one of the new developments that has been spoken of at 633 Main. And I am lucky enough to volunteer in one of the many organizations in Chinatown. This proposal has stirred much debate and discussion, not only within the Chinatown community, but across the city. Unfortunately, though, over the course of this process, it has become extremely polarizing and divisive. To me, this is at its core a question of how much we value Chinatown's character, the city's goals for it, and what we are willing to sacrifice to achieve them. To that end, I'm not here to argue over whether or not the site should be developed or what should be developed there. Instead, I do not believe that this application is truly in alignment with the city's or the public's goals for Chinatown. Mr. Mayor and Council, over the course of its history, Vancouver has been much of a blank canvas, a place which has granted its residents the freedom to express themselves and a city free for urban experimentation. That blank canvas allowed Vancouver to lead the world in some of its urban planning initiatives. However, Chinatown is not such a blank canvas as shown by the many policies, guidelines, and reports published by the city. Chinatown is a neighborhood that knows what it is, what it was, and has an idea of what it wants to be. Nowhere in that idea is a building like that of the proposed development. I say this because according to the Chinatown neighborhood plan, that, quote, since a large proportion of buildings in Chinatown are not protected heritage sites, maintaining the scale of development is important in retaining Chinatown's character, end quote. When it comes to the proposed development, the Urban Design Panel has raised concerns over these exact points, with, according to their minutes, the panel being split on whether the scale, massing, and height are supportable, and that members have even thought that the current height was too high for the location. I'm neither an architect nor an urban planner, but many who are have spoken out against the application for exactly this reason. In fact, Mr. Mayor and councillors, the point was raised by a previous speaker that the city staff is preparing recommendations for you right now to eliminate the fact that tall and wide buildings will be considered for rezoning, and that they actually want you to scrap the current rezoning policy for Chinatown South. So I'm confused by the fact that city staff seem to be admitting that the current guidelines are not working as intended, or that they have little public support and require amendment. More so, the staff reached this conclusion after a review period which included thorough public consultation. Surely this represents the city's opinion, the public's opinion, sorry, that taller buildings are not suited to Chinatown. The staff noted one of the main themes was that, quote, trading character for public benefits is not worth it, end quote. If this is the public's current prevailing sentiment, then why is City Council considering trading the proposed $1.8 million in public benefits and the 25 units of seniors housing, which will not cost the developer anything, for what the UDP has called a, quote, glowing glass luxury condo top, which is currently glowering over the neighborhood, end quote. As I said earlier, Vancouver has been a leader in some of its urban planning initiatives. Now this is the chance for your worship and council to lead by protecting the heritage of Chinatown and preventing the developments that seek to take advantage of it, such as the current proposal, and to allow for those which are better suited to the site. I do understand that council finds itself currently in an extremely difficult situation. The point has been raised that either council approve the application or the applicant will just build to the zoned height without any social housing. I refuse to accept this, and so should you. There is a precedent for a case such as this. There have been instances where a rezoning application was made and was going to be rejected by council. Instead of face that and the current year-long wait period, the applicant withdrew their application and came back with a design that was accepted. It was noted in one instance by the one member of the planning department that it is a privilege to ask for a rezoning, not a right. Mr. Mayor and Council, please reject this application, as what little benefit it does provide is not worth the price that Chinatown will pay.
Okay, thank you. You have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I very much appreciate your input today. Thanks for coming and providing that. I'm curious about the statement you were making about staff recommendations around scrapping or changing the height. Is this in the current review that's going on, the one that there've been public hearings, public open houses on?
Yes, there was a newsletter to the public posted on the Chinatown webpage for the planning department that says exactly that. I don't have a copy of it up here with me, but it was word for word that they should actually eliminate the rezoning policy, that taller buildings will not be considered, and they had a list of points which were the main themes that they received from the public, one of them being that trading character for public benefits is just not worth it.
Great, thank you. I'll ask staff to comment on that at the end of this session, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, that's your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Letvinchuk. Next speaker. The next speaker is Yvette Yip. Yvette Yip. Is Yvette Yip here? No. Is Lama Mugabo here? Lama Mugabo. Not here. Speaker 181, David Beatty. David Beatty. Not here. 182 is Amra White. Amra White. Not here. 183 is Rachel Mai. Here comes Rachel Mai. And next up is 184 Harold Fredrickson. Good morning.
Good morning. Dear Mayor and Council, I'm Rachel Mai. As a concerned Vancouver architect and having pending experience in China, I'm opposed to the proposed zoning at 105 Kiefer Street. I oppose the mass, height, and the use proposed for this project. My opposition is not because I'm anti-growth, anti-change, because I'm not. But because I'm a supporter of smart and well-planned urban development. My most compelling reasons include, first, the intended use for this proposal does not fit the culturally sensitive side. Chinatown not only gives a unique townscape to the city of Vancouver, but also a cultural district that showcases Chinese, Canadian, as well as other cultures. A regional center for the Chinese Canadian community and a regional tourist cultural destination. This site is an anchor site. It's the heart of Chinatown. It's next to the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden, to the Chinese Cultural Center, to the historic buildings on Panther Street, and to the Memorial Square. A 12-story high condo shouldn't stand here dominating this area. This proposal can be used anywhere else in the city, but not this unit site. I would like to see the city take over this site, either by doing a land swap or purchasing. Alternative site to a public plaza with smaller and narrower buildings reflecting the character of Chinatown and generate more community activities. Second, this proposal does not meet the criteria of rezoning. According to the Chinatown Neighborhood Plan and Economic Revitalization Strategy of June 2012, Section 2.3, page 28, it says, higher heights, a rezoning policy for Chinatown South, was also introduced as part of Council's approval. This policy provides Council the opportunity to consider rezoning up to 120 feet throughout HA1A and up to 115 feet within the sub-area of Main Street. The higher buildings in Chinatown were for the specific purpose of economic revitalization while also considering heritage values. These sites are also expected to provide public benefits, and the rezoning policy specifies these benefits should meet the community's objective of innovative heritage restoration, cultural and affordable housing projects. Okay, let's look at this proposal here. It's receiving a discount on the DCLs because it is exception from paying it on the social housing units. However, these social housing units are 100% paid for by BC Housing. And this money is actually 100% paid for by provincial taxpayers through BC Housing. From here, I do not see that this proposal will provide any public benefit. In fact, the opposite is true. It will, in fact, remove benefit from the public. And how does this contribute to affordable housing? This site can be built 19 feet outright, but asking for up to 115 feet to build a 3 additional story of condo for 1 floor of social housing that will be fully paid for by taxpayer through BC Housing. I don't consider this is a contribution. The rest 106 market housing units will economically displace of residents equal outpriced low-income residents of Chinatown. For now, I can see this proposal does not provide public benefits, nor does it contribute to affordable housing, let alone innovation, heritage restoration, and culture. I do not believe this property site is eligible for this proposed rezoning. Third, this proposal is too tall, too big, and not the right fit for Chinatown's character. Vancouver Chinatown was given a National Historic Site of Canada designation in 2011. It is an old Chinatown which has been rehabilitated and beautified with new Chinese decorative structures such as a Chinese gate and a Chinese garden. It is still physically discernible by its early commercial facade, demographic structures, and socio-economic activities formed by local small retailers such as barbecue meat shop, Chinese bakery restaurant, and barber shop. This proposal is completely out of proportion. The average building around this area is 2 to 3 stories.
So you're over your 5 minutes. If you could wrap up in a
Sentence,
sentence? Okay.
And this one is 12 stories. Its mass is out of scale with the neighborhood. This high density and block will transform the character in Chinatown and will become unrecognized. For these reasons, it is a poor proposal, and I urge councils to reject it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks.
No comments, questions for you? Speaker 184, Harold Frederickson is next. Harold Frederickson here? Not here. 185, Godfrey Tang. Be followed by Thomas Johnny. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm 74. I'm Godfrey Tang. I've been in Canada for 51 years, and I see a lot of crazy things. And what's happening in Chinatown is the craziest I ever see. I'm here to oppose any commercial building on that sensitive site. Actually, the site should be good for a community center for Chinatown. According to the neighborhood plan by the city, Chinatown is one of the largest North American Chinatown. And also tourists and the public also are told that this is the second largest Chinatown. But they don't understand why it's only Panda Street is considered as Chinatown. And on this street, only 4 blocks of them, there is an illegal marijuana shop. And there are more than 5 coffee shops, high-end clothing, furniture, gallery, skate shops, and all these are not what they want to come to Chinatown to see. So instead of you calling it as a revitalization of Chinatown, actually you are trying to replace Chinatown from the small, short buildings with tall buildings, with new shops that have nothing to do with Chinatown original culture and character. So I think there should be no more condominium on this particular site. And the fact is, Chinatown, most of the building originally were about 2 to 3 story, and the floor space ratio is only 2.5. That's I quote from your report. And revitalization said that we need to face the challenge of a clean and safe Chinatown, more people on the street at night and during the weekends, and attract more growing Asian population back to Chinatown. We have to be careful with tenant recruitment and retention. That's the end of goal. But actually, what we can do is by tax discount for those business that enhance the unique character here. And also The big thing we have to do is to clean up along East Hastings by moving the inside, the on-site, the free needle, the fruit line, all those things that attracts the homeless, the mental, the drug dealer, the drug user from just one alley from Chinatown. Move them away. That's been causing senior and also the tourists come to this area to think that this is a very dangerous location. If there's actually the back lane can be recovered to use as specialized in Chinese cuisine. You can put food trucks, carts there, or part of the alley can be used for farmers market specialized in Chinese vegetables. If the condo is built at this site, I bet some citizens would try to stop the construction. So please stop what you call as revitalization, but actually what you are doing is replacement. We don't want another Chinatown with tall buildings. And it is easy to break a germ of the Canada. This Chinatown has a special meaning. Its history is to form a united Canada. It's easy to break it. It's not easy to get one. It's not like building a condo. So once you destroy this Chinatown, you don't have another one to show the world. This Chinatown is so unique in the world. Not any other Chinatown can match. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. No questions? And thank you, Mr. Tang. And next speaker is 186, Thomas Johnny. Is Thomas Johnny here? Not here. Is William Lim here? William Lim, 187. And 188 is Barbara Nepinak. Barbara Nepinak. Not here. 189, Marina Klassen. Marina Klassen, not here. 190, Andy Yan. Andy Yan, not here. 191, Zion Aladina. Zion Aladina, not here. 192, Stephen Wong. Stephen Wong is not here. Rosanna Chan, 193. Not here. 194 is Wesley Kinestino. Wesley Kinestino, no takers. 195, Clara Prithipal. Clara Prithipal. Oh, Sierra. Sierra Prithipal, not here. Wilson Liang, 196, Wilson Liang. Not here. 197, Shazia Ghaznavi. Shazia Ghaznavi. No. 198 is Juan Situ. Juan Situ. 199, Jessica Liu. Jessica Liu. 200, Joe Joe. Joe Joe here. 201, Bill Dong. Bill Dong not here. 202, Amin Runnigan. Amin Runnigan. Not here. 203 is Rodney Harry. Rodney Harry. Rodney Harry is not here. 204 is Jia Dong. Jiadong. Not here. 205, Jianhua Li. Jianhua Li. Not here. 206, Victor Chan. I don't see Victor Chan here. 207, San Luis Cam. San Luis Cam. Not here. 208 is Edmund Wu. Edmund Wu. 209, George Chow. Don't see George Chow here. 210, Valerie Wong. Valerie Wong, not here. Jane Shi. 211, Jane Shi. Not here. 212, William Liu. William Liu. 213 is Rachel Mai. Rachel Mai, not here. 214, Joyce Eng. Joyce Eng is here. All right, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am here to state my opposition to the proposed development and rezoning at 105 Kiefer Street. The proposed development does not reflect the intent of the HA1A zoning, the characteristics of this culturally sensitive and significant area, and does not consider input given by a City Council appointed group, CHAPC, nor other groups deeply engaged in Chinatown's preservation and revitalization. The proposed development's height and density is excessive and will have a long-lasting negative impact on the immediate neighboring buildings, gardens, and recreational facilities, as well as Chinatown on a whole. This particular building will stick out like a sore thumb. As well, upon learning that the second floor will contain 25 units of social housing along with amenity space, it made me wonder how livable those low-income units could possibly be. I am not opposed to appropriate increased density on potential development sites in Vancouver, as this will allow more people to stay in the city and it mitigates the environmental impacts of urban sprawl. However, Chinatown is a culturally important area that needs thoughtful consideration. For this site, I do support social housing units for seniors and other low-income groups, as well as social amenities indoors, as well as potentially outdoors in the plaza. However, these residents also need amenities in the nearby areas, such as affordable groceries and supplies, services, and health-related supports. Providing low-income and affordable housing and offering grants to building owners to refurbish their buildings and offering affordable and below-market rents to potential businesses are potential options. Because a significant number of people in the Chinese community have been engaged in the desire to revitalize Chinatown, my hope is that a strong leadership, partnerships, and programs will emerge in the near future, and Chinatown will come back to life, retaining its cultural heritage while embracing everyone who lives in it and visits. When I think of Chinatown and vibrancy of a community or neighborhood, I think of the people who gathered there because of the distinct cultural aspects, foods, supplies that weren't easily found anywhere else in the city. People gathered there because there was something to do, whether they were eating, shopping, meeting, feasting, enjoying banquets. I have never lived in Chinatown, but as a family, we would go there every week to buy groceries and purchase items that were culturally unique. We would meet with friends, enjoy meals and parties, and celebrate Chinese New Year's and other Chinese cultural festivals. When we went to Chinatown, I felt a strong bond with my cultural heritage, and I still do today. It may not be the same Chinatown as it was when I was growing up, but there are countless people who care about it and are willing to put energy into revitalizing it. I am one of those people, and Chinatown matters to me. The history of Chinese people in Vancouver and Chinatown are well known. People of Chinese descent were racially discriminated against and subjected to mobs, the head tax, and segregation. These decades of oppression had dismissed the rights and dignities of Chinese people. And despite significant difficulties, Chinatown and Chinese people have thrived and helped build Vancouver, contributed to our society in many ways, and fought for our country during horrific world wars. So I pose these questions. How could Chinatown be given the National Historic Site of Canada designation and also be put on the endangered list? Why must generations of Chinese Vancouverites and its many supporters still need to fight for its rights and the preservation of this significant area? Why have the voices of ChapC and Canada's advocates been ignored? There still seems to be a considerable disconnect between the city and the understanding of the cultural significance of Chinatown. Vancouver cannot be considered a model city if it intentionally dismisses the voices of the very people who are its long-standing citizens. Apologies from governments over their actions in discriminating against the Chinese people are affirming. And it is now up to you, Mayor and Council, to consider that your actions will speak louder than words when considering the preservation of Chinatown and the history of the Chinese people. Any
Wrap
building...
up in a sentence. You're over your time.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I ask that you consider a moratorium on any new developments in Chinatown and Strathcona and any further revisions made to the zoning bylaws to further protect these culturally rich areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time here. No questions? Thank you. And next speaker is 215, Caitlin Hurley. Caitlin Hurley here. Here is 216, Erica Izomura. Erica Izomura not here. Joanna Young is 217. He is here, followed by Graham Lee. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors, and thanks for having me here today. Before beginning, I'm acknowledging that I'm speaking as a settler and guest on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nations. My name is Joanna Yang, and in Chinese, Yang Da Na. I identify as a first-generation Chinese Canadian, a non-Cantonese child of mainland Chinese immigrants. I grew up in East Vancouver and Vancouver Heights, and like many Chinese Canadians, Asian Canadians, and allies, I spent my childhood frequenting Chinatown with my parents for fresh and affordable groceries. I work as a programmer, educator, and project manager at UBC, specifically for the Asian Canadian and Asian Migration Studies program. Like tens before me, I'm asking this council to rise to the occasion and to oppose the BD development of 105 Kiefer Street. Approving this development, which has been described multiple times as inadequate, would not support Vancouver's declared values of inclusion, and it would not support the city's priorities to provide affordable housing, to stop homelessness, and to provide social services to the public. Importantly, approving this rezoning contradicts the HA1A zoning policy, which states that the intent by this council is to balance opportunity with the public good in preserving the important heritage and cultural character of Chinatown. Approving this development contradicts Clause A, which states that the project should, and I quote, respect historic Chinatown in terms of adjacent architectural scale, orientation, missing expression, details, and materials. Clause 6B recommends development site frontage for rezoning to heights above the zoned maximum feet of 90 is 75 to 125 feet.
The frontage on Columbia for this proposal is at 149 feet, which exceeds the recommendation under Clause 6B. Protecting Chinatown, a neighborhood that this council identified as one of two of Vancouver's formative communities, and that's referenced from the HA1A zoning policy document, from erasure is a complex issue, and I appreciate that this is something that you are hearing us out on. Some may frame this issue as if there were a dichotomy between neighborhood stasis versus change, where the developer advocates for change and activists demand for stasis. As heritage and history experts like Bill Yun and Prof. Henry Yu have already stated on Friday night, protecting Chinatown's heritage and history is not about freezing the neighborhood's physical buildings and aesthetic. This is complex, but the way I see it is that both sides want change. One side aims for a values-based approach, putting people first and changing the community to better serve its people. Another side aims to change the neighborhood for profit. Alas, it seems like we're all agreeing that we want to change the space, but how that change is realized will fall on your shoulders. A stark reminder that this development is inadequate lies in the numbers. Why are there no CACs? According to the CEO of Success, Queenie Chu, the Success waiting list for Asian seniors longing to receive long-term residential care is 4 years. Based on this reality, how are 25 social units enough at all? Heritage can be intangible as it lives in language, culture, and identities of real people. I don't fit into the archetype of a Chinese Canadian with familial ties, ancestral ties to Chinatown. Yet I insist that Chinatown has helped me place myself in Canadian identity. It has helped me ground myself in my Chinese Canadian heritage and culture. So this place matters even for myself as a non-Cantonese Mandarin speaking first generation Chinese Canadian. These public hearings demonstrate the spirit and fire of young voters keen to protect our heritage and our histories. So I believe that with the overwhelming disapproval of this development, especially by those who did and do not work or live in Chinatown, especially by folks who do not have obvious Lo Waqiu, older Lao Huaqiao Chinese Canadian ties, attest to the contemporary relevance and cultural significance of Chinatown. So no, this development is not the way, the only way to draw people back into the neighborhood. It is not the only way to make this neighborhood vibrant again. I was very happy to see that this council is, or the city is leading a campaign titled The Historical Discrimination Against Chinese People in Vancouver. I went to a forum last Thursday, and I understand that it was a motion led by Councillor Louis, directing staff to conduct research, consult the community, and recommend actions that will facilitate reconciliation. So I urge this council to be consistent with this motion as well as consistent with the HA1A rezoning policy and to reject this proposal. Raising this development, this building at 105 Kiefer Street would drive the wrong type of change in Chinatown and would further push the neighborhood into a mythical place of the past. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being here. No questions for you? All right, our next speaker is Graham Lee. Is Graham Lee here? 218. 219 is Mio Takeda. Is Mio Takeda here? No, Mio Takeda. 220, Bing Wong. Bing Wong, 220. 221 was withdrawn. 222 is Julia Aoki. Who is here? Good morning.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I'm here as a resident of Vancouver, a renter, and a concerned citizen to oppose the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. I support the Chinatown Concern Group, the Chinatown Action Group, and the Youth Collaborative for Chinatown, and I stand in solidarity with low-income Chinese seniors and the Chinese community who reject this proposal. I am in favor of 100% social housing on this site. 25 social housing units is simply not enough to counteract what we all know will be the displacing effects of a development such as this, and even a symbolic gesture, even as a symbolic gesture, it's empty. It's empty because they will not be accessible at welfare and pension rates if the definition of social housing is 30% housing income limit rate stands. This development is the willful attrition of a community, and it is insulting to point to those 25 units as demonstration of protecting the Chinese Canadian community from displacement. Also, as someone who has worked in nonprofit arts for well over a decade, I reject the idea that 1,200 square feet of recreational or cultural space will satisfy the clearly great demand from the Chinese Canadian community for activity, rehearsal, and presentation space. Whatever organization occupies it will have staff to coordinate its use, and that requires administration space. If it will be used for presentations, and the yes side does seem to be making this claim, plenty of storage space for equipment and seating will be needed. I also do not see provision for public use bathrooms in the lobby, so I assume the cultural amenity space will require its own. A gallery in town that I'm on the board of has maybe 800 square feet more than what's provided for here, and half of the entire space is used for administration and storage, and that space is certainly not suited to opera presentations. The promise of a community cultural space, again, looks like another cynical and empty gesture. I was here Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I've spent this time listening to passionate appeals from so many speakers, speaking from histories of marginalization and exclusion, or precarity and a desire for security. Everyone here carries very personal, complex histories and experiences to the podium, and it's been a privilege to hear each person speak. And I hope you think so too. 5 minutes at a time, citizens of the community you steward have an opportunity to tell you about the city that they live in, they have lived in, and the city that they want to live in. Except it's not 5 minutes for those who don't speak English. I am in favor of a truly inclusive, non-discriminatory, non-exclusionary plan for Chinatown and the city, and this development is certainly not it. Nor will it be achieved if discriminatory practices such as giving non-English speakers half the time to speak are allowed to continue. Stop this practice immediately and reject the BD ultimatum. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for coming, Julia Aoki. And next speaker is 223 Casey Way. Good morning.
Hi, thanks for having me. Hello, my name is Casey Way, and I'm opposed to the application. As an artist and musician, I've rented studio spaces in Chinatown on and off for the last 10 years. I shop and I eat there. I play music there. I participate in artist-run centers there. My parents immigrated here in 1990, and I grew up in Vancouver. This is my first time speaking at a public hearing, and there have been so many great speeches already about why this application should be rejected, and I'd like to share a few thoughts I had while watching the hearings last week. I think it's interesting how many times I've heard the word vibrancy used to describe Chinatown. The other speakers have reminded us that Chinatown was built to control the immigrant population by their colonizers. Whatever has made it vibrant over the years is the result of a lot of hard work on the part of its disenfranchised inhabitants. On the 105 Kiefer FAQ, one question asks, how will the local business community be impacted? And the answer begins, the vibrant and eclectic local business community will be complemented by the addition of several new commercial retail units at ground level. If you call Chinatown vibrant and eclectic in relation to the proposed commercial retail units that will be complementary to existing vibrant and eclectic businesses, aka the small mom and pop shops, the independent businesses that have been forced to close due to skyrocketing property values, is insulting to say the least. I'd like to reiterate a point that has been made many times, that the pithy offering of 25 affordable versus the 110 at market value social housing units for seniors and a 1,200-foot senior cultural space on the first floor is not enough to benefit the community by any means. Furthermore, of the 25 social housing units, only 30%, that's 8, of the units are guaranteed to be at the housing income limit rate, which is still about $800 to $900, unaffordable for many people, including myself. The other 17 below market units could be even more expensive, and we all know that they will become more expensive as property value goes up with the market-priced condo units. I'm hopeful that the number of speakers against the application proves just how much of a contentious issue this building is. It is hard enough to get people out to vote, as seen in our recent election, as many are just too cynical and pessimistic to be bothered. Many fellow concerned citizens I have come across in my everyday really just don't believe that their vote can make a difference, that their voice will be heard and considered. For every person here who has spoken against the development, there are at least another 30, and I'm just counting myself in my head, relatives, friends, coworkers, acquaintances, and neighbors who are also just as opposed, but for their reasons, like work, for instance, today, cannot be here. But just imagine there being another like 2,000 speakers on the list. All of us opposed here are asking the council to do the right thing so we may restore some of our faith in the political system, one that we presume will protect the interests of the many and not of the elite few. To close, I would just like to say that it's been great to hear so many people from different communities unite together against the BD proposal. It gives me hope that you, City Council members, will see how significant and symbolic the proposed rezoning is. If this development is approved and yet another soulless condo is erected, this will only add in a monumental way to the insidious entitlement of gentrifiers who are nothing more than modern-day colonizers. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for being here. Thanks. Our next speaker is Janice Wong, 224, followed by Ron Yuen.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Janice Wong, and I'm here to state my opposition to 105 Kiefer. To deepen understanding of the less tangible sensitivities around 105 Kiefer, I have two anecdotes. My mom is second-generation Chinese Canadian, from the generation who didn't receive rights of citizenship until their mid-20s. Born in segregated Nanaimo, Chinatown, and raised in Vancouver, Chinatown. She spent her adult years as an English speaker in Saskatchewan without a Chinese community. I mention her English speaking because it has enabled her to move more freely through Canadian society than many of the elders who live in Chinatown. Yet she is still someone whose early years were deeply informed by discrimination. When she visits Chinatown, a subtle but distinct physical change occurs. She relaxes, easily inhabits the space, she doesn't hesitate. And I equate this with that intangible aspect of what Chinatown represents for many of its seniors, the space and community where they feel safe, they are completely themselves, that sense of belonging. We cannot underestimate the repercussions to community, companionship, and the basic necessities that enable Chinatown seniors to live with security and dignity. Secondly, key to the Chinatown Memorial is the fact that it represents lives, including nameless lives, that did not matter to the public or the government of the day. 4 of my uncles were veterans. They told of heated debates questioning why they should risk their lives for a country, their country of birth, that didn't accept them as official citizens. Many of the Chinese workers listed in CPR records were nameless, simply Chinaman number X. After their service, the government instigated the head tax, Electoral Franchise Act, and the Chinese Exclusion Act. All of us who identify as Chinese Canadians have a debt of gratitude to the people represented by this memorial. Regarding 105 Kiefer as a missed opportunity and rezoning a community, if Council has the vision to reject this proposal, Council will gain the opportunity to redefine its position with respect to this heritage district and all of Vancouver's heritage neighborhoods. It's an opportunity to create a worthy legacy by standing with the community, by collaborating with the community, to take a creative stance as respectful stewards of this rare national historic district, enabling the district to move sensitively towards its future form. On the eve of events regarding the historic discrimination of Chinese people, I'd like to say I live in a city that honors all of its heritage. The National Trust for Canada places Chinatown number 2 on its endangered sites list. I want to live in a city progressive enough to protect its heritage districts by not applying the same development criteria that takes place in non-heritage neighborhoods. Lastly, I identify as 4th-generation Chinese Canadian and grew up in Saskatchewan without the benefit of a Chinatown or a Chinese community, raised to fully integrate and not speak up, the sentiment being that the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. I signed up to speak after witnessing the first 5 hours of this hearing. In describing what community means, many memories have been shared, but I don't believe anyone wants a mummified Chinatown. I keep asking myself, why do developers get to design our city? When big money is at play, what forces are in play? Who are the pawns and who are the players? And why are community concerns, regardless of neighborhood, framed or dismissed as NIMBY issues? During these last 4 days, I've met, observed, and listened to participants for the first time. I'm impressed and inspired by the young people who represent the various Chinatown groups. History, heritage, and the repercussions of insensitive development are collective, so I see this as a watershed moment. This is a Canadian struggle, a citywide struggle, not just a Chinatown struggle. To paraphrase Nathan Edelson, the young people of Chinatown will not forget Council's decision. The youth are the key to the future of Chinatown. They have passion, energy, and integrity. Their idealism is not empty rhetoric. As you now know, they volunteer and work closely with marginalized seniors, and their passion for Chinatown is in evidence by their inspiring, committed work. I believe the city needs them to play a vital role in the shaping of this community. Imagine what could happen if all levels of government could secure a land swap and find a way to work collaboratively with these groups. The result would be a showcase legacy project for Vancouver and North America. Dovetailed with the city's healthy city strategy, we could be a model for the rest of the world. Failing a land swap, I encourage you to find ways to work with the developer to persuade him of the value of the community and youth vision. After all, Mr. Beattie has indicated that he's been honored and humbled by this experience. This should absolutely not be a market condo project, but it can become a respectful, community-appropriate legacy project for all stakeholders to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. And our next speaker, 225, Ron Yuen.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Ron Yuen. I am in support of this project. I'm a retired architect and was a partner for 30 years with Davidson, Yuen, Simpson Architects, now DYS Architecture. I would like to indicate at the outset that my son is employed with the Beattie Group, the developer of this project. He asked me about a year and a half ago my opinions. I said I was in support of this development on the site as it had been vacant and unused other than as a parking lot for the past 40 years. The site has no heritage structure, and this area was in need of a development that would help stimulate the economy of a moribund Chinatown, especially along the 100 block of East Pender and Kiefer Street. So I got off my couch and I registered to come to this rezoning hearing, not because of my son, but because of the misinformation and slights against this development that I read and heard in the media. I lived in Vancouver's Chinatown for over 70 years and have witnessed the ups and downs of our community. The memories begin by attending Chinese school on Gore Avenue to my times going to the many dinners and banquets on Pender Street. I grew up in a vibrant and energetic Chinatown. My journey continues as a young graduate architect working with Bing Tom and Joe Wei in stopping the freeway through Gastown, Chinatown, and Strathcona. To my years as a registered architect, working on projects like the Shawnee Society Housing and Success Office and Care Facility on Pender Street. So what has transpired in Chinatown over the past 30 years? There's no question that the influx of Chinese immigrants has changed our city from an economic and cultural perspective. This new community has settled throughout the Lower Mainland, especially in Richmond, Coquitlam, and now Surrey, notwithstanding all of Vancouver. This increase in Chinese population has brought with it an increase in commercial development in restaurants and goods and produce to the local communities. I happen to live in the west side of Vancouver, and within 3 blocks of my residence are 6 Chinese restaurants and several produce stores. One need not go to Chinatown to eat or buy. What has transpired in Chinatown is that it's no longer the foci of our Chinese community. And for those who think they can bring back the good old times, well, that's pure nostalgia. And nostalgia will not pay the rent nor bring back the energy or vitality. The Vancouver Sun this Saturday wrote that Vancouver Chinatown was one of the 10 most endangered historic sites in Canada. The article did not indicate how it became so endangered, nor did it indicate what was to be done. Instead, it railed against the development group. There has been very few proposals from the opposition as to what to do to this site that makes any sense or how to revitalize our Chinese community. From my perspective, there seems to be the notion that if it wasn't owned by the Chinese, built by the Chinese, occupied by the Chinese, that it would be detrimental to Chinatown. That attitude, from my opinion, should not be tolerated. The opposition has said that social housing is best for this site. Well, I have been a strong advocate for social housing throughout my architectural practice. I've been involved in hundreds of social housing units in the area of the downtown east side and Strathcona. And I, along with others, started a nonprofit society called the Catherine Sanford Housing Society to develop housing for persons with mental illness. So I do have an understanding for the need of social housing. But is it appropriate for this site? Yes, to some extent. My understanding that there has been 25 units allocated to social housing by BC Housing for this project and has been incorporated in the design. But what of market housing for the site? I've been involved with my firm in all forms of housing. We, along with 2 other architectural firms working with Stanley Kwok of Concord Pacific, won the competition for Falls Creek North. At that time, council mandated that 20% of the development would be social housing. And our firm designed the first 6 towers on 2 city blocks, which incorporated nonprofit housing. I've lost the page.
You're just about done with your 5 minutes, if you could.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of council, we have to change our way of thinking. Chinatown cannot be endangered any longer. We need to bring people to it, of all sizes and shapes, of all cultures. We cannot basically leave it to just being Chinese. That's the only way that I think we can make this grow and prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor Meggs first.
Certainly a member of a generation of outstanding Chinese-Canadian architects, and you've named some of them now. But I just want to refer you to a sentence in the report that staff provided that I've been struggling with, which says the application has become a symbol of the struggle of the Chinatown community and the city as a whole to define the future for Vancouver's Chinatown. And that seems to be the point you're speaking to directly. Are you saying just let it ride, let's see what private development proposes, or do you think that there's something else that council should do that speaks to the concerns raised by some of the opponents here today?
If I had the magic bullet, I'd give you the answer. When Bob Rennie developed his site and changed Chinatown, he basically kept the structure and the essence of Chinatown, but what he did was it bring some economic value to it as well. And that starts to change. Now we see restaurants going in of different types. And I think this is it. This is the thing. The HA2 zone has maintained the essence of Chinatown through the building structures. The zoning didn't bring economic value, but what it did was it brought the sense and essence of Chinatown back. It'll be maintained as long as those buildings last. And some of them, by the way, are starting to deteriorate. I know that. I've been asked by a couple of the societies to have a look at the buildings, and it's really difficult to make those kinds of changes. So the buildings will still be there, but I think what has to happen is that people of all cultures have to come into Chinatown, understand the dynamic values of Chinatown, and build from that. So what the answer is in terms of what the changes could be, I can't answer that. That, I think, is the evolution that's going to happen. By the way, I mean, think about it this way. Strathcona used to be occupied many, many years ago by the Italians. They moved out, Chinese moved in, and now, to this day, a whole new multicultural society is growing up in Strathcona. That's the evolution, that's the change, that's what keeps it alive and moving. So what's going to happen in the next 10, 15, 20 years? I can't tell you that. But it will happen, or else it will die.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone propose that it be cast in amber somehow or put in a museum case. I think the debate we've been hearing is, as the staff report says, this question of how we protect some of those essential characteristics without losing the opportunity for economic development. And it's not, no one's proposed a monocultural kind of Chinese-only area either. So I just was curious about that part of it, because you've pointed to the Rennie project as perhaps one direction. There's nothing in the city policies, though, as I read them, that would support that direction or meet some of the concerns of some of the other people. So that's a work in progress. Anyway, thanks for coming.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. You have Councillor Louis next. I accidentally Was Councillor Ball next? Okay, I wasn't sure who else was on there.
Thank you so much for being here tonight and for your history in social housing. It's been expressed to us a number of times by specifically younger people that having seniors in a market housing when they're in a social housing floor could end up being ostracized. And I'm just wondering if, given your experience in social housing, whether that is something that is a real fear or something that is just being misunderstood.
I go back to my time working with Concord. We developed the first 6 towers. I'm sorry. And go back to my time working with Concord Pacific, and we developed the first 6 towers there. If you could tell me which of the towers is social housing, you can't, because we were able to design it in such a way that it melded right into the community. And so therefore, the mix of social housing with market housing builds for me, a better social and economic value for the community. That's the way I look at it. And I've done some mental housing where we've incorporated that with other folks and other communities. And it works. That's the only way that I see social housing and market housing coming together.
So you don't see that as an issue?
I don't see that at all.
Thank you very much. I was interested. The other question I had was, and I mentioned this to someone else earlier, was that for a number of years here at Council, we had people coming from Chinatown saying, please get more market housing here so that the businesses don't go under.
That's correct.
And I just, I'm baffled to have things change so much that we don't need market housing there, because we're hearing a lot of don't build condos, don't build housing.
Chinatown needs people. It really does need to be stimulated by the numbers of people that can move into that community. As I said earlier, Chinatowns now are spread all over the lower mainland as such. Richmond is a fine example of that. What we have to do is bring people to it now. If I don't go down to Chinatown because I can go to my local area where there's, as I said, 6 restaurants and many produce stores, I don't need to go down to Chinatown. That's a long drive for me. And so the issue really comes down to is that it does need people. And so years ago when this council, I think it was this council that voted for and changed the zoning on Main Street to upgrade that, it has brought economic value to the community, and it has brought people to that community. So I can't see that changing, and I want to see more of it, actually. To be frank with you, I want to see more.
And you feel it's still possible, even when you add in more market housing, to retain a feeling of the area and retain the heritage buildings?
Yes, it can. Very much so.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Louis, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Yuen, thanks for coming today. I know that you've been involved with many developments of which included social housing. Concord you listed, and know that your name is on one of them, the Smith U and apartments on Hastings Street, and there's a few others. So I'm interested in the mix of social housing, both within buildings and within the communities, and how they integrate. You talked a little bit about that, but there's been a call for 100% social housing for the site, and how often is that possible, and how does that construct work?
To have 100% social housing?
Yeah, like what would need to happen in order for that? Like in your experience, how many times has that happened?
Well, in those days when I was working with Jim Green, it happened a lot in terms of...
And why?
Mainly because there was a lot of help from the city in terms of allocating basic land for that. And land was the key issue with regards to building social housing. Without it, nothing works. So the city has been a strong advocate of building social housing. Jim and I basically worked on several projects. Pandira is one, which is 100% social housing. Basically the Four Sisters, and several others that we built. Issue it comes down to is that the city has basically set that tone and has basically established that 100% social housing. But what I see is with a mixture of social housing and market housing, it actually creates for me a better community. That's my opinion.
Okay. But so when the city, as we've been doing for these past number of years now, we've just made another announcement for more city land. In order to build the social housing, not just the city land, what's required in terms of financing?
The developer has to set up to the table as well. Plus, the province has to come to the table as well. And it has done so through BC Housing. So with the city, private sector, and the province, I think you can build that affordable range of housing, both affordable, social, and market.
And so this proposal, is there greater potential for more housing, or is this out of?
Are you asking that this land can take more density?
Well, there's some controversy on that, of course, in terms of height and density, and there's other developments that have had higher densities and perhaps higher number of social unit housing, but it always comes down to the economics of the site. And so
yes, it does.
I'm trying to understand from your perspective as an architect, and opinion about Chinatown, how do we find that balance between units of social housing, the level of investment of monies from each order of government? In this case, BC Housing's come up with a bit of money. We always ask them for money to come to the table. They've come to the table with some money this time, so some units. But how does that normally work?
I'm sorry.
How do social housing units come to fruition? Like how was Smith Union Apartments built? Where did the money come from?
It basically came from BC Housing. It was allocated by BC Housing. The Catherine Sanford Housing Society basically came to BC Housing and the city to say, can we build this? Can we build this? The market was right for it in terms of the dollars and cents. By the way, BC Housing used to have a thing called maximum unit price, MUP. I don't know if any of you remember that. They come to the table with knowing exactly what they can do to make the project work. They know from their many years of experience what the land price is going to be, what the construction price is going to be, and they have basically said to architects, here are the construction values we want you to put into the picture. They know at the end of the day what those dollars are going to be. So they've established that, they bring that to the table, and they make it all come together and work. Your housing group here now is basically working with BC Housing to make that come together. But at the end of the day, the economy of those projects will work.
Thank you.
Okay, that's your time. Councillor DiGenova, questions?
I did. Just a follow-up question to Councillor Louis. Regarding the social housing, we've heard from a number of speakers that they would like to see 100% social housing. That may be something the city could entertain if it was a Vaha site or city-owned land, but what we've been told by our staff is that this is a privately owned site.
It is privately owned.
I understand also that within the constructs of zoning that you can build something with, that fits within the policy. And I've asked staff for more clarification on that, but do you see sort of, and I suppose it's along the same lines as what Councillor Louis asked, if we start to see applicants or developers or the industry say, you know what, it's too difficult to apply for greater height or zoning and include social housing. Instead, we're going to build less luxury condos. Obviously, supply in a neighborhood can drive up prices. Do you see that being an issue in the future if we don't consider sort of mixed-use housing projects? And you don't have to answer my question, but considering your experience in social housing, I thought I'd ask you if you think some developers just wouldn't want to deal with the headache.
City mandates a certain amount of social housing. There's no question about that. I mean, you can't build in downtown East Side without thinking that you're going to build social housing as well. Woodwards is a fine example, you know, in terms of market and social housing. It really does work. And so has the value of the Woodwards site deteriorated? No. In fact, it's probably gone up. The units have gone up. I know that Concord, where there's a social housing project there, the values of Concord land and buildings and units have gone up in terms of price. That's the nature of our city these days. I mean, it's skyrocketing in terms of dollars. And it's not, nothing can stop that. It's a growth that we're going to see that's going to continue. So,
But even with, I suppose the follow-up question to that is, even without more supply or without this one building, do you see prices continuing to increase, or
Yes.
would you say that this building would set a benchmark for increasing prices in Chinatown?
I see it increasing.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate.
Thank you.
Councillor
Fortunate
Carr,
case.
questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming and take the time to discuss these issues with us. I am interested in it because of your history in the development of social housing, and you said when you worked with Jim Green, you achieved a lot. Were there any purchases of private land for the development of social housing in your experience?
What is the, sorry, would you mind?
Purchases of private land.
For social housing.
Correct.
Other than my experience with Concord, where you mandated a percentage of social housing, I've not seen any other development, in my experience, other developments basically build social housing by a private developer.
Yeah, and the provincial government, did the provincial government not purchase some
They used
buildings?
to.
Yes, they used to. Okay.
For example, McLean Park is
Right.
a provincial federal project. Now BC Housing has taken all that over by the
Right. So there was a time when the senior governments
That's correct.
did purchase land that
That's
was
correct.
significant. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Reimer now, questions.
Thanks, Mr. Ewan. Since you've brought it up, a speaker earlier had noted that the city had expropriated McLean Park and stamps, but my memory was it was the province that did that.
It's province.
Yeah,
The
okay.
province and the feds.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
And that is all your questions. Thank you, Mr. Yuan.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here today and your comments. And next speaker is 226, Theo Kim, followed by Sylvia Gung. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Theo Kim. I appreciate the opportunity to share my opinions on the 105 Kiefer rezoning before you. I came to Council to support a previous proposal for sequel 138 at 138 Hastings, and I'm here again to lend my support to this proposal, which I believe will bring many benefits to the Chinatown community. I was a resident of Chinatown/Gastown for 11 years. I still do my banking and shopping, eating, and drinking in Chinatown. Like many of the people you've heard from on this rezoning, I want to see the heritage of Chinatown protected, the culture celebrated, and the businesses flourishing well into the future. I'm an immigrant. I came here in 1975 with my family, and my father would take me to Chinatown in the 70s and 80s. It was vibrant, it was a lot of people, and I think this project would bring that back. Thanks to the hard work of planning, the developer, and input from the community over 4 years, this proposal before you will help achieve these goals, protect and enhance Chinatown. Allowing additional height on Kiefer will bring on the additional homes needed to support the businesses while keeping the height restricted on Pender. As Mr. Ron Ewan has stated, this site will see the creation of 25 homes for low-income Chinese seniors. This is what maintains a community's culture. Furthermore, this site will also provide seniors cultural activity space. I understand that there is a pushback to the new buildings on Main Street, but this site is smaller, the building is lower, less dense, and yet it is offering more social housing units than any of these new buildings, as well as a cultural space. Furthermore, this site is empty. Therefore, will not displace any heritage businesses, buildings, or homes. To me, this seems like a complete win. Council, please do not waste this opportunity to deliver a true mix of needed quality housing on a vacant, contaminated site. Let's make Chinatown great again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have questions from Councillor Louis.
Just a question. You said you lived in Chinatown and then you moved away.
Yes, I had a baby. I need more square footage, and so I'm in Mount Pleasant.
Okay, I was wondering why, and you've just explained it. But what does Chinatown mean to you?
Oh,
not being Chinese and.
Yeah, I'm Korean. For me, it's just a place for a visible. Well, for me, I was growing up like a visible minorities. It's a place to go, and I feel comfortable. This is what growing up as a kid, and this is where my parents took me because there wasn't a Koreatown. I mean, it's now on North Road, but now it's just a place I go there for the Chinese food, the steamed buns, and it just feels it's nice to have something like this in the city. It's and for me, that's pretty much it. I love to go to see have that variety in the city. So, yeah, that's what it means to me. Sorry.
And yeah, that's a fair answer. And with the changes that have been occurring in Chinatown, where there's been introduction of a number of different businesses that aren't ethnically based, let's say.
I think with the newer generation, those restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, bars are catering to the gentrification that's happening in the area. So, and I spend my money in those businesses. So, for the older, I mean, yeah, of course, I don't see them in Saiwu or Baobei or Kisatanto, but these are the restaurants that are paying taxes. They're paying permits. They're putting money into the city. These older businesses, unfortunately, they're dying, and we need, keep Chinatown, keep the structures, but as Mr. Ewan stated, that evolution, it's going to change. We can't stop it, but let's just keep, let's bring back those good times. And if it's not all Chinese, if it's mixed, so be it. But that's great. It's great for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, that's your questions. Thanks for being here. And our next speaker, 227, Sylvia Gong, followed by 228, Kayla Izumura. Good evening, or good morning.
Earlier, I attended a few months ago a discussion group about on the same topic, and there were a few Chinese people too. And the conclusion was this shouldn't happen. And I came here and listening to people every day, and I found a few people, some people are urging the city or encouraging the city to go on with the project. Those are either misunderstanding, coming from misunderstanding, or victim psychology, victim mentality that says there won't be any better chance or time. So we have, so they are in haste and fear as well. But while younger generation is adamant, demanding their a senior center and or affordable housing that is culturally appropriate, intergenerational. The other side seems in haste, taking up the opportunity, but this shouldn't happen. And Those worried, those who have fear about losing the opportunity to accelerate is quite right. And BD group doesn't come with any flexibility. Not to include the residents in the first place blatantly shows its intention and bully attitude. Nonetheless, in this old age fear and haste, we have let Chinatown degenerate to this current state in the past and right now. But we are not to give in this hopeless fear of past. We have to rather quietly stand behind our young people, working it out and follow through. So far, gentrification hasn't done any good for society. It just created more housing problems, evictions, which is one of the most despicable culture in this proud country called Canada. My opposition starts from these facts. My name is Sylvia Gang. I'm also from Korean Canadian community and came over to add one more head. We live in a multicultural society. If one community suffers, we bring efforts together to work it out. And further, history doesn't belong to just any one culture, regardless the content. A different way to put it, the same thing has happened in China, in Japan, in Korea, in Canada, States. So it's everybody's responsibility, duty to protect, preserve, and learn from it to live right. If Chinatown loses, it is because Chinese are ignorant and weak. If the government side, with its vested interest wins, as it has been in other cases, it is because our elected officials are ignorant and in bullying the trusting citizens, chasing them out without any adequate provision that is necessary to live on. This is just like crime against humanity. And there is this weight of history added into this case. If gentrification continues, it blatantly spells out that we are all ignorant bunch. After having such high education, earning many degrees, after 13 plus years of so-called public education, the main reason for the existence of government is to keep the order in society by serving the poor and weak, and by providing a good, balanced education. Instead, it just functions as a public tool to deliver more to the earthy community. All the problems humans have created are extremely complicated, fostering corruption, crisis, destruction, but the solution is rather simple for the government. The 3 steps to follow.
So
The
you are over your 5 minutes. If you could wrap up
or
in a sentence.
bribe to access to people where it originally belongs, to getting down to earth.
So I just need you to wrap up in 1 sentence, please.
Delivering a well-balanced education. Vancouver highly holds multiculturalism and green living. I can hardly think that gentrification is a way to live green. Please take great care to revitalize Chinatown, working with these sincere, hardworking, loving, and caring people who need to live where they belong.
Okay,
and
thank you very much.
make Chinatown the world's pride of Vancouver. And
Thank you. That's your time. You're now over 6
do
minutes.
not
So
waste these diligent,
Ms.
passionate
Gong?
young people's will.
Ms.
Breaking their
Gong,
hearts
I need to.
and spirit is not the way
I need you to wrap up there.
encourage green ways of living either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Mayor,
very much.
Council.
Thank you. No questions. Thank you for coming. I'll just remind speakers to stick to the 5-minute time limit to be fair to each other. Everyone gets 5 minutes, and that's how we keep things respectful and equitable here. And our next speaker is 228, Kayla Izomura. Kayla Izomura here? Not here. Is 229, Cynthia Kent. Cynthia Kent, not here. 230 is Marielle Wall. Marielle Wall, not here. 231, Bell Chung is here, followed by Larry Chung. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I want to begin by acknowledging that I have the privilege of being here today on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. My name is Zhang Zitong, Bell Chung in English, and I oppose the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. My family immigrated to Vancouver when I was 5 years old. I'm speaking today for my grandfather, whose relationship with Vancouver began long before my parents immigrated here. When my grandfather was young, he worked on cargo ships that ran between Vancouver and Hong Kong and frequented Chinatown at the height of its vibrancy. When he returned in his 80s, he would take the number 19 bus several times a week to Chinatown, because that too was always his community and home. Like many others who have already spoken, I am here because we have a responsibility to keep Chinatown's history and culture alive for the generations of Chinese Canadians and Vancouverites who came before us, and for all those who come after us. Clause 6A of the HA1A rezoning policy states that projects should respect historic Chinatown in terms of adjacent architectural scale, orientation, massing, expression, details, and materials. The BD proposal does not abide by this clause, as the proposed project would dwarf the Chinese Cultural Center, the Sun Yat-sen Gardens, and the War Veteran Monument. Clause 6B of the rezoning policy states that the recommended development site frontage for rezoning to heights above the zoned maximum of 90 feet is 75 to 125 feet. On Columbia Street, the frontage is 149 feet. Opposing a proposal that contravenes clauses 6A and 6B of the city's own HA1A rezoning policy means the city is actively choosing to ignore these violations. I'm also speaking today as a citizen who serves on the city's Arts and Culture Policy Council. I worked in Vancouver's arts and culture industries, specifically in theater, opera, and live event production, and with the visual arts community in the creation of affordable artist studio spaces at the Arts Factory at 281 Industrial. The 1,200 square feet of seniors' cultural and recreational activity space in the proposal would not serve the needs and sheer numbers of Chinatown seniors and community groups. At best, this space would serve as a rehearsal room or casual gathering space and would not allow any of the groups to gather in large numbers or have large events that welcome the public. For cultural spaces to succeed, they require more than just physical space. They need programming, staff, administrative support, and subsequently revenue and other financial means or funding to thrive and make any kind of an impact. Community amenity contributions can help support cultural spaces, but the 105 Kiefer proposal does not include CACs despite more total square footage. If the city has adopted culture as a fourth pillar of sustainability, then culture must exist outside of our theaters, public art, libraries, museums, and the physical preservation of buildings. Culture also means a community's values, sense of belonging, history, and traditions. I do not believe the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer is separate from the livelihood and well-being of Vancouver's arts and culture industries. When you support diverse culture, it diversifies the type of art you see in this city. This support of culture must extend beyond what is traditionally seen as the arts, artistic expression, or cultural spaces. Chinese Canadian youth and seniors are engaged in creating living, breathing Chinese Canadian culture that is rooted and grounded in Chinatown. This culture does not exist elsewhere and cannot be replicated in China, Hong Kong, or even locally in Richmond. Saying yes to 105 Kiefer means saying no to this culture, saying no to our place in this city and country, and saying no to an entire body of young voters that you're trying to engage. I'm not anti-development and recognize that Chinatown needs to evolve, but this proposal is not the only way forward. I urge Council to listen to the many concerned voices this past week and reject the 105 Kiefer proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have a question from Councillor Reimer.
Hi, thanks for coming. In your speech, you had a section where you said culture also means, and then you listed off some nouns, and I didn't get them all. So do you mind?
Yeah. Let me just find it. Culture also means a community's values, sense of belonging, history, and traditions.
Right, okay. I was writing and I managed to garble it as sense of, anyway, you don't want to know what I wrote down, but I appreciate you rewriting it or saying it again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's your questions. Thanks for coming. Next up is Larry Chung. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm supporting the development. I used to be a salesperson in the Chinatown area, so I want to keep the. I want to see the China have the original flavor too. But the city needs to be developed. I'm seeing the opponents bringing up issues like mainly summarized into like 4 things. Not respect the ancestors, something like they need more social housing, and the other issue is the keeping the old flavor of the Chinatown, and the last issue is they don't like developers making profits. I'm see that all those opponents there are so many, but they keep repeating all these points. It's just the same. They may not know what they are doing. They may be just like getting a stone to hit their foot. It's like some of the opponents are being organized by some of the politicians, that those politicians use them to reserve their future votes. Getting people to be
I need you to speak directly to the report that's before council rather than about what different people are saying.
Okay. So my point is that development already has 25 units social housing by giving them the extra heights. So it's just something like an exchange. It's better like to have the developments to go on, so we have some sort of newer contributions on social housings instead of like keeping the 90 feet. And I have some info saying that there are people they don't like the new development because of the they don't keep the Chinatown favor. So that can be done by just getting more designs, keeping the original favors. I used to travel to Europe, and then I see the other cities, they keeping the original favors by just keeping the lower levels to be the same as before, and then have the new developments on top of that. It just keep the same as before, and it works okay in some other cities in Europe. I think Vancouver may have the same things as well. So this would solve one of the issues. And about the ancestors issue, so I think they may be some other bylaws, or for new developments, you have some contributions to the older folks or histories to the Chinatown, and new development just like will keep going. If this one doesn't go, I'm seeing that may have problems in the future new proposals for any other developments in the Chinatown area neither. Yeah. And I think what we can do is to just get some more social housing on every like new developments, not just like depends on one site to have 100% of the new or social housing in one site, and the city may have some other bylaws to new developments to get more social housing. So I don't think like even though 100% social housings will become just like saying that as a respect to the ancestors. So that's my point. I'm supporting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for being here. No questions for you. And our next speaker is 233 Kevin Lai. I don't know if it's Lai or Lee. It's L-Y.
Lee.
Lee. That makes more sense.
Yep.
Welcome.
Good. Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I want to begin by stating that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. My Chinese name is Lei Gaiwai. My English name is Kevin Lee, and I'm here to voice my opposition to the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. I'm here today to reiterate to Mayor and Council that from other accounts of its prolific and lengthy history, Chinatown is a visceral symbol of the fight against adversity. And this development, 105 Kiefer, threatens the history and heritage that generations of Canadians draw inspiration from. But more importantly, I'm also asking you, Mayor and Council, to reject this development for its short-sightedness in its failure to follow the Chinatown Neighborhood Plan and its contravention to the HA1A rezoning policy. The plan stated that, quote, to remain economically competitive, Chinatown must do so without losing its culture and heritage, assets that define its identity and set it apart from other neighborhoods, end quote. 105 Kiefer does not fulfill any of these statements. Firstly, the Kiefer Triangle site was cited by city staff as, quote, a key community gathering and ceremonial space in Chinatown, end quote, with the monument to Chinese Canadians and used in community events like the Remembrance Day ceremony by Chinese Canadian vets. But in contravention of Clause 6A of the HA1A rezoning policy, the size and height of this development encroaches on the cultural sensitivity of this space. Its adjacent architectural scale and orientation does not respect historic Chinatown, and in points made by city staff report, specifically Appendix D, would still disturb the view seen in the Sun Yat-sen Gardens and the Chinese Cultural Center. Secondly, like many of those here, I am not opposed to redevelopment, and I too would love to see Chinatown revitalized. But we have to recognize that this development misrepresents its promise that it will be key to creating the vitality that numerous business associations are seeking. In their report, city staff mentioned 6 condo towers with market-priced units, such as Ginger, V6A, Kiefer Block, all located in HA1A that had been approved. These towers have 750 market-priced units between them all. Yet, since the approval and development of condo towers in Chinatown, we have slowly seen legacy businesses that have helped uphold Chinatown's culture and heritage pushed out. I ask you, how is City Council continuing to keep the identity of Chinatown alive if we're not being sensitive to the correlation between approved developments and the loss of assets outlined in the neighborhood plan? The plan also states, quote, for Chinatown to continue to remain relevant in a more multicultural Vancouver, it must strive to connect to younger generations and to reach out to people of all backgrounds, end quote. But the provision of market housing is geared towards only those with the upper economic status to afford these apartments. A current look at the real estate price listings as of today within this geographic area of HA1A sees an average asking price of $1.1 million in one of the poorest postal codes of Canada. This isn't a question of whether gentrification will happen if this development is approved. It's happening already, and the approval of 105 Kiefer will further drive up speculative investment, drive up neighborhood dwelling values, and push out legacy businesses and affordable housing. And BD, the developer, is promising us 25 social housing units that are fully taxpayer subsidized as a compromise, and to that point, no CACs? How can we accept only 25 units in the face of an affordability crisis, and one that disproportionately impacts seniors on welfare and pension, when BD can do better and council can ask for much better? If you want people to come back to Chinatown, and you want them to stay and help build community, market housing isn't the key. especially housing that younger generations and poorer socioeconomic backgrounds can barely finance. We've heard again and again that BD's development is a solution for issues surrounding affordability, housing, revitalization in Chinatown, and I disagree with this. Mayor Robertson, in December 2012, you told a crowd at Creative Mornings, quote, "Applying creativity has to be at the core of solving problems. A big part of creativity is being open. You can either go with it or stick to your current path," end quote. Shouldn't we hold developers to the standard also? That is why I'm asking you and council to reject this proposal. In light of the historic importance of Chinatown and the contraventions to policy and plan, have BD go back to the drawing board, be creative in the reapplication, and meet all criteria and recommendations set by the Chinatown Neighborhood Plan, and more importantly, the HA1A rezoning policy. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming and the details in your presentation. My question is around the 6 sites that you mentioned. You said that there are 6, did you say approved rezoning or building permits?
Building permits that have been approved, yeah.
And what area was that in? Was that in Chinatown South?
That was all in HA1A.
All in HA1A. Okay, that's the information I need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's your questions, Mr. Lee.
Thank you very much
for being here. And next speaker is Vincent Tao. Vincent Tao, 234.
That's good.
Morning.
Morning. So I've lived in the city for nearly 2 years now. It would be no exaggeration to say that I've spent most of that short time in Chinatown, where I found, or rather was taken in by a community of peers, friends, and elders. Actually, just 2 days ago, I celebrated my 26th birthday on East Georgia Street, where I shared with my friends a radish cake made by and given to me as a gift by Kong Tai. She's a resident of McLean Park, the housing project there. And if you don't remember, she came in quite early on in the proceedings to voice her impassioned opposition to the 105 Kiefer building. And today I follow in her example. It has been an honor and privilege to be welcomed into the lives of the seniors who have been residents and stewards of Chinatown for decades. They have endured and struggled against several generations of state neglect and racist policy. Yesterday it was the freeway, today it's 105 Kiefer. While my own time in the city does not begin to compare to the experience of Mrs. Kong, one does not need the history in Chinatown to see the gross injustice at present. I'm here today to implore the council to reject BD Group's application for rezoning the site at 105 Kiefer. BD Group's proposed concession of 25 units of so-called social housing, only a fraction of which are even close to being affordable to those living on welfare and pension rates, is frankly an insulting offer, particularly if you have chosen to ignore the resounding demand of the people for 10,000 units, and that's 10,000 homes now, actually. That BC Housing has offered to purchase these units from the BD Group is not only an unprecedented misuse of public resources, but a sickening and absurd proposition on its own. The offer of 25 units on those terms is undeniably not enough, an opinion that's been shared by those in support of the application as well. This needs to be repeated. 25 units on these terms is not enough. I don't think I need to use any more time to argue this fact. I think the people that have spoken before me have said very eloquently why the council must reject this application. What should be named, however, at this moment is the wildly undemocratic nature of this hearing and the council's feckless defense of what has been unquestionably an indefensible proposition. Convening this hearing at 9:30 a.m. on a Monday is an obstruction of the nominally democratic process of City Hall. Refusing to extend speaking times to those who are ESL and to those who need translation services is an obstruction of the nominally democratic process of City Hall. And I say nominally democratic because any platform in which Bob Rennie can be said to have equal say in what is inflicted on Chinatown as a senior resident who picks up cans on the street to supplement her measly income assistance, this platform, which conceals the deep inequality dividing the voices of so-called stakeholders and Chinatown's actual residents, the haves and the have-nots, is fundamentally unjust, a mockery of democracy, and a slap in the face of public decency. The only thing more repugnant than the unfolding of this hearing thus far is the council's indecorous defense of the BD Group's proposal. The council has shamelessly fawned over every ghoulish profiteer, technocrat, and vulture in a suit that's shown up in support of the application. and smugly
Excuse me,
reprimanded anyone registering
I'm going to have to
their
stop you
opposition
there.
to a
You are,
supposedly generous offer.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. And in this council chamber, respect is paramount, and impugning any motives of the council is not acceptable. We sit here with our minds not made up and not favoring any speaker that appears before us. So I want to caution you on using that language here in council chamber and be respectful of everyone involved. Thank you.
Add to that, if we
No,
could.
you don't need to add to that. I think I've spoken my piece with respect. What is your point of order, Councillor DiGenova?
I appreciate what you said, Mr. Mayor, but I would really appreciate if the speakers could focus to their comments and not to other speakers' comments as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. How much time do I have left?
You got a minute left.
Oh, I have a minute left. Okay. Well, I'd just like to say that, okay. Yeah. I should end on a positive note, I guess. Council, you're at a juncture. Your decision, fast approaching, will disclose whether an allegiance to people or to profit is more opportune for your careers at the moment. But we all know where the long arc of history bends. If your record of myopic vision and sniveling cronyism is any evidence, we all know your decision will land at least 2 time zones away from justice. When you inevitably surprise no one, know that the fight does not end here. You see the people in the viewing galleries, like that have been here every day, like like up way until like 11 p.m. That's community, and that's Chinatown, and we're gonna keep fighting, and we're not gonna be quiet about it. So, yeah, you better believe it. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions for you. And we are on to speaker number 235, Daryl Simmons. Daryl Simmons. Not here. 236, Chow Sang Lam. Chow Sang Lam. Not here. 237 is Maria Wallstam. Here comes Maria. Followed by 238, Tyler Russell. Welcome.
I'm Maria. I'm with the Carnegie Community Action Project and also here with the Alliance Against Displacement. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded Coast Salish territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm here to oppose the 105 Kiefer development, and I'm not alone. Council have received over 3,000 petitions saying people are against it, saying they want 100% social housing on the site. Hundreds of people have also written letters and have come out here to speak at City Council in the last couple of days. Although Council's decision to have this continue the hearing today at 9:30 a.m. has made it harder for a lot of people to come out and voice their concerns. I think the message from the low-income Chinese community and the low-income community in Vancouver is clear. They don't support the development of the 105 Kiefer project. They want a vibrant and living Chinatown that includes and centers low-income people and low-income Chinese seniors. Chinatown is rapidly changing, but not for the better. What we're seeing every year in the Downtown East Side and Chinatown is the shops that cater to the low-income Chinese community are closing. Every month there's a new shop that closes its doors. The land values are going up and so are the taxes. And this is not just making it harder for shops, but it's also making it harder for benevolent hotels to make their ends meet. In their place, we have new condo projects that are popping up on each corner every year. These projects, they exclude low-income people, they exclude the low-income Chinese seniors, many who have lived there for decades and who have made Chinatown into what it is, despite racial segregation, poverty, and struggle. And so in the most recent CCAP report about the SRO hotels and the rate of change in the Downtown East Side and Chinatown, we saw that in the rate of change in Chinatown, which is basically the number of units of market housing to social housing, which is built each year. In 2017, it was 398 market units were built and only 11 units at welfare. At the same time, if we're looking into the future with projects that are approved or under construction, we're seeing that 362 condo or market units are under construction, and we're actually losing 4 units of welfare with the with the redevelopment of the Creekside Hotel. In this rate of change, what this means is that there will be less and less housing for low-income people in the neighborhood, and in their place we see higher-income people moving in. If you approve 105 Kiefer, this rate of change, or what we can also call it rate of exclusion, will increase. With condo projects going on, the land values go up, and it also pushes rents up in SRO hotels in the neighborhood. And as you all know, we're in the midst of an unprecedented affordability and housing crisis and homelessness crisis. And despite this project is only going to provide 24 social housing units. Yet these 24 housing units are not even going to be affordable to the low-income seniors who need housing the most. Only 8 units, and people have spoken to this before, will be at the BC housing income limits. To afford rents at BC housing income limits, you have to make $38,000 a year. Now, the average income in Chinatown is $17,000, right? So to afford the cheapest social housing units that are proposed for that project, you have to make double the average income in Chinatown, right? So this is going to exclude Chinese seniors, and that's only 8 units. We don't know what rents the other 2/3 of the units are going to be at. The 106 market, the condo units of the 105 Kiefer project will drive up rents, not just in Chinatown, but also in the downtown east side. Just 2 blocks away, we have some of the largest and most affordable, and also some of the shittiest SRO hotels in the downtown east side, including the Regent, the Balmoral, the Brandis, the Persepolis. I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of them. They house hundreds of low-income people, many who will have nowhere to go if the rents go up. And I just want to really emphasize this because there seems to be some confusion about the housing and homelessness crisis here in Vancouver. Carrie Jang suggested the other day in an interview with Globe and the Mail that there weren't really any homeless people at the downtown east side tent city, and if there were, then why don't they go to a shelter and find out where they could be connected to permanent housing solutions in a couple of days? That was the quote, word for word. This shows that council, or at least Carrie Jang, has no understanding for the housing and homelessness crisis that are facing low-income people in the downtown east side. There are no shelters. There's over 2,100 people who are homeless in the city of Vancouver. The city only provides 950 year-round shelter beds. That leaves 1,100 people on the streets to fend for themselves. There is no housing.
You're at your 5 minutes.
Make it worse.
If you can wrap up in a sentence.
So it's irresponsible to approve 100 market condos in the poorest neighborhood here in Vancouver. 105 Kiefer will make it worse. When Woodward's was built, I'll wrap up, we lost over 400 SRO hotels in the neighboring block. How many will we lose when 105 Kiefer is built?
Okay, thank you for being here. No questions for you?
Prioritize people over profits.
Okay, and our next speaker is 238, Tyler Russell. Tyler Russell here. Monique Levesque, 239, Monique Levesque. Not here. 240, Quentin Wright. Quentin Wright is not here. 241, Michael Nguyen. Michael Nguyen is not here. 242, Alyssa Sai de Jesus. Alyssa Sai de Jesus. Not here. 243 is Angie Yu. Angie Yu, not here. 244, Guo Xiong Lu. Guo Xiong Lu. Not here. 245, James Chan. James Chan here. 246 is Dan Sito. Is Dan Sito here? Dan Sito is coming, okay. Dan Sito is coming. D- 246?
Yeah, 246.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Dan Cito, welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm opposed to the 105 Kiefer project the way it is right now. It's too big for the site. It's in an area of sensitive area of Chinatown. And our family, the Sit-Cito clan, we go back 100 years. So we're known as the Falun Gong Society. So we have a building at 718 East Pender. We also have a building at 1 East Hastings. So we have Cito people, Sit people living and doing business in Chinatown before. So what I'm opposed to is this is a legacy, in the long term, it's a legacy project. Long term from now, people will say, what is Chinatown in Vancouver? So over the course of years, like what does Chinatown represent? This building, it will bring people in, but people who buy the $1 million condo and they expect to go buy a 50-cent orange, there won't be any local mom and pop markets in Chinatown. It's getting gentrified. You're going to have a lot of hipsters living there, hipsters going to Chinatown, but the soul of Chinatown will be lost. How much time do we have? I got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
How much time?
Wonderful. You're at 1:20 now.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I would suggest City Council take another look at a plan, overall development plan. I ask you to reject this project as it is. I understand a company is out to make money, and that's the way it is. It will increase your tax base, it will do everything like that, but you're also losing the soul of Chinatown. I go travel in China, and history goes back a long time, thousands of years. And I'm not saying, we're a young city compared to China, and a lot of the cities in China. So we have a chance to preserve something for the future. So when people come to Chinatown, or when people read about Chinatown in Vancouver, 25 years from now, this is what they're going to be saying about it. "50 years from now, this is what people will say about Vancouver's Chinatown." So I ask you to please consider, when you make this decision, to reject this proposal at this time and take a longer consideration for the overall plan for Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here to speak. And our next speaker is 247, Xixiang Shu. Xixiang Shu, Shu Xixiang.
247.
247.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dear city mayor, mayors and councils, okay, good morning. I will speak in Mandarin. Can you translate for me?
Yeah, one minute. Here's Joseph.
各位市长，各位市议员
Mayor and councillors,
我是温哥华老年华人协会许志祥。我们老年协会拥有1000余名的会员。
I represent a seniors organization which has over 1,000 members.
Yeah, Senior Chinese Society of Vancouver. It includes more than 1,000 people, okay, members. The age, all of the age, most greater than 70 years, okay. 协会秉持融入加拿大，力争对加拿大社会做出应有的贡献。
We take pride in Canada. We want to contribute to Canada.
老年华人在川政议政 救灾捐款、慈善义演以及其他各项公益活动中从不落后。
We have contributed in donating to charities and in disasters and things like that.
但是我们在唐人街至今没有一个合适的活动场所。
But we don't have an appropriate place for gathering for Chinese seniors.
因此，我们希望政府部门及相关单位能够满足他们正当的活动要求。
So we are hoping that City Council can meet the needs
提供合适的活動場所
and provide an appropriate place
讓他們老有所養，老有所樂。
so that they can live happily.
華埠企劃街105號新建高樓的建議
The projects to build a high-rise building at 105 Kiefer
引起我們華人團體的廣泛關注。
it has drawn a lot of concerns from the community.
該幢物業發展最新修改的細節，加高的樓層將會向內收縮，大樓的外牆離開仙橋紀念碑遠一些。
It is the height of the building and its proximity to the memorial site.
大樓內增設25個企業單位及老人社區活動空間。
And the 25
企業的單位
the units for the seniors
老人活動社區的活動空間。
and some space for seniors activities.
這將部分解決我們老年人的急需。
It will solve some of the problems and meet some of our needs.
該大樓離仙橋紀念碑較遠，不影響唐人街作為中華文化傳承的整體形象。
不影響，不影響。你說，
好的，
你說不影響。
你可以，
你再說一遍。
離開仙橋的紀念碑遠一點。
It can be farther away from the memorial site.
不影響這個作為中華文化傳承的。
So that it won't affect the cultural aspect.
唐人街破舊房子不少，有損於唐人街的形象。
There are a lot of old houses and buildings in Chinatown.
這一新大樓的建立，給唐人街增添了一抹亮色，一個新的一個標誌。
It will be a new landmark in Chinatown.
古代與現代的完美結合，與時俱進。
It's a combination of the old and the new.
所以我堅決支持這一大樓的建設。
So I support the building.
我希望能夠早日建成，早日使用。
And I hope it will be built soon.
市長先生，各位議員，我想再說幾句。
I want to say a few more things.
我們唐人街，我來了到這裡移民來了幾年了。
I have been here for a few years.
我一開始來呢，到唐人街去看去參觀，我覺得很驚喜的。
And when I first arrived, I went to Chinatown and I was pleasantly surprised.
我們中華民族傳承的這些建築在哪裡？
Because there are a lot of historic and cultural buildings in Chinatown. But in these few years,
我就覺得唐人街還是這個印象，還是這個情況。
Chinatown is just the same.
除了中山公園這個周邊有一些這個中華文化的這些傳承的建築之外，
Other than this, Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Garden,
沒有其他的新的建築。
There are no new buildings.
你想想看，我們的會所就在中華文化中心的對面，相隔10公尺。
Our building is next to the Chinese Cultural Center and is close to a public washroom. About 10 meters.
10 meters, OK. 我們這個建築叫老建築。
Now it's an old building.
这个建筑从来不修的，
It's never been
就
renovated
在中华文化中心
or
的
repaired.
边上。
It's just next to Chinese Cultural Center.
我不相信为什么这个具有中华文化传承的中山公园旁边这些建筑好多都很破旧。
And I don't understand why so many of the buildings that are close to the Chinese Cultural Center that are
Okay,
so
you,
run down.
you are at over your time. Xu Xianshan, you have questions.
你的时间够了。
OK，
You have questions
还有
from Councillor Meggs.
有个问题问你。
Thank you for coming. My question is, we heard earlier from Mr. Eric Sato, who also is involved in leading seniors activities. Are you the same organization or a different organization of 1,000 members?
你的那个会是跟刚才那个士多新郎那个会一个吗？同一个会吗？你的老人中心，
我的会，
你的是不是跟刚才那个先生的会同一个中心？
不是的。
是 no。
因为我们现在看到就是说，应该要老的、古代的和现代的要结合起来。
We want to see a mixture of the old, the ancient, to be mixed with the new.
我举个例子，上海的城隍庙。
It's, for example,
是一个很古老的建筑。
The old temple in Shanghai is a very ancient building.
但它旁边有好多高楼。
But around it, there are lots of new buildings.
这就是现代和古代的结合。
And that's a good example of mixing the new with the old.
我们要一个欣欣向荣的唐人街。
We can have a Chinatown that that's inclusive.
一直保持老的这种。
Rather than just keeping the old, the ancient aspects.
谢谢。
Okay, 谢谢. Thank you, sir. That is all your questions. Thank you. So we're on to speaker number 248. Oh, we're actually over noon time, haven't we? Said we are going to take a break, given we're past noon now, and we were going to take a recess from 12 to 1. And we will come back for speaker number 248, Kathleen Yang. And I just want the clerk, Madam Clerk, you wanted to clarify something on council attendance this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a correction to Councilor DeGiron's attendance this morning. It should be noted that she was on medical leave this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So we will recess until 1 p.m. Take a break here and be back for speaker number 248. Okay, we're ready to reconvene our public hearing after a lunch break. And thanks everyone for being back here. We've got, I had said we're on speaker number 248, Kathleen Yang. It sounds like we just missed Guo Xiong Lu, who was speaker 244, and there was some confusion about speakers there. So we'll start. We can start, yeah. Thank you, Kathleen. And we are now back in order, and our next speaker is 244 Guo Xiong Lu.
Okay.
Welcome.
我講廣東話，我唔識講英文嘅。
I'm going to be speaking in Cantonese.
係尊敬嘅各位女士、各位先生，我叫郭松路，係公民，以公民嘅身份喺呢度同大家講幾句話。
My name is Guo Xiong Lu, and I speak as a citizen to everybody here, ladies and gentlemen.
關於奇化街105號嘅興建大樓嗰呢件事
，about the project at 105 Kiefer.
我喺呢度咧就有2點同大家一齊議論嘅。
I want to discuss 2 points with you.
第一，用風水學去判斷事物係唔成依據嘅。
It's inappropriate to decide on a project is based on feng shui or luck or bad luck is totally inappropriate.
係根據少數人講，即係有啲人講啦，建90尺就冇問題。
A small number of people are saying that it's okay to build up to 90 feet.
建高25尺，即係話咧115尺。
And if you build it up to 115 feet,
就會破壞中華文化中心同埋中山公園嘅風水。
It's going to ruin the feng shui of the Chinese Cultural Center and the Dr. Shenxin Garden.
使到佢咧就即係慢慢衰亡嘅，即係衰落去嘅。
It will cause bad luck and cause it to deteriorate.
其實呢啲係一啲人嘅觀點。咁我
This is some of the people's point.
我請問，咁90尺就唔會影響風水，而高度咧115尺咧就會嚴重影響風水。
So why is it that if you're up to 90 feet, then it won't affect the feng shui? But if you raise it to 115 feet, then it will ruin the feng shui.
係出自於邊位玄學高手去判斷嘅咧？
And who? This is according to who? Which feng shui master has this opinion?
咁大家都知道，玄學風水、玄學專家睇風水咧都五花八門。
And there are many categories, many ways of interpreting feng shui.
就同一事物，不同嘅風水高手咧，都會得到嘅結論係好大嘅差異嘅。
Even if they are looking at the same topic or item, they will come to a different conclusion.
假如邀請香港著名嘅玄學專家，好似蘇文峰先生啊，或者麥玲玲小姐啊，嚟驗證一下。
So if we ask famous feng shui masters from Hong Kong to come and verify the claims that are being made here,
咁又睇佢嘅意見咧，又點樣咧？係咪啊？
And we may come to different conclusions.
不過無論揾邊個嚟睇都好。
But it doesn't matter who we are asking them to come and look at the project.
咁風水學咧，純屬係一種虛無，係信仰性嘅。
Feng shui is not a science-based
即係信仰性嘅唯心學。
It's all according to your belief.
信則有，不信則無。
And it'll come true if you believe it. But if you don't believe it, it won't come true.
嗱，咁我請問各位律師、各位議員、各位公務員同埋各位記者。
So I want to ask all the politicians, all the staff and reporters here,
同埋各位市民
and the citizens here.
又有邊位大法官響呢個風水學用風水學作為依據去判案嘅咧？
Or judges who rely on feng shui to decide on the verdict of a case.
咁如果有人話睇風水係好準嘅，
If somebody says feng shui is very accurate,
我講咧中國有一種傳統嘅問米術咧就更加準。
and there is a kind of fortune telling which is more accurate than feng shui.
據稱咧就即係問米術咧係可以請陰間嘅仙人上嚟咧人間答話嘅。
It is said that people can actually communicate to the dead and ask them to come back to communicate with them.
咁我假如請到我哋嘅國父孫中山先生上嚟。
If we ask Dr. Sun Yat-sen to come and speak to us,
咁佢老人家必定會十分讚揚興建105嘅115尺高樓。
Dr. Sun would surely support constructing the building up to 115 feet.
我點解咁樣講呢？咁肯定呢？
Why do I say that?
因為孫國父咧一生天下為公。
Because Dr. Sun is known to be a righteous person.
咁樣建立115尺咧高樓，正係符合孫國父嘅天下為公嘅一個宗旨嚟嘅。
And 115 feet would meet this criteria of his virtue.
係為咗為多民族謀福利嘅一項創舉。
And this is good for the people, good for different culture.
Okay, you need to wrap up if.
另外咧，加高115尺嘅樓層。
And raising the building height to 115 feet.
喺嗰度咧係建立多元文化嘅康樂中心。
And having a new activity space for the public.
對於咧即係華埠商會振興華埠嘅計劃。 有着實質性嘅意義。
It's good for the revitalization efforts of the VCMA.
無疑咧會使到咧人氣旺盛啊！中華文化中心嗰啲字畫都能夠咧多啲人關心同埋嗰個宣傳出去嘅。
It will draw more people to Chinatown and also be good for the various exhibitions.
Okay, Joseph.
中山公園咧亦會增加。夠鐘啦。夠鐘啦。咁咧就好啦，我就簡單講幾句咧就即係話咧，我就支持呢個計劃嘅。
I'm in support of the project.
咁另外咧就我仲有一點咧，就即係我簡單介紹一下咧，就話咧
One more point I want to talk about.
建立康樂中心咧。
That's it. That is you're at 7 minutes now, so I give you some grace for the translation. But
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doje. And our next speaker is Kathleen Yang. Speaker 248. Followed by Vincent Lee.
Has the timer already started?
No. I'll start once you get into it.
Your Worship, Councillors, I would first like to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the unceded traditional and ancestral lands of the Musqueam people. My name is Kathleen Yang. I graduated with distinction from SFU with a degree in political science. I have worked in nonprofits such as the Downtown Eastside Women's Center, the Vancouver Community Network, and served as a collective member at the SFU Women's Center, and was elected to serve a one-year term as Vice President External Relations for the Simon Fraser Student Society Board of Directors. I helped write the sexual violence and misconduct policy at SFU, and as a member of their university advisory group. And as a result of my past organizing, I was one of 8 in a pool of 300 applicants to receive a scholarship to attend the Broadband Institute's 2017 Progress Summit in Ottawa. I am also sometimes a youth panelist for CBC Radio's On the Coast and was even a former participant of the Vision Next Young Leaders Fellowship Program. I list all these credentials and titles not because they're important, but because as I learned from Sarah Jama, an activist at McMaster University, people who are unconventional in their leadership are often have to prove themselves 3 times over and have to push 10 times harder to prove that we are credible enough to speak on the issues that directly affect us. Full disclosure that while I practically grew up in East Vancouver, attending elementary school here and spending the majority of my time at my maternal grandmother's, my popos, I am also from Coquitlam and transited for over an hour to be here to add my voice to opposition to the 105 Kiefer application. I speak on behalf of my grandmother who continues to rely on the community of Chinatown and to honor my late relatives who came to Vancouver in the 1930s and 1960s to escape poverty and repressive governments.
I urge you to think creatively and to be open to doing things differently and explore other options when it comes to this application. We all know that governments have tough decisions to make, but with political will and resources, we know that the City of Vancouver has the unique capacity to do incredible things. I look to the example specifically of safe injection sites. This was a project put forward by community members, and I am sure was deemed beyond your jurisdiction when the initiative came to your table. But a second safe but today, a second, or I guess yes, in the past couple days, a second safe injection site has been approved for 528 Powell Street, and Insight today is renowned across the world as one of the most innovative approaches to addressing the overdose crisis. As elected officials, you have been given the privilege and the responsibility to serve and protect the public interest, and I do not believe 105 Kiefer is in the public's best interest. I have also submitted a lengthier written submission that further outlines my arguments, my recommendations in reference to the City of Vancouver's, I will be submitting a lengthier written submission that further outlines my arguments and recommendations, and I also will reference the City of Vancouver's 2005 Housing Plan for the Downtown East Side, the Downtown East Side Plan, and the 2012 Chinatown Neighborhood Plan and Economic Revitalization Strategy, as this application seems to contradict many of the objectives and recommendations put forward in these plans. Moreover, I believe that the 105 Kiefer application also appears to contradict rezoning policy HA1A, which includes a provision that states the project should respect historic Chinatown in terms of adjacent architectural scale, orientation, massing expression, details, and materials. I echo the concerns that we are repeating history by contributing to the erasure of communities of color, as we did with indigenous nations with colonization, as we did with Hogan's Alley in the 1930s and 1970s, and as we did with Japantown following the internment and the government confiscation of Japanese-owned properties. Much of what I believe has already also been said over the course of the last 2 days, and I'm sure will be included in my written submission. So I will close with another loose paraphrase from Sarah Jama, that the answer isn't to move forward with tokenism by propping people up. The answer is to give people the tools to prop themselves up. We need social housing, but we also should not accept this act of tokenism and the ultimatum put forward by the BD Development Group with a mere 25 units. We are not asking for a return for the good old days, as another speaker previously mentioned. We are asking you to stand on the right side of history and lay the groundwork to help us create a Chinatown revitalized by actual members of the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You did that in record time. Thank you very much for being here. No questions. And Vincent Lee is next, 249. Followed by Melody Ma. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start off with, in the 1940s, my Uncle Harry, Uncle Hubert, and Horace, they opened up a garage on 105 East Kiefer Street. And they ran a gas station that, for about 50 years, there was a Texaco gas station, an auto repair shop, and an Evinrude dealer. In those days, Kiefer Street was a one-way street, or it was a narrow two-lane road. And if you cross Kiefer Street, you would hit Falls Creek. And down there would be a dock and with my uncle's boats, and that's where they would go start their fishing from. Kiefer Street has been altered several times for quite some time now, and it's had many, many changes. The 100 block of Pender Street was the heart of Chinatown. This is where all the Chinese restaurants were. The Ho Ho, the Bamboo Terrace, the Ho Inn, the Marco Polo, the Pender Cafe. This is where all the Chinese families would come down to have dinners for celebrations for, Grandpa's birthday. Tons of weddings wedding receptions were held down there. And it was a vibrant place back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. The garage was very busy in those days, and a lot of people parked their cars at nighttime to go to these restaurants at nighttime. Today, it is totally different. All these restaurants are gone. All the landmarks are all pretty well gone. The Sun Yat Garden didn't exist in those days. The memorial didn't exist at that time. And I just feel that we should increase the social housing on 105 Kiefer Street. We should raise it even higher and make it a centerpiece, a landmark for Chinatown. Right now, there is no Royal Chinatown, there is no landmark, there is no major attraction to go to Chinatown. As Mr. Yoon said earlier on, you can go anywhere else and buy Chinese groceries, go for a Chinese dinner anywhere else. So that kind of concludes what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, you have questions from Councillor Louis.
So just to be clear, you're in favor of the proposal?
Yes, I am.
And when you say there should be more social housing,
well, perhaps we could raise the level from, 115 feet? Let's go to 145. Let's put another layer or put another 25 more stories of social housing in that spot. I think that should be the landmark. I think 105 Kiefer Street should be the landmark for Chinatown.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for being here to speak. Speaker 250, Melody Ma is next. Melody Ma here. Not here. Okay, 251 is Karen Lee. Welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, councillors, mayor. Thank you for having us here to speak. You know, many decades ago, I was an exchange student in China, and I had the pleasure of talking to this gardener who was tending the porous rocks in the lake. And I asked him, why are the rocks in the lake and not in the classical Chinese garden? Well, he pointed to this rock over there and he said, that rock is only 50 years old. That one over there is 100 years old. And look at it, there's some beautiful holes being put into the rock. And then he pointed to the other one and he said, that rock over there is 125 years old. It's got beautiful craggy shapes in it. He said, it's almost ready to come out. So my name is Karen Lee, and I'm a fourth-generation Canadian, born and raised in Vancouver on this beautiful, unceded Coast Salish territory. In 2014, I was recognized as the mayor's film and new media artist. And as you might guess, I make films about Vancouver and about Chinese in Canada. So I'm here today to speak on my family's behalf, including my cousin Donna Lee, who was unable to make it here today. So what that Chinese rock gardener told me, actually, it really blew my mind. Who would plan that far in advance for a garden? What kind of culture would prepare for hundreds of years for something that one uses or moves? And I think that there's a lesson to be learned from this story. As for myself, I was raised in Chinatown. I was a Chinatown brat. I kind of roamed around the streets like I owned it. I'd stop off at the Hong Kong Cafe and grab a apple tart, or I'd go to the BC Royal and get an orange sticky rice and not pay for it because they knew my parents would end up paying for it in the end. And I remember that there was a lot of old Chinese bachelors, the Loa queue. They'd pull candy out of their pockets and they'd give it to us children. It was really a magical place to have a childhood. And both my parents and Donna's parents worked in and for the Chinese Canadian community. My father ran China Arts and Crafts at 33 East Hastings, which was the only Chinese communist bookstore in North America. And my mother, Lillian Ma, she worked at the Bank of Montreal in Pender, which is now the Van City, and also at the Ford Building on Hastings and Maine. Both my parents were founders and members of Chinatown institutions like the Chinese Freemasons, the Chinese Cultural Center, and the Chinese Sun Yat-sen Gardens. And it's been home to 4 generations of my family, just like that monument, gold miners, railway workers, war vets. And now, as I watch the economic development and revitalization of Chinatown, my heart really sinks. My sense of identity becomes eroded. And as every cut of the development sword raises old buildings and erects lifeless, culturally depleted architecture that has density and profit in mind over the historical character of what has made Chinatown a unique and special place. So I'm waxing poetic about the past, but what do I propose about the future? In my opinion, in rezoning and planning the site, you should build intergenerational social housing that is architecturally reflective of Chinatown and the heritage of Chinatown. I believe the city planners should go back to the drawing board and not just look at density and height allowances, but the cultural and historic character of the site. Buy the land back from the developers. There is a precedence of the city of Vancouver buying private land for city projects. As you're all aware, most recently, the city bought 42 acres of privately owned land from the Canadian Pacific Railway for $55 million. And in fact, the Beatty Group could transport this project over to the Arbutus corridor and have 100% luxury condos. It's been 35 years since I had that conversation with the rock gardener. And last year I went back to China and I saw that that rock was being lifted out of the water. I asked the man in charge, where's the old Chinese gardener? And he said, he's no longer with us, but I'm here now to take care of those rocks. And I remember the last thing that old gardener said to me. Creating an object of beauty does not become perfect in one day, not in 1 year, and maybe not even 100 years. But we must try to be patient and learn that it takes generations to do that. So today, I respectfully ask this council to be the next generation of the stewards in protecting the heritage character of Chinatown and step back and not approve the rezoning of 105 Kiefer until it has been appropriately designed.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. And no questions for you. Next speaker is 252, Jim Leto. He's followed by Wilkins Chen.
Cutting it fine. Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. If I may, please have a takeaway. It's nothing to eat, but to think on, if I may. Please.
Okay.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Part of it is from the my discussions with Joe Wei before when I was the Chinatown development planner and policy planner, and as well for Chinatown and Gastown. And I must say, as I get older, I think there's a constant struggle between things I forget and déjà vu. When I saw this issue arising again and again, there was a tremendous sense of déjà vu with some of the issues that we wrestled with in Gastown. And that's why when you see the handout, which you'll look at your pleasure, there's a couple of pages on Gastown and a couple of pages on Chinatown. And what it was while I was working with Gastown, the issue came up front and center, like what's the difference between Gastown and Chinatown and the form of development issues. And Gastown, it's interesting because you see in the first 2 pages in the intent, and that's generally where I focus here, ensure the maintenance turn of the century character and the historic architectural character. At that time, I wrote the transfer of density policy, which was actually cribbed from Chicago. And what it was to stop Gastown from being built out level. Everybody was coming in and filling up the heights of the smaller buildings up to 75 feet high. So we weren't getting the sawtooth, which is so distinctive of Gastown. And actually, so we helped preserve it because we gave them a way out off-site to deal with density. Now, vis-a-vis Chinatown, our other heritage area, And then I have you have a look at, please, on page 2 thereon. And why I put Gastown in there was for I think a dramatic comparison between, I'm going to call the limited scope of the intent in Gastown, which I'm going to call it mainly physical form and massing, and Chinatown, where it talks about things, distinct community, response to the cultural and social needs, encourage the preservation of buildings and recognizing evolving activities, make this district an asset to the city to be accommodated contextually. This takes it to another level, in my mind, between the two areas and what you do with the buildings and the built form there. There's more going on in Chinatown culturally with the intent and I think with the ambition. So that's more than just not having wall face or wall face, which is a huge discussion in Gastown, which hopefully is less of a discussion. But what is it about the evolving activities that make this district an asset, that keep the character to this district? Now, in the Gastown discussions and all this, in most heritage areas, spit it out, it's wall face. They build right up to the property line, fill it up, and that's what you have in many old districts. I know the landing, don't tell anybody, it's built 2 feet over its west property line. That's a secret. But that was the good old days. Now, what I notice here, apart from the whole cultural issue in Chinatown, which is another dimension, where this site is, and I refer you to your report there. There's a nice little context map there. And where is it? It's page number, I think 5. There you go. It's in your report there. Anyway, some of the interesting features here is the site. Well, it's right across the road from the Sun Yat-sen Gardens. To have major open space in a heritage area is like hen's teeth. It just doesn't happen. So I'm saying there's stuff that's very unique about this particular site in the context of this particular area. And of interest, I note as well, the north side of the site has the HA1 zoning right behind it, which is the lower height, which is the 50 feet.
So you're just at 5 minutes now. If you could wrap up in a sentence.
Geez. Feel the pressure. Okay, basically I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, this application, it's done by, obviously very talented architectural firm, but the issue is that the context, it does not fit the context that it's in, and it does damage to the culture and heritage of the area, and housing doesn't, trump these other issues. As a recommendation, I would ask council to simply revert processing of this to the HA1A. And I note if you look on your handout there, you know that the HA1A used to be, you could only get to 90 feet before if you did certain things which are specified in the sheet there.
Right, we've got that.
And they're getting 90 feet outright in that sample. And the last thing is a moratorium, please, on the rezoning policy for Chinatown beyond the HA1A.
Okay, thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor Meggs now.
Just very quickly, Mr. Leno, but you're not, I just was turning right to the end. The application is permissible under the current rules, up to 120 feet if the Director of Planning.
HA1A.
HA1A, yeah.
90 feet.
So you think that the 118 that's proposed is not permissible under the current rules? You think it doesn't fit the context of culture, but is it permissible within the current rules? That's what I wasn't sure you were saying.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because they're using the rezoning policy for Chinatown as the leverage. I mean, and that to me is actually the problem with that policy, is it's going beyond HA1A. And if you looked in like the handouts there for the HA1A 2003 and 20113,
what you'll notice is that the HA1A used to be 74 foot 10, and you could get more, you could get 90 feet if you had bulk location, overall design, effects of sites, surrounding buildings and streets consideration. The HA1A was amended to make it straight up 90 feet.
Thank you.
A mistake.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Leto.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is 253 Wilkins Chan. Wilkins Chan is not here. And next speaker is Tony Letvinchuk. Tony Letvinchuk, followed by Karmit Me. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Tony Letvinchuk, and I am a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking today to oppose this rezoning application. I grew up in East Vancouver, went to high school at Vancouver Tech, and graduated in business at UBC. In the 1980s, I worked in Chinatown for a number of years with a commercial real estate group. In fact, I was there during Expo 86 when it was at False Creek, and it was a bit of the heyday for Chinatown and surrounding community at that time. The rezoning application before us has aroused a great deal of community interest, and judging by the staff report, media coverage, and much of the comments at this public hearing, this proposal lacks support of the citizens of Vancouver. This is a very site-specific conversation. I believe we need to consider what it is that makes our Chinatown so special. And you've heard many comments in that regard over the many speakers before me. And what would cause such an outpouring of civic opposition to this proposal? It might be said that in the early days of Chinatown, Chinatown represented somewhat of a safe harbor and a refuge from the wider Vancouver, where racism was the order of the day. And it was very hard living. If you check the City of Vancouver archives of what it was like in Chinatown, it was a tough place to live at that time. Our senior levels of government reinforced and institutionalized such racist sentiment with the head tax and the no Chinese voting rights. And it didn't end there. There were restrictive covenants placed on the title of numerous, maybe hundreds of properties in Vancouver and some other municipalities that basically said this property cannot be owned by someone of Chinese descent. Chinatown gave a sense of hope and possibility to these early settlers of Vancouver. Their common struggles of everyday life, language, customs, and food greatly sustained them. And quite frankly, they were not welcome anywhere else. So what does all this have to do with the development application before us? Everything. Because Vancouver Chinatown is steeped in a rich history of immigrants to this country that were systematically discriminated against by our senior levels of government and many of our citizens in the early days. Yet they persevered, taking jobs that no one else would take, literally having doors slammed in their face, enduring racial slurs and worse. And over 2 or 3 generations by hard work, commitment to family, and education, and a belief and love of our country, our citizens of Cantonese Chinese heritage have contributed enormously to every walk of life and for decades. And in so many ways have exemplified what it means to be Canadian in the most positive ways. This was not an easy path for these early settlers, and it was anything but a sure bet that a community so despised would raise up to be literally the pillar of our community, or one of the pillars of our community. I've talked to many people in the Chinese community, and in many ways people have wondered how did this get accomplished so quickly? Well, there's 2 sides to that equation. One is the hard work and the efforts and the attitudes that I just explained. The other side is the acceptance of the non-Chinese community. And that's really why this issue is of a wider community interest than just Chinatown. and why our citizens throughout Vancouver and Metro Vancouver are watching so closely what decisions will be made here. Vancouver's Chinatown is at the epicenter of this remarkable story, and that is why it should be and must be preserved in a way that dignifies the 100-year-old buildings that we are so fortunate to have in our midst. In international terms, we are a very young city with few historic places, and Chinatown is certainly one of them. Rather than building a building that's been mentioned that looms over Chinatown, that dominates Chinatown, I urge you to oppose this building in its current form and send it back to the drawing board. A redesigned building should stand shoulder to shoulder with the neighboring historic buildings rather than overpowering them in this one unique opportunity to enshrine the presence of our historic Chinatown. The subject property, so visible at what might be called the southern gateway to Chinatown, offers us an opportunity to celebrate and reinforce the form and function of this historic and culturally irreplaceable neighborhood, and that reflects the Chinatown we know and love.
So you're over your time?
Just Worship, I'll now conclude. There is a win-win-win outcome that is possible for the community, the city, and the proponent of this application. And it starts with you rejecting this application in its current form. And I'll just conclude by noting that
just one sentence, please. You're well over.
I'm just going to quote from the report that's being discussed at a hearing next month, where the city itself in their memo has said, the city wants to see the kind of development that makes Chinatown so special and unique to many of us. This includes smaller buildings with smaller storefronts, spaces for business and culture, and housing for families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No questions. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is 255 Karmat May. Not here. Is Angela Ho here? 256, Angela Ho is coming, followed by Susan Chow. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My name is Angela Ho, and I'm here to oppose the 105 Kiefer rezoning application. Over the past week, we've heard from concerned citizens loud and clear. The proposed rezoning application simply does not meet the needs of the community. 25 units of social housing, which many have cited will not be affordable to those living on welfare, as well as the Seniors Cultural Center, does not provide enough benefits to the public. I also fail to see how the elements of the proposed development, such as the physical design features, will help maintain the heritage and culture of Chinatown in a genuine and meaningful manner, when much of that lives with the people and the relationships that make up the lifeblood of this community. I would also like to note that the proposed application goes against several clauses of the HA1A policy. Given that the proposed project dwarfs the Chinese Cultural Center, Sun Yat-sen Gardens, and the monument, this project does not abide to Clause 6A of the HA1A rezoning policy, which specifies that projects should respect historic Chinatown, HA1, such as in terms of adjacent architectural scale and orientation. Moreover, the frontage for this project on Columbia Street is 149 feet, which far exceeds the recommendation under Clause 6B. It troubles me that the applicant could assert that their development will not result in the loss of jobs or displacement of existing residents in the community. Such an assumption demonstrates to me the lack of understanding and concern for the impact that the proposed development will have on the surrounding Chinatown community, many of which are low income and non-English speaking. 105 Kiefer must not be thought of abstractly, as somehow separate from the rest of the neighborhood. What happens with this site will undoubtedly have a deep and resounding impact on the rest of the community. What is the state of Chinatown? Affordable and culturally appropriate businesses, such as greengrocers, dry goods stores, and fishmongers, are disappearing at an alarmingly fast rate. These businesses contribute to the cultural fabric of the community and ensure the food security of residents in Chinatown and surrounding neighborhoods. Yet they face growing pressures, such as increasing property values and condo development, which threatens their integrity and ability to remain in the neighborhood. What good is this development then, if it increases pressures on those that contribute to the very character and culture of Chinatown? Chinatown is a living and breathing community. It is also a place of rapid change, a place many would argue has not been developing in socially and economically just trajectories in recent years. Yet many of us, including myself, are not at the forefront and do not have to bear the weight of displacement and exclusion that some of Chinatown's residents and businesses are subjected to. With that said, I would like to share a snapshot of Chinatown through a collection of sounds that I've been curating over this past year. As you listen to the soundscapes of Chinatown, I challenge you to step outside of your own positions and consider how these sounds may be experienced differently depending on our different and diverse social locations. Who has the social and economic capital that would enable them to navigate comfortably through different places in the neighborhood? Who does not? What might this say about the changes that are happening in Chinatown and who is or is not excluded? I would like to reiterate that 105 Kiefer must be considered carefully in relation to the rest of the neighborhood. Council, although you're considering an application for one site, I would like to remind you that you're also making a decision for the rest of the neighborhood, a decision that will shape Chinatown's pathways in the years to come. I strongly urge you to protect the interests of the community and reject the 105 Kiefer rezoning application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for coming. And our next speaker, 257, Susan Chow, followed by Don Chapman.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Chow, and I'm not an expert, and I don't represent a group. I'm just here as Susan citizen of Vancouver. I oppose the 105 Kiefer Street project as it has been proposed. I've been proud to brag all over the world that Vancouver is my home, and unlike some who have spoken here at these hearings, my family has not been here for generations. My husband's great-great-grandfather came to help build a railroad, so on his side, they can make this claim with great pride. As an immigrant family with no relatives in this country, when we arrived in 1969 from Trinidad, Vancouver's Chinatown adopted my parents. They had a limited English, but they were not too proud to ask for help. The people in Chinatown stepped up. My family was supported and made friends who became our family. And as you know, everyone in the Chinese community is related in some way as an auntie or as an uncle. I'm a homeowner and a business owner in Vancouver. I pay my taxes. I shovel my sidewalk promptly after each snowfall. I look after my lawn so no dandelions come up. And I get a permit when I renovate my garden. I lay low and I follow the rules of being a good citizen. I read with dismay that I am now labeled as being part of a vocal minority. I think that this is offensive and appalling. Look at me. I'm Chinese. Apparently, we are not. I think I am part of the quiet majority. 105 Kiefer has shamefully divided the community, and it should not be so. We as citizens should be concerned about the future of our city and the preservation of historic Chinatown. Some who have appeared may support self-interest, their realtors, developers, etc., with financial gain as potential endpoint. There are dollars to be made. I appear here to speak with no financial gain in sight, but fear of what we risk to lose as a community and the priceless value of that. There will always be money to be made, somewhere on some project. We are short-sighted if we are led to believe that the gain is more than the value of what we stand to lose. Profits can be made elsewhere. How can we put a value on Chinatown and its history? Some seniors have spoken in support of 105 Kiefer because they have been offered a limited term reduced rent for a senior center. It saddens me that such a simple community amenity that has not been provided has been a rallying point for so many. I also agree that a senior center would be an asset in Chinatown for the elderly to congregate and build their sense of community. However, I am stepping up to oppose 105 Kiefer as proposed because I care about protecting and saving Chinatown's historic nature to share with my children and future generations. It is my responsibility to my children and to my husband's great-grandfathers who sacrificed so much for future generations to be proud of our past and not let it slip through our fingers with developments like 105 Kiefer that tower over neighboring properties, shadow the war memorial, and offer so little in terms of public benefits in return. I am not opposed to development in the right places and the ones that respect their neighbors and adjacent environment. I understand that development is inevitably part of growth. However, we need to remind ourselves as a city and as guardians of Vancouver's Chinatown for future generations that just because we can does not mean we should. Trust me, although I have been labeled as such, I am not part of the vocal minority. We are a way larger group than you think, and we are now stepping up to speak. Those who have roots in Chinatown have moved on and spread far and wide over the city and all over the world, but we share a common bond in our Chinatown connections. Just because we don't live there anymore doesn't mean we don't care. We do care. I still drive to Chinatown to buy my produce and my fresh seafood a couple times a week. It's an effort, but if we are serious about saving Chinatown, everyone needs to step up. I ask you to consider carefully and oppose the project as it is up for review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Next speaker, 258, Don Chapman, followed by Carol Lee.
Hi, my name is Don Chapman, and I come from a long-standing Vancouver family. My mother was born here in 1917. My grandson will be born here later this year, 100 years apart. I was kind of halfway in the middle, but everyone's from Vancouver. As a family, we're committed to the betterment of this city and of its people. I'm also an airline pilot, so as I speak today, let me speak with that sort of psyche in mind. To start, if I were in your shoes, I'd have to remember that I represent the people of Vancouver. I do not represent the developers. Developers develop, no matter if it makes financial sense or not. Give them $1, they'll develop. And oftentimes they leave after the development, so they don't live in the communities they build. As a councillor, my duty would be instead to my constituents. I would ask what the majority of the people that spoke before you feel about this project. What were their views? What position did the majority of the people take? And as their representative, I would then have no choice but to vote my decision as they wanted me to. My opinion would be just that. It would be an opinion. My vote would be as a representative of the people. Next, I would have to ask myself, how can I best honor the land? I would think of the Aboriginal people, the Chinese, all the many ancestors who over the years had occupied that land, and I would have to vote or cast my vote to honor those elders. I would also want Chinatown to be an area that drew people in, whether they were tourists off cruise ships or maybe even the film industry. It could be a stepping stone into Vancouver or maybe a destination. Consider Gastown. Many years ago, people in your shoes had the same choices, and they didn't put high-rises in Gastown. It is now something that people talk about. They come to Vancouver and they want to visit Gastown. Now look for a second at the film industry. Movies are made in San Francisco's Chinatown. Why? Because it looks and it feels like a Chinatown. Another high-rise building in Vancouver would not make Chinatown, I say Chinatown, but it's Chinatown, Vancouver, a movie industry preference. Nor would it help promote Vancouver as a world-class destination. Nor would it do anything financially for the future. Let me kind of conclude by going back for a second to my pilot mentality. We study incidents and accidents so as not to repeat the same mistakes. One glaring problem, what has gone wrong in the past so many times, is when pilots rush in to make a decision. One example that you might remember was a couple of years back, the plane crash in San Francisco. The pilot was in a real rush to land, and he landed short of the runway, and people died because of that, because he did the wrong thing. Regarding the Chinatown development, don't rush to make your decision. If you need to put it off, put it off. The important thing is to get it right. Because the truth is, your vote is rather permanent. You just don't change buildings easily. And don't make your decision based on money, just on money. Look at, it can't be just about the immediate cash flow. Frequently, the payoff comes years later, sometimes generations later, and often it has to do with the culture and the arts. Decisions must always be based on the goodwill and the betterment of the people. Lastly, something that's almost always mentioned in a cockpit before a plane crash is one of the pilots looks and says, "This doesn't look right," or "I'm uncomfortable with this." It's almost like a huge glaring red flag right in your face. I think the people of Chinatown are now saying this to you. Maybe you even feel it yourself. But anyway, I believe the best path forward is not with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
You have a question, Mr. Chapman, from Councillor Carr. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Chapman. Good to see you. Mr. Chapman, I know that you have a great deal of connections within Chinatown through your work around citizenship and the war vets, et cetera. Have you had any conversations with people that lead you to conclude that the will of the people, as you talk about, is to reject this particular application?
I think the best person that could answer that is the person who's speaking right after me, Carol Lee.
Okay.
She really is tied into the history of that area. And yes, there's a history of Canada that nobody knows much about, and it comes right out of Chinatown, and we're exposing that for the first time in Canadian history. So before you just pave it over and put buildings up, remember there's a big history of Canada right there. So yes, and my family does have a big interest, not just in citizenship and everything else, but we help sponsor the Downtown Vancouver Eastside Learning Exchange.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for coming. And Carol Lee is next, speaker 259, followed by June Chow.
Hello, Mayor Robertson. I'm here with my sister, and we're hoping that we can switch places because she has to leave. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're both...
we're both here.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Sure.
Hi. My name is Leslie Lee, and I'm a second-generation Canadian. Both of my grandfathers were sent by their villages as an opportunity of a better life. They arrived, persevered, and prospered through hard work and tenacity. Chinatown was their place of community, where they could be comfortable with others and find familiarity, a self-segregated area away from controversy and prejudice. I grew up going to Chinatown frequently. I attended Chinese Presbyterian kindergarten with my cousin Scott. I have many memories of the grocery stores, favorite bakeries, BC Royal, restaurants and cafes such as Hong Kong Cafe. I want to honor my grandparents' hard work to create this community by standing up for this historic neighborhood. I have concerns about the 105 Kiefer rezoning application. Chinatown was where I grew up and is an important part of my Vancouver. The area that should be under protection is not large. We need rules in place to protect this historic neighborhood. Chinatown was registered as a National Historic Site in February of 2012. What is being done to protect this area? This would be an inappropriate use of a culturally sensitive site, named number 2 on the National Trust of Canada's top 10 most endangered sites in 2016. It's an important area to the city, to the province, and to the country. I strongly recommend that council and staff do not pass the application because of the following reasons. Taxpayers are paying for the social housing component of this development. Putting a building with $1 million homes on that site right next to a memorial plaza is not appropriate in Chinatown. The building architecture is not appropriate for this historic neighborhood, and the height and mass is unfit for the area. It's 4 times taller and 3.5 times denser than the average building in its surrounding area. And the density is not reflective of Chinatown. The proposed building was not supported by the Historic Area Planning Committee, comprised of diverse community representatives, and has been rejected twice. There's no guarantee that the seniors' housing units being proposed will be affordable. And approving this rezoning will set poor precedent to other projects applying for rezoning in Chinatown. The memorial statue is meant to honor the sacrifices of the Chinese Canadians who built this city and country, and building luxury condos is not appropriate. I would like to recommend for the city to convert the site to the following uses: more seniors housing and social housing, a community center for the neighborhood, a plaza, an all-ages community facility, a community park, or smaller buildings that make sense in the fabric of Chinatown. 105 Kiefer has been rejected by the community with over 1,800 signatures opposing the proposal to date. The 105 Kiefer rezoning application is not suitable for my Chinatown. Staff should not recommend City Council to approve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak. And our next speaker is 260, June Chow. Is June Chow here? There she is. Followed by Sincere Chong.
Good afternoon. Pardon me, I've already spoken at the hearing. I was trying to register by email for Mr. Liang Bo, and he requires a translator, please, in Cantonese.
Yes.
Just hold
大家好。
One moment. So do we have your name on the speakers list?
She said 佢講咗啦已經。
He's replacing her.
I was trying to register for him by email, and they put my name on the list instead.
Oh. Okay, you were registering for him, and your name came up. Same thing that happened with Anna Kay earlier.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we have your name for the record?
你叫咩名？
梁寶才。
Paul Choi Leung Leung。
Okay.
大家好。我係反對呢個奇化街105嗰個新嘅提議。
I'm against the project.
我嚟咗溫哥華生活24年啦。
I've been living in Vancouver for 24 years.
當我係新移民嗰陣時咧，我走過去唐人街睇過。
When I was a new immigrant, I visited Chinatown.
咁我覺得咧係好自豪，點解咧？因為中國人咧對嗰個加拿大貢獻咧係好大，譬如係喺
I felt proud because of the contributions that the Chinese had made to Canada.
譬如係喺鐵路啦，
such as the railway.
咁啊，平均每1英里咧就死咗一個中國人。
And it said that for every miles that the railway was built, one Chinese died.
仲有好多其他嘅大嘅建設都有中國人喺裏邊幫手嘅。
And the Chinese participated in many other major projects.
咁就呢個唐人街呢個提議咧，就喺唐人街嘅中心裏邊。
This project is in the center of Chinatown.
咁我記得我以前咧就去過三藩市睇過三藩市嘅唐人街。
And I went to visit San Francisco's Chinatown before.
三藩市嘅唐人街係全世界最大嘅唐人街。
And their Chinatown is the largest in the world.
呢個溫哥華嘅唐人街係全世界第2大嘅。
And Vancouver is the second largest.
係加拿大嘅第1大。
And the largest in Canada.
咁呢個嗰個新嘅提議咧，我覺得咧係就影響咗嗰個唐人街嗰個傳統嗰個建築物嗰個形象啦。
To me, this project will affect negatively on the cultural aspect of Chinatown.
咁其實咧，呢個唐人街就係我覺得咧係好值得保留翻現時㗎啦，已經有損害咗個唐人街嘅形象㗎啦，已經有啲新嘅樓，我覺得咧係好值得停止呢個新嘅計劃咧， 就保留翻佢嗰個傳統嗰個形象。
Some of the new buildings are already damaging Chinatown's image. So I hope no more new buildings for Chinatown.
咁另一方面咧
In another way,
嗰個老人嘅住屋嘅問題咧
for seniors housing.
咁唐人街咧，呢個唐人街個大嘅程度係點大？幾大咧？
Talk about the intensity and the seriousness of the problem.
個唐人街就係4個街成8條街咁大嘅。
It's 4 street by 8 streets for the Chinatown area.
咁嗰啲老人住屋咧，其實唔係一定要喺建築喺嗰個唐人街嘅中心嘅位置。
And housing for senior doesn't need to be in the center of Chinatown.
咁所以我提議咧就唔好再加高嗰個新嗰個奇化1加105嗰個已經同意嗰個樓嘅建築嘅高度。
So I don't agree with the current height proposed for 105 Kiefer.
多謝。
Thank you.
Okay, Dote, thank you very much. Thank you, Joseph. And our next speaker is 261, Sincere Cheong, followed by Louis Lapron. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hi, Mayor, councilors, and everyone else present. My name is Sincere Chong. I'm a third-year business and computer science student studying at the Sauder School of Business at UBC, and I'm speaking today in opposition of the rezoning application. Although I was born and raised in the city, this public hearing is my first time stepping foot into City Hall. I've been following this hearing since last Tuesday, and listening to all the speakers, I feel like a part of something bigger just by being here, and that maybe I'm a part of changing history, hopefully for the better. I also don't want to keep repeating facts that previous speakers have already pointed out, although I definitely can't miss some of my favorites, such as the undeniable added profits that the developers will gain in the additional floors, that a $700 monthly rent is simply not affordable housing for seniors living on OAS, and that the community amenity contribution of social housing units are in actuality provided by BC Housing rather than the developers. I find it easier to follow logic as a computer science major, but there is a lot at play here that I do not understand because there is not one natural conclusion you can draw based on the facts that are presented. There is more here than numbers and facts. We cannot quantify historical and cultural significance, but we cannot deny its value. This leads to an ambiguous conclusion driven by emotions. Now, I am speaking as a second-generation Chinese Canadian to remind us of the cultural impact that approving this rezoning application could have on our city. Because I was born here, I often feel a disconnect with my Chinese heritage. My broken Cantonese, unfamiliarity with traditional customs, and tendency to replace respect with enthusiasm when speaking to elders draw patient smiles from my relatives as they excuse me. The silly child born in Vancouver just doesn't know any better. Despite this foreign feeling when I'm learning about my heritage, I am never discouraged from making the attempt to try. Not from my family, not from my peers, and never in Chinatown. I visit Chinatown regularly because my sister works in Chinatown, and although she can proudly communicate in both Cantonese and Mandarin, I can only nod along with her when she speaks to her neighbors. I worked downtown at a software company for the past few months on my co-op and eagerly made the 20-minute trek bi-weekly just to visit the friendly community members. There is still a glimpse of the supportive community that was created as a place of refuge for the first Chinese immigrants here, and it is revealed in all the shopkeepers' eagerness to entertain the mistakes in my Cantonese, the casual discounts on the already marked down merchandise when they know I'm a broke student, and the laughter that accompanies every interaction. I am constantly receiving advice from waitresses and merchants in the traditional way of passing down knowledge. Even if we had just met, they truly want the best for me. My friends and family often call me naive, and I shrug it off, secure in my knowledge that as an educated young woman, I'm simply an optimistic, critical thinker. However, in the past week, I am disheartened to be forced to reevaluate the free-thinking and diverse city that I love. As my friends ask me, why do you bother writing to council? The entire hearing is such a formality. To which I replied last week, no, of course, I believe in the democratic process, and much like elections, every voice is important, and every vote could be a potential swing vote. But the timing of this current hearing is during work hours,
how do we expect citizens to take time out of work to have their voices heard? The power and influence of the developer overwhelms the system and its procedures, and we are all paying the price. The energy, effort, and time that the opposing side has had to commit to fighting this application is immeasurable. The numbers that have shown up to speak with a genuine voice have been nothing short of incredible. I've never been surrounded by so many engaged, articulate, and passionate young citizens who each inspire me with their own story. Chinatown is an irreplaceable cultural site in Vancouver. It is a symbol of the diversity that is embraced by our city. It is this same diversity that has allowed me to study computer science, a young female in what is traditionally a male-dominated field. While technology is fast-paced, it is a relief for me to step into Chinatown where everything moves just a little bit slower. This is one of the last few heritage districts left in Vancouver. While I would not deny our city of economic growth, I cannot deny the fact that the Chinatown landscape would be drastically changed and likely eliminated. Can we truly justify cultural elimination in the name of increasing the cash flow in the economy? Bringing in wealthier residents, and yes, they will be wealthier, as units can be estimated to be purchased for up to $900,000 each, would displace the existing community, which is mostly comprised of low-income residents in this endangered area. A nice, tall, fancy building is lifeless, and we don't need any more hipster coffee joints. Rather, we need the barbecue shops and mom-and-pop grocery shops that bring life to the community. Stimulating the economy at the risk of losing that spirit gives us a net value of negative. By approving this rezoning application, I would be one step closer to losing a safe environment for me to practice my language and a vibrant space where members of my culture can gather. It is our social responsibility to not stand by as we lose one of the last heritage sites left in Vancouver that would be disrespectful to the Chinese Canadian immigrants before us who were only able to experience a sense of belonging in Chinatown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. You know, I just want to say thank you for your confidence in the process. That's it. I'm glad that you told us how you felt and how you were nervous about it, but thank you.
Okay, that's all your questions. Thank you for being here. Next up is Louis Laprande, followed by Dak Molnar, 263. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Laprande. I'm a web developer. I live on Kiefer Street in Strathcona, and I work in Chinatown. I've been in the neighborhood for 5 years. Last year, in my spare time, I launched a website called Chinatown Today. Maybe some of you have heard of it. I'm not a policy expert, but I've been paying attention to this situation, and I would like to summarize how I understand it. BD Living has owned the land at 105 Kiefer Street for a few years. If they sold the land now, they would certainly make a profit. If they built a 90-foot tower and sold that instead, they would profit more. If they built a higher tower, they would sell more units and profit even more. Maximizing profit is the whole point. Like it or not, this is what businesses do. Thankfully, there are rules, policies, and elected officials there to ensure the pursuit of profit is not harmful to Chinatown. If a proposed building has a negative impact on the neighborhood, it needs to balance it out by providing equivalent benefits to the community. Since BD Living needs maximal profit, their plan obviously is for a tower more than 90 feet high. And that is why we are here today, to make sure the rules are respected, to determine how damaging this plan is to Chinatown and whether to provide enough benefits, or whether it provides enough benefits to compensate that damage. I was preceded by more eloquent speakers who have explained in many ways how bad the damage will be, and I agree with them. Personally, I believe this new building will have a cataclysmic impact on Chinatown, and that it would take more than a poor floor with 25 tiny units of so-called affordable housing to make up for the deep socio-economic change that it is going to inflict on Chinatown. But that's just me and my vision of the neighborhood. I understand councillors must make their decisions based on rezoning policy. So once again, I'm going to quote from HA1A, Chinatown South Rezoning Policy. Clause 6A states that the project should respect historic Chinatown HA1 in terms of adjacent architectural scale, orientation, massing, expression, details, and materials, end of quote. The building proposed for 105 Kiefer Street is enormous compared to the Chinese Cultural Center, Museum, the Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden, and the monument. If I understand correctly, allowing the rezoning is a contravention of Clause 6A. Some people in the community, and some of you, I suspect, view the proposed building as a bounty to Chinatown. It's the old dream of revitalizing Chinatown by bringing new residents and new money to the neighborhood. Yes, if we replaced all the buildings in Chinatown with clean, shiny new towers, we would have a very prosperous neighborhood indeed. I can see the TripAdvisor reviews. Visit the coolest, safest, and newest Chinatown in the world. It's like Brooklyn, only better. Maybe we could even have a museum or a couple of perfectly preserved society buildings as a reminder of how far we've gone, how much progress we've made, how easy we have it compared to the working class Chinatown population of old. Speaking of the indigenous population, where are they now? Nobody knows. I bet they live there happily ever after, comforted by the knowledge that their old Chinatown is much better now. Seriously? Is that how it goes? Would you be okay with that? Chinatown is a mess, but it's an important mess. The heart of this city, it is our mess. We must find a way to make it work. We cannot just replace the whole thing and keep calling it Chinatown. These last few years, Chinatown has already been dealing with a rapid influx of new residents, new money, and new businesses. It was not prepared for it, and it's going to take a while before it finds its balance again. Chinatown, as proud and mighty as it is, Chinatown needs a break. Like a wise man once said, the overall experience of Chinatown revitalization will be enhanced by frequent pauses between new development projects. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Lafont. All right, our next speaker is Speaker 263, Dak Molnar.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Dak Molnar, and I was born here in the city of Vancouver. I am a real estate developer, but I'm also a business owner in Chinatown. A few years ago, some colleagues and I decided that Chinatown was an up-and-coming neighborhood and that we would try our hand at opening a restaurant. We took a beautiful old space, it was the old Newtown Bakery space on Peace Pender, and through a painstaking and very expensive renovation, we returned the space to its beautiful heritage culture. We honored the history of Chinatown by naming the restaurant Sai Wu, which was the original name of the space in its original rendition when the building was built. We did that because we wanted to stay in line with Chinatown and the values of Chinatown, but at the same time bringing a new, cleaner look to the space. By being a business owner and a real estate developer in this community, Vancouver, but also in Chinatown being a business owner, I strongly support 105 Kiefer. Diverse neighborhoods include a mixture of all sorts of people, from the high-end condo to the middle renter to the social housing for seniors or others. This building does bring both of those things to the table, and it also helps increase the density in our badly needed city for housing. And whatever housing, any housing, I support it. As a real estate developer, we support all forms of housing, social, rental, and market. This city needs more housing, it needs more density, and this is an empty spot with in a perfect location to do exactly that. I know that the community is, for some reason, feels very emotionally connected to this site, and we can, we basically can, we understand that. But as a business owner, in order for our businesses to survive and the new face of Chinatown to appear, we need support of all citizens from the city. So in conclusion, I came here to just tell you that as a business owner, this is extremely important. There are many colleagues of mine who have opened similar businesses in the neighborhood, and we're all struggling because there aren't enough people to patron our businesses. I remember Chinatown from my early days as a child. I went down there. I used to go to Newtown Bakery when it was in the spot where my restaurant is now. I have a lot of affinity for keeping the neighborhood in the place that it was when we all remember it. But at the same time, there has to be room for some change, and things can't always stay the same. So in conclusion, I'm fully supporting 105 Kiefer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here to speak. Next up is 264, Kimberly Wong. Is Kimberly Wong here, 264? Okay, 265 is Wei Tsi Lam, followed by Maris Nan Colby. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Robertson and councillors. Thank you for taking the time to listen and reflect on these public hearings. My name is Lam Wai Ti, and I was born and raised in Vancouver from a Chinese settler family. Chinatown holds a very special place in my heart, as it is part of my heritage, my upbringing, and both of my maternal and paternal grandparents have lived and worked in Chinatown. For these reasons, and the few that I will share today, in conjunction with the many reasons that you have heard over the last week, I am here in opposition to the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. Currently, we stand at a very critical point in time that will go down in the documented and oral histories of Vancouver. If the city goes ahead with this rezoning, it will set in motion a dangerous precedent that Chinatown is open for a kind of change that will result in nothing but the erasure of a very painful yet rich history that is Vancouver's Chinatown. If I may borrow the words of anthropologist Dr. Marco Schultz, this is a case of arrested heritage, as the current stability of and respect for Chinatown, its histories, and its peoples are currently arrested in this game of local politics. These Chinese seniors of Chinatown, who we endearingly and respectfully call Gong Gong and Po Po, deserve more than that. This fight is about the politics of belonging. In the past, Chinatown was a space for the marginalized Chinese community of early Vancouver. At present, it is evolving before our eyes from this once residential, segregated racial enclave to a developer's hotbed. Now that property values have risen, Chinatown as a piece of land has caught the eye of developers. All of a sudden, it is desirable. But what about the people? Where do they belong now? Please think about that. What about their livelihood? They had no choice but to live in this racially segregated enclave before. And now you're telling me that after all these generations of making this place a space of belonging for their own community, they are no longer allowed to stay there? I would like to reiterate what others have mentioned already, that in the year of Canada's 150th birthday, it is alarming that we are even here entertaining this idea. Are they not deserving of more from us? Can you truly be at peace with knowing that in the name of revitalization, you are truly displacing so many lives? Chinatown as a living space embodies all of the good and the bad and the ugly. It is not just a place where Chinese immigrants were once forced to live and work. Rather, the space and all it encompasses, the buildings, the shops, and their fixtures have become a part of this material culture that is Vancouver's Chinatown. This material culture, this heritage, the histories embedded in and embodied by Chinatown are why so many individuals in opposition to 105 Kiefer have come here to participate in these public hearings. Because the development of 105 Kiefer would not only disrupt this material culture, but in effect cause the demise and erasure of Chinatown as we know it. This is why I feel the changing landscape of Chinatown represents more than a physical, geographical change, but also an emotional, historical, and cultural change, one that is disrespectful of the lives that came before us, the lives that still live in and around Chinatown, and the lives of those who feel a connection with Chinatown. This change also furthers the distrust of government, developers, and big money. The cyclical nature of new flashy developments approved by the city brings about higher property values and increased premium commercial ventures. What happens if 105 Kiefer is built and property values skyrocket? What happens to the local residents? What happens when their go-to shops, their doctors, their medicine shops can no longer afford to be in proximity to these locals? Chinatown may not be pretty enough or new enough for some, but we cannot, in the name of revitalizing Chinatown, allow for this kind of gentrification that comes with far greater ramifications than more expensive coffee art and artisanal bread. What can we do to celebrate the contributions of early Chinese that came before us? The applicants desire to develop the massive condo with 25 low-income units and an unofficially promised and inadequate allotment of approximately 1,000 square feet of community cultural space for these gongongs and popos are insufficient. I truly believe that progress and preservation can work in tandem to achieve rich and vibrant communities with long-standing material and cultural heritage to share with future generations. In closing, several councillors have referred to the narrative that Chinatown opposition to 105 Kiefer is more emotional and global to Chinatown's overall situation. This is not the case. We are addressing density, height, and a deficient seniors agenda that is being used as a prop for added height. Run the cost of those units versus what could be achieved elsewhere. This development as it stands should not be approved. I hope that as you reflect on the statements you have heard in the past week, that you have listened to understand and not just to respond. I hope that with this understanding that you make the right decision. It takes courage to be on the right side of history. And so, respectful mayor and councillors, have courage and make the right choice. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. Thanks for coming. 266 is our next speaker, Maris Nan Colby. Maris Nan Colby here. Okay, Maris is coming, and followed by Matthew Pai. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Maris, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi. Is this appropriate volume? Not too loud, not too quiet?
You're good.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi. I'd first like to acknowledge that we're on unceded territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. My name is Maris Nan Colby, and I'd like to also say hello to Mayor and Council. Hi. So I'm going to kind of go through a bunch of different things. To start, though, I am opposed to the amendment to rezone the site. I was born in Vancouver, but I grew up in Comox. It's a small and very majority white town. Rare family visits to Vancouver's Chinatown were among the only ways I experienced Chinese culture as alive, vibrant, and real. Chinatown is home to fast and loud Cantonese, Lunar New Year celebrations, and a community that knows the value of shared home. This neighborhood is culturally rich because the ongoing histories of residents wind back into previous generations. If longtime residents and businesses are supported, they can continue to provide the strong backbone of this unique place. I started shopping in Chinatown when I moved back to Vancouver in 2015. Now, many of the vegetable markets that I shopped at have closed, skyrocketing rents, along with the disinterest of new neighbors living in the new condos and market rental areas. People in support of this project have often mentioned that Chinese groceries are available in other parts of this massive city. Yes, other neighborhoods need groceries too. But are these other places also Chinatown? Do you expect seniors to travel by bus far out of their neighborhood to shop for basic amenities like food? What level of destruction to a neighborhood is acceptable? What happens to those who cannot afford bus fare? I'm speaking here as someone living at the edge of poverty. In many ways, my family has escaped rural poverty in slow and incomplete chain migration across the Pacific. But for me, disability and also ableism are an inescapable part of my life. Each month, I work hard to earn $1,100 to $1,200 as take-home pay, and each month, 95% of my take-home pay goes to housing. Social housing is desperately needed. I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning application as it contravenes HA1A rezoning policy, as has been thoroughly discussed in many ways. And I would urge council to also oppose the rezoning at 105 Kiefer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for coming today. And next up is 267, Matthew Pai. Is Matthew Pai coming? And just a reminder to everyone here in the building, if we could keep the cheers and jeers to a minimum so nobody feels like they're being disrespected or intimidated. I know people have strong opinions, but let's keep it friendly and keep it positive. Thank you. Matthew Pai, welcome.
Hey, hi everyone. All right, my name is Matthew Pai, and I'm firmly opposed to the development of 105 Kiefer. I think it's super important that we recognize that a lot of people weren't able to make it to the meeting today just because it was planned at, I don't know, an inconvenient time. So a lot of people aren't able to make it and voice their opinions. So I just want to acknowledge that, right? To officially begin, 大家好，大家好，我叫皮树，我叫裴树。My parents left an oppressive government from mainland China in the 80s alongside my grandma in hopes of stability and a better life for our family. I grew up in different neighborhoods of East Vancouver, and Surrey. My grandma, for the majority of her life, lived in BC housing in an East Van unit, specifically for folks on low income. My grandma frequented Chinatown at the end of her life, wanted to move there because her community was there. The groceries were cheap, and she felt a sense of belonging and joy in her community as she immigrated to such a foreign land so late in her life. As I lived with my grandma for a large portion of my life, I also frequented Chinatown alongside her.
If you could just back off the mic a hair.
Oh, right.
It's, it's a little distorted. There you go.
Right. Okay, so near the end of her life, she was trying to move into affordable housing options in the Chinatown area. I imagine that if my grandma were still around, she would also face the threat of displacement due to rising costs of the neighborhood and the threat of gentrification. 105 Kiefer poses all of these threats. My older brother currently lives here in Chinatown and is trying to access affordable housing in Chinatown, but with long waiting times and the lack of new social housing units that are affordable, he also faces the threat of displacement and gentrification. I just want to take a quick reminder to reiterate what a lot of other people have said about the HA1A policy and how it is contradictory to a lot of the policies that were in place earlier. Furthermore, 25 units of social housing is not revitalization. Expensive rent is not development. Chinatown was already diverse due to the ongoing history of oppression and marginalization. At the moment, it's a form of violent classism and whitewashing that is being enacted on poor folk in Chinatown, whether they be Chinese, Indigenous, Black, or any other background. In other words, people don't want to see any more poor people in the area while we eat our vegan paleo organic ice cream. What does it mean when we develop only for the upper class? Many people like my grandma call Chinatown home, and I'd like to emphasize the harm that will be caused in the existing community in Chinatown if 105 Kiefer is developed, which essentially would be a destruction of her home. Instead, I would suggest that a city does a land swap and negotiate a deal with BD that will benefit everyone, not just a select few that this development will privilege. I want to give my last few words to acknowledge and thank all the people who have been here every single day, sitting in the waiting room over there, to advocate and fight for the most marginalized of our communities without voices, tirelessly trying to make sure that there will be a Chinatown for the future for those people such as my grandma or my older brother, not just a ghost in the shell.
Okay, you have questions from Councillor Louis.
There is a question.
Yeah.
Just, it was your grandmother that lived in BC Housing?
Yes.
And how long did she live in BC Housing for?
Oh man, like more than 10 years, maybe 15.
And then
maybe
it was
20.
after that that you lived with your grandmother. You didn't live in the BC Housing unit with her, did you?
I stayed with her sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said your brother is looking for BC Housing unit?
Yeah, he's looking for affordable housing in the Chinatown area right there.
Okay, affordable
He
housing.
he currently lives in Chinatown, but with the rising costs, right? You know.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your questions. Thanks. And next up, 268, Bill Kwok. Bill Kwok, followed by Douglas Chang. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Robertson and Council. My name is Bill Kwok. I am the Board Vice Chair and Treasurer for the Chinese Cultural Center. I want to start off by saying that I'm not opposed to change. I'm not opposed to development, and I'm not opposed to adaptation of new technology. However, the footprint as is now for the 105 Kiva rezoning, I cannot support because it's sitting in the core of Chinatown, and it just does not meet the culture and atmosphere of what we know Chinatown to be. I'm one of the guilty ones that I haven't come down to Chinatown for many years. Since 2004, when my outlaws passed away, there was no real need for me to come down here anymore. But then about 2 years ago, I started my volunteer work after my retirement and did some work for the Chinese Cultural Center and start to see what has been changing here in Vancouver's Chinatown. And some of the things I'm seeing is the schools. The Chinese Cultural Center runs a school in about 6 different locations in the Lower Mainland. And Chinatown was its very first location, and it has the largest population of students. They hold over 1,000 students. Now, students does not want to come down, excuse me, to Chinatown anymore. The parents prefer to have their kids go to a Vancouver area school where we're running the program. Because why? Because Chinatown was not what the Chinatown they remembered to be. It has changed. Now in the Chinatown Chinese Cultural Center Chinese School, we have just over 600 students. Another thing that we have at the Chinese Cultural Center is we run Chinatown tours, and one of our biggest supporters or people that wants to come to see Chinatown, the Chinatown tours, is the public schools. We have public schools in Vancouver, Richmond, Delta, sometimes as far away as Maple Ridge, Surrey. And they come down, we take them on an hour-and-a-half tour of Chinatown, show them the buildings, the stores, the shops, but that is changing now. If we approve 105 Kiefer Street, when you walk out of the museum to take that tour, you're going to see a building that does not fit the image of what Chinatown is. Its size, its height, its footprint, that has all changed. Now, because the changes happening in Chinatown, as the core continues to disappear and the culture continues to be taken away, we have now reduced our tours to about an hour and 10 minutes and showing what Chinatown used to be through pictures in our museum, through our permanent displays. Okay. Tourism is also a very important part of Chinatown as well, too. I bring all my friends and relatives down here. And a year and a half ago, when my aunt and uncles came, and I took them to Chinatown on a driving tour, and they said, "Oh, that's it?" And it was their comments. I thought it was much larger than that. I thought it was the largest in Canada, but that is also changing as well. We heard from previous speakers that there is no space for seniors. The Chinese Cultural Center across the street from 105 Kiefer has 4 buildings that we use for seniors programs, children's programs, youth programs. We support these programs through allowing the seniors, the children, to use these facilities at times free of charge. An example would be there's 2 dance groups that use our facility twice a week, afternoon and in the mornings, and we do not charge them for them. The scouting group, again, uses our facilities, and we do that free of charge as well, too. We have diabetes talk for seniors. That is also free of charge to the seniors. I guess people may not know the programs are being reduced because less and less people come to Chinatown. But we see there's a need and there's demand for it, and we do go ahead and put those programs together. In the last 9 months, the Chinese Cultural Center underwent a $355,000 capital expenditure to upgrade facilities, heating system, lighting, to make it more attractive and deliver better programs. We hope to spend another $65,000 to $70,000 over the next 9 months to complete that spending. So the decisions are going to be made by council today or in the future is not just going to be affecting Vancouver alone. It's going to affect the municipality in the Lower Mainland because this is the only Chinatown that I'm aware of, in Vancouver, Richmond, Delta, Surrey, Maple Ridge, all the way out to Coquitlam and so forth. So I asked that council and mayor to take this into consideration when you make your decision.
Okay, thank you. You have Councillor Carr first with questions.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much, Mr. Kwok, for coming and spending your time to explain your opinions and input to us. I'm trying to understand why the activity space that's being offered in the proposed building is for a group of Chinese seniors as a cultural space.
Okay.
When it's right across the street from the Chinese Cultural Center. And I'm not going to ask you to speculate on sort of the opinions of the groups that are going, or that are coming to us to support that. What I want to know is, do you, and you were starting to explain this, do you feel that you have the facilities within the Chinese Cultural Center that could provide the range of support and space needed by those groups?
Yes, we do. We definitely have the space that the groups would need. People may not know there are 4 buildings that makes up the Chinese Cultural Center. This total square footage is 68,000 square feet. 24,000 of that, okay, it's in the David Lam Hall. right? And that David Lam Hall alone will accommodate 540 people. The Tai Chi group run their Tai Chi out of there 3 times a week with up to 90 participants, and we rent it out to them at the cost of $300 per month. And if every of those 90 seniors or people that goes to those Tai Chi groups and attends them, it comes to like 27, 28 cents a day for them. The scouting group, they pay nothing. The hall itself and the 2 rooms they use, we would rent it out to them on a monthly basis would have been $1,200. We eat that cost, and we try to find ways and to support those groups that needs it. There's 2 Hung Ki dance group. Again, they use that for nothing. There's a women's activity group that uses our space, and they meet on a weekly basis, and they go for lunch in Chinatown afterwards. So we have the space. We have classroom. We put in partitions. We can open up the space to be larger rooms, smaller rooms. We have spaces in as small as from 540 square feet to over 1,000 square foot. There's a 3rd floor at the museum. It's totally available for anyone that wants to use it. Currently, there's an arts group that uses it, and they pay us $200 just to help for the cleaning, and they use that for a day each month. So when there are community events, a lot of time we do not charge for any of those costs. For instance, that heritage, Chinatown heritage that happened about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, that costs we subsidize. So there's a lot of programs out there. Diabetes is another one. Senior free tax for low-income seniors. We don't look at your Chinese or your Japanese or what your ethnic background is, but we provide that services to you.
Okay, so thank you. You've already answered my second question, which was about the rates, because we've heard that some people state to us at council that the rates were too high, but it seems to me that you have a range of rates, and many of which are very accommodating, including free.
Yes, we have advertised rate that when the commercial companies like Vancouver Fashion Week comes and we want to use the facilities, or Election BC, yeah, we charge the commercial rate. But then when someone comes to us and says, well, we have a need and we can't afford to, then we said, well, what the program for? Who are the people going to be assessing these programs? What is the community benefit from this? How much are you charging the people that are using these programs? Are you not for profit? You're for profit. Are you registered? We take all these into consideration. We said, okay, well, this is what we can do for you. And of course, at times, when we run out of those funding, we'll say, well, we may have to charge you a little bit, or maybe you can make a small donation at the end of the day. That would help us to continue to operate. 4 buildings, 64,000 square feet, it's very expensive to operate. We pay the city of Vancouver in excess of $90,000 every year, for taxes and so forth, and that has to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Our Chinese school breaks even now, and this year we actually took a $22,000 loss to continue to run the Chinese school. And of course we try to engage other cultures. We have engaged the Korean culture. The Mexican consulate is going to have an exhibition in our museum later this year. The Polynesian group, the Japanese group. So, we're not just a Chinese cultural center, but we try to make it so that everyone is welcome.
Mm. Great, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, Councillor Meggs, questions?
That's Councillor Kerr asked my questions. Thanks.
Councillor DiGenova.
We had heard from another speaker that the discount was 10% to seniors groups. So I've heard a number of different numbers. So I will send our staff a question and see if, because I've heard 10%, I've heard for some groups it's free. I'm also wondering though, if the discounts were to deepen, and you just mentioned that it's difficult because you have a bottom line you have to meet, considering the partnership with the City of Vancouver. But if the need increases, do you find that you have a wait list of people who want to book this space?
Right now, on the weekends, we're overflowing. We're, especially from the spring to the fall months, we're at 110% of capacity. But between Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have space, and people want to come and use that space. We will accommodate in the best way we can. Like I said, and someone says, well, we can't afford to pay you a lot, or we can't afford to pay you anything. We said, well, write us a little proposal and tell us what you're using the space for. Who are they for? Who are people going to be accessing them, or who people is going to benefit from all this? And we see there's a need, we'll make it work for them. Okay, and we've done that for a number of groups here.
Okay, and then do you are you concerned that considering you're already at full capacity and fully booked and programmed on the weekends, do you think the Tuesday to the Thursday may increase, especially after you've said that here today? And do you think that that will still meet the capacity of the neighborhood and community?
I think so. With 64,000 square feet, we have 21 classroom that's not being used during the weekday that can be used for programs. And we run 114 classes over the weekend. So that's why a lot of the space are used up. The opera group love to do the performances. The exhibition people love to do the talks on the weekend because people can access those. For seniors that want to get together, it's if they can be more flexible, we're more than able to accommodate them between Tuesday and Thursday or Friday.
That would be great. I would like to have some more clarity. We also had another speaker who mentioned that renting the large room is $1,000 and that that's affordable. But I would suppose it depends on what group, if it's for profit, if you're charging mission.
So that large room you're talking about is David Lam Hall, which has capacity of 540 people. That during the weekend is $1,000. During the weekday is $750. But we give it to the Tai Chi group at $300 for the entire month, and they uses it 12 days. So 3 days each week for Tai Chi.
Just in the mornings?
Just in the mornings, yeah. They'll usually get in a little after 9. They'll be out of there by 12 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
And the scouts use it for nothing. Yeah.
It's good to have an idea of that.
Thank you very much for being here and answering those questions.
Thank you.
And next up is Douglas Chang, 269, followed by David Choi.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I prepared not much because it just kind of came last minute, but been watching, been paying attention to what's been going on here in Chinatown. First off, introduce myself. My name is Douglas. I'm not a Vancouver-born person. I'm from Toronto. I do, however, have ties to Chinatown. In Toronto, my parents operated a bookstore in Chinatown and were very active in the community there. Moving to Vancouver, I came out here because of, like many people, a job. I was a cook, moved out here to work at a restaurant, and from there worked up the ranks and eventually to chef, and came to Chinatown to open a restaurant that's still there, still operating, opened it up over the course of 2 years, which took a lot of money, a lot of work, a big undertaking, and wanted to do something there that represented, Canadian food, not just Chinese food, but Canadian food. And building it, I saw a lot of things in Chinatown, the struggles and the issues that it faces, and it's, I don't know about the senior situation. I haven't interacted too much with the seniors in the area, except for the papas and tai-tais that come into the store. And luckily, I'm able to communicate with them and listen to them. And their concerns I feel deeply because, being, my parents being very busy all the time, my grandmother raised me, and you hear a lot of the same things about, oh, they just come in, and sometimes they come in for half an hour and they talk for half an hour, and they're lonely because there are a lack of facilities or places for them to go. After I left the restaurant, I opened another business, and I was looking at a place on Main Street, somewhere else outside of Chinatown. And I was talking to another restaurant owner in Chinatown who who did grow up in Vancouver and did spend a lot of time in Vancouver's Chinatown. And she asked me, why not open it in Chinatown? I'm like, oh, I don't want to go back to Chinatown. It's dirty. It's, there's lots of crime. There's the same reason why a lot of customers don't go to Chinatown. It's the same reason why businesses have been shrinking because of the issues in Chinatown. But then she asked me, if you don't go to Chinatown, then who will? So after looking at a few spaces, I moved back to Chinatown because A, it's relatively affordable within the greater Vancouver landscape, and secondly, because Chinatown has a certain meaning to me, and I don't think it's just to myself. I'm not one person just standing up here. I see a lot of people here that feel the same way. I feel that this site, development is a good thing. Development in Chinatown is needed, but not something that doesn't respect the past, not something that doesn't respect the community. Perhaps some more work could be put towards, hearing the community and putting together something that respects, both the past and will give to the future. And yeah, that's basically what I'm here to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate your comments. The next up is 270, David Choi, followed by Stephen Wright. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Council. My name is David Choi. I'm here representing the Chi-Tak Association of Vancouver. We're an association of members of the 5 surnames of the Wu, Chow, Choi, Yong, and Chow. I'm also speaking before you today as the former chair of the Vancouver Economic Development Commission. I would just like to make 3 points. The Mayor and Council has always maintained that Chinatown is a heritage asset of the city and of the Chinese community. Likewise, the provincial government and the federal government has recognized same and has accorded the Chinatown a historical area. So it is in this light, I think, why this rezoning development is of such great controversy. It's because of how this rezoning development may affect the Chinatown as a historical area, and it has reached the psyches of the community. So my first point is, the community has placed great importance, as you all know, on the ceremonial Kiefer triangle. And precisely that's why there's so much attention on this particular development. The second point is that the community do not perceive this site in the rezoning to be of any additional value to enhance Chinatown, which we all cherish. The addition of the 3 stories and the increase of the height limit in the so-called delivering additional benefits to the community of social housing is in fact paid for by the taxpayers. And the units therein added could easily be accommodated in other developments in and around Chinatown, in other developments. And the building and the rezoning purpose really is not consistent with the Kiefer ceremonial triangle, the way in which the community has aspirations and has hopes for. We will all remember our friend of the city, architect Zhou Wei, the late Zhou Wei, who before his death, in fact, within, I would say, less than 2 months of his death, has discussed with me and other members of the community of a bigger perception of possibly discussing with the community and then bringing it forward to the city staff and to council of creating something bigger, incorporating the development of the site in question, of closing the lane and also the adjacent properties, the development, to create something of more significance and of more use to the community for a long-lasting purpose. So that brings me to the third point of why there is such great controversy around the rezoning of the site. It is because for those in opposition to it, and in great numbers of the community, it really chips away, or shall I say, is another piece that breaks their dreams in preserving Chinatown. And in terms of the symbolic value of the Kiefer ceremonial triangle, that so much symbolizes what Chinatown could become. And so, while the community agrees with council that Chinatown should be preserved as a national area to be cherished, it really chips away and bricks away yet another piece of the Chinese community dreams. So I won't go further because many speakers have spoken before me about in opposition to the development of the site. So those are my 3 points, and I welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking. I don't have questions for you. Thank you for being here. And that means 271, Stephen Wright is next up, speaker, followed by Pete Fry. Welcome.
My name is Stefan. I'd like to acknowledge that our residence here is on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I appreciate having this forum to express my concerns about the proposed development and rezoning at 105 Kiefer Street in Chinatown. I've been coming to Chinatown since I was little. I currently reside in Mount Pleasant. I work in Chinatown 5 days a week, as I have for the last couple of years, but I spend most of my free time there as well. I've gotten to know many residents and regular visitors of Chinatown, business owners, residents of all ages and backgrounds. What makes Chinatown Chinatown to me is embodied substantially only in the people that you see on the street there. Most of them reside there and have grown the community for a long time. The proposed development at 105 Kiefer threatens the health and well-being of the people who make Chinatown what it is. Struggling business owners, longtime residents, people without homes, people of all ages and backgrounds are being pushed out by rising prices, including, but not limited to, property tax, rent, and food. As far as I can see, this is a direct result of the gentrification in the neighborhood, and I hope that I don't need to define that here. Many of the residents of the community live on fixed income and thus depend on low rent and affordable, culturally appropriate food and community ties. Many have financial and physical mobility restraints and thus cannot afford or are not able to travel to other neighborhoods that can provide them the community that they need. Plus, those other neighborhoods aren't actually Chinatown, so to ask Chinatown residents to go somewhere else to get what they need to continue making Chinatown Chinatown is sort of an absurd proposal that will necessarily, as far as I can tell, result in the erasure of Chinatown outside of an officially recognized place name and preserved building facades. In the last couple of years, at least, half a dozen times or so, I've had friends or strangers say to me, Chinatown isn't even Chinatown anymore, or Chinatown is dead. Often they remark that it seems like just a new eastward version of Yaletown. This is kind of disturbing to me, but it's not at all surprising. They remark on the new tall, cold, gray buildings and new businesses that have very little relevance to the existing community that they affect. Luxury grocery stores and their patrons living above don't often, as far as I can tell, or necessarily so, contribute to long-running family businesses in the neighborhood. Luxury homes are not only absurd in the context of Chinatown, but they actually serve to displace the existing community. A dragon sculpture at the door of a luxury condo does not help to protect the people that make Chinatown what it is. The communal dynamic of an unaffordable luxury condo does not evince anything, to my knowledge, that acknowledges the community in which it's situated. The idea that Chinatown is dead or dying creates an attitude that for-profit development need not be respectful of the community, almost as if there is none. It gives the impression to people outside of Chinatown that there's no living community worth supporting. New, uncaring, and ignorant for-profit development in Chinatown and a lack of consistent and substantial civic support has largely contributed to the idea that Chinatown is dead or dying, especially to people outside of Chinatown. Developers and ignorant or insensitive new business owners treat the living community as if they are a withered husk, cultural accoutrement with which to stylize their venture to maximize their profits. Chinatown is not dead as far as I can see. The neighborhoods are more warm and lively than any community that I've had the pleasure of spending so much time in. Every day I'm greeted by so much warmth walking through Chinatown, and this warmth is cultivated by those who depend on Chinatown for their life, for their vitality. Those people who need what is in Chinatown do not owe anything to BD Living. They do not owe them their homes or their community, and they do not owe them this rezoning. The city, I think they need to reject the rezoning application and do something to protect vulnerable people in Chinatown before any further rezoning and before approving any more for-profit market developments. I don't think that it makes any sense to expect to preserve or revitalize Chinatown by preserving an image alone. I don't think buildings alone are useful. It's the people that occupy them that make a building a building. If like all humans were wiped from the earth and there were still buildings, they wouldn't actually be buildings. They'd just be compositions of different materials that were assembled sometime in the past. So yeah, I think that's about all I've got. Also, as an artist and designer, I have to say I think that these buildings are like extremely, extremely unattractive in the context of Chinatown. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and being here this afternoon. And our next speaker is Pete Fry, 272. And he's followed by 273, Dominique Bautista.
If it's okay, I'm going to swap with speaker 278. She has to catch a flight.
Okay. Arshawalia, okay.
Thank you, Pete. I want to start by acknowledging that we're here on unceded Coast Salish territories, lands of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people and nations. I'm also here in my formal capacity as the project coordinator at the Downtown Eastside Women's Center, and I'm here representing the Downtown Eastside Women's Center to say that we completely oppose the 105 Kiefer Street rezoning. We also want to express our dismay at the process that the city has engaged in, particularly with complete inadequate time for those who are accessing translation, and also this morning's scheduling that has made it close to impossible for people to be here with you. I'm also here in my personal capacity as a South Asian settler here, because particularly in Vancouver, but across these lands, South Asian exclusion, Asian exclusion, and Indigenous dispossession have worked together and have worked in tandem. For over 100 years, our communities have offered shelter and refuge as a result of state violence, and we've been present for each other. 30 years ago, it was mentors of mine in the South Asian community who stood alongside mentors in the Japanese Canadian and Chinese Canadian community to demand that governments at all levels apologize for the head tax exclusion, the Japanese internment, and the Kamagata Maru. It's really important for me to stand here today in honor of the legacies of my ancestors who stood alongside East Asian communities for decades. Duke's membership is approximately 30% Chinese seniors. I'm not here to speak on their behalf. Many of the Chinese women who are leading, senior women who are leading the struggle against 105 Kiefer have already spoken about their extreme opposition and adamant opposition to 105 Kiefer. But I'm here today to say that the Downtown Eastside Women's Center supports our members and our Chinese senior women members who are speaking out against 105 Kiefer. We understand that although the Downtown Eastside and Chinatown are distinct neighborhoods with different historic and current social contexts, these neighborhoods and communities are linked. That everyday social bonds are shared across geography between the Downtown Eastside and Chinatown, and in fact, Chinatown is part of the heart of the Downtown Eastside. The 105 Kiefer proposal by BD, which is shamefully one of Vision Vancouver's many corporate donors, is indefensible. The 25 so-called senior social housing units are subsidized by BC Housing and not by the developer. Furthermore, these 25 units, only 8 are actually affordable for low-income seniors on assistance or pensions. The risks are socialized while the gain is privatized. This does not adhere to even the minimum standards set forth in the Low Area Income Planning or the Chinatown Revitalization Plan. You've repeatedly asked speakers to keep comments to the rezoning application, but I'll say that is the extent of my comments on the rezoning application. Because as you know well, rezoning is not just about density, amenities, or height. It is the seemingly innocuous but slow, grinding, violent bureaucracy of this city that is destroying neighborhood after neighborhood. And I say this not as a rhetorical gesture, but because I have sat on the city's planning processes. I have sat on the LAP committee, I've sat on a number of city task forces, and this is death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, sure. It's hard not to be angry.
Just you're a little too close to the microphone.
So rezoning occurs in a historical, social, and political context. As I'm saying, it's death by 1,000 cuts. And this is occurring in a historic and ongoing context of what's happening in Chinatown. The first Chinatown race riot in 1887 which occurred on the foot of Burrard Street at that time, was supported by the mayor of the time, Mayor Malcolm McLean. Over decades, the federal government has collected upwards of $23 million in head tax from Chinese Canadian citizens. And then in 1923, as we know, the Chinese Immigration Act effectively halted all arrivals from China altogether. We have the freeway fight of the 60s and 70s. But this is not just historic. Anti-Chinese sentiment exists today, supported by this council, when we hear debate about so-called foreign investors and all the xenophobia, where the affordability crisis in this city is placed on Chinese people. When in fact, here we have a community of Chinese seniors fighting for their home. It is not foreigners who are selling off Vancouver's social and low-income housing as market condos, it's you. It is not foreigners who are setting low property taxes for businesses or offering subsidies and incentives for developers at Woodward's or in the DEOD. It's you. But Chinatown is a living community born of this history. It is in the present day a safe place and a sanctuary for low-income Chinese Canadian seniors, especially Chinese senior women for whom vulnerability is compounded. This is the year of Canada 150, a year we are supposed to take stock of historic exclusions. But it seems like a year of paying lip service while doing nothing to transform state violence, white supremacy, and class inequity. While Chinatown is a creature and a creation of racist exclusions that did not want Asian people in other parts of the city, today we have a dynamic of capital and class inversion where now Chinatown's residents are being told that they are just as expendable and just as disposable.
You're over your time. If you could just wrap up in a sentence.
In the past 6 years, Chinatown seniors, particularly women, have reported at least 30% of low-income serving grocers in the neighborhood have closed. At least 30% of medicinal and herbal stores have closed, and 30% of meat and butcher shops have closed. Senior women at the Downtown Eastside Women's Center often remark that Chinatown is becoming coffee town. There was an earlier speaker, and I'm going to conclude on this, who said that social mix, you've had several speakers comment on social mix, and social mix sounds friendly, but it exists in a context where it is forced and asymmetrical. There are constantly high-income neighborhoods in this city that refuse shelters in their neighborhoods. They're not being forced to socially mix.
Okay, can you wrap up, please?
I will conclude by saying I'm actually not here to appeal to City Council because unfortunately I'm not sure that much will change.
Thank you
but here
very
to
much.
tell you that the organized power of these communities will make sure that 105 Kiefer is defeated. And it would serve this council well to have some humility if today's defeat in government is any consolation, that you must be humble, that your power will also be defeated.
Thank you for being here. Okay. And once again, I just want to remind speakers to please respect the time in order for this to be equitable for everyone involved, everyone waiting to speak. There's a reason we have 5 minutes for everybody. We are all equal here. So 273, Dominique Batista is the next speaker. Dominique Batista, not here. 274, Carol Lee. And she's followed by 275, Koman Chow. Welcome.
Dear Mayor Robertson and councilors, it is a privilege to be here. I want to thank the city staff and all of those involved for all the work they have done to bring this to this point. Chinatown's future is at a critical juncture. Judging by the large number of both young and old who spoke their minds at the forum, it is heartening to conclude that apathy has been replaced by enthusiasm and passion. It is saying, people do care. My name is Carol Lee, and I'm a second-generation Chinese Canadian. My grandparents were born in China, coming to Canada in the early 1900s. My paternal grandfather was considered one of the pioneers of Chinatown, along with H.Y. Louis, the grandfather of Brant Louis. My maternal grandfather came to Canada in the early 1900s after paying the head tax. He tried to get a job as a cook at a logging camp up the coast of BC, but when he arrived, he was told they didn't hire Chinese. With my grandmother, they managed to get to Alert Bay, where my mother was born. There, for 40 years, he ran a general store. My family's stories are part of the fabric that makes up our rich Chinese Canadian history. Chinatown is the physical legacy of this history. It was established in 1885, a mere 8 years after Confederation. Chinatown is an important part of our collective history and the history of our nation. But today I am not speaking to you as an individual. As chairperson of the Vancouver Chinatown Revitalization Committee, I'm trying to convey to you the collective opinion of the VCRC. As many of you know, the VCRC was originally established by the City of Vancouver in 2002 to help the city in liaising with Chinatown. It has repeatedly demonstrated its effectiveness and usefulness. As an example of this working relationship, the City Planning Department asked VCRC to co-host 2 Chinatown character workshops, the first on February the 13th, 2015, and the second one on February the 25th, 2015, to discuss the impact of the 2011 zoning changes on Chinatown character. This concern was raised in the fall of 2014 after the 2 large condo buildings at Kiefer and Main had been approved, one at 9 stories and a 7 FSR, and the second one at 17 stories and an 8 FSR, in a historic neighborhood where 60 feet was the maximum height, and the FSR was closer to 2 or 3. Over the next 2 years of review and analysis, highlights of staff's recommendations were circulated on May 19, 2017, entitled Chinatown Development Policy Changes, Progress Update from Staff to Community. Here is a summary of the recommendations, which I'm sure a lot of you have already seen, but let me highlight for you a few of the salient points. Planning understands the feeling of the community that, number 1, new developments are out of scale and lack character. Number 2, trading character for public benefits is not worth it. The pace of development puts pressure on existing businesses and Chinese seniors. As a result, the Planning Department is recommending canceling this rezoning policy. Tall and wide buildings like this one will no longer be considered. 90 feet will be the maximum height allowed. We further understand that the Planning Department will be making the recommendation to Council to adopt the new development policy on June 13th. Hopefully, it will be approved by Council on July 11th. Curiously, 105 Kiefer was allowed to proceed as it was already in stream. So the argument is not about how much CAC is offered before it is worth our while. Rather, the point is, can we afford to have the extra height to allow that to set an example of how cultural and heritage area can be changed for a price? In addition, there doesn't seem to be a lot of commercial benefit for the applicant, since the square footage they gain is approximately the same amount they're being offered for the amount that they're offering for social housing. At VCRC, we realize this very generous gesture, but feel that is unnecessary. I have heard a few councillors pose the question, if one is against the rezoning, are you against seniors housing? Personally, I think this is a very unfair question. We have found out the hard way that these new large buildings that were supposed to revitalize the community had an economic impact opposite of what it was supposed to do. They accelerated the wave of gentrification that's been sweeping across Chinatown and pushed out the very people it was supposed to help. So what do we do now? Can we come up with a better solution? Can we not find a way to have both affordable housing and retain our cultural heritage? It is not simple no or yes answer, but takes a lot of thought and creativity. Perhaps if you're willing to take a chance, we can hold the money that BC Housing is willing to contribute and work together for a better site for the seniors housing that is less sensitive and where the additional height won't affect the Memorial Square, Sun Yat-sen Garden, and the Chinese Cultural Center.
So you're over your time, if you could
Okay,
wrap up in a
I'll
sentence.
just maybe say one more thing then. The viaducts will be coming down shortly, and most of the land, if we remember, was expropriated by the Chinese. Chinatown was instrumental in mobilizing support to allow council to have them removed. Our motto then was, don't forget Chinatown. I hope you haven't.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much, Ms. Lee, for coming, taking the time and offering your comments. I'm very interested in the work you've done through the Chinatown Revitalization Committee, and particularly I'm interested in your analysis or the analysis out of those workshops about the impacts of those two taller buildings on Main Street on Chinatown. Whether you can summarize how, what kinds of impacts they've had, whether positive on revitalization or negative, and on the business, not just the social structure, but business community
That's
as
a
well.
great question, and I want to say that, these are some of the unintended consequences of when policy is set, and there was, I think, probably a lot of support to have more development because they thought that was what was going to help revitalize the community. But it is more than just getting warm bodies on the street. And what precipitated the workshops and this eventual sort of the recommendations from your planning department was that we could just see this slow, insidious sort of the gentrification that comes that you don't even notice. But then 10 years from now, you realize that what you were trying to save is actually what was sacrificed. So I think that, your planning department probably did it better than anybody. It was a 2-year process. A lot of people were consulted, and this is why they've come to the conclusion that they're proposing to you in a couple of weeks, no more rezonings, because it hasn't been worth it. And a lot of the benefit that was promised to the community never materialized. So I think it's good that we're looking at this, and I'm hoping that you will support the recommendations from the planning department.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all your questions. Thanks for being here. And next up is 275, Komen Chow, followed by Henry Fung.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and all the councils. My name is Komen Chow. I come here to represent three clans association. One is Yusan Society, which have more than 4,000 members. And one is on Oiling Beneficial Association, which have the member around 800 people. One is On White Association, Resident Association, which have the more than 1,000 members. So basically, we hope the council and the mayor can reject the proposal of the 105 Kiefer Street proposal over there. And although we do encourage the developer to make more investment in Chinatown, we don't mean by discourage the developing of the Chinatown, but the way it is, the location of that building is right at the very close to the very sensitive triangle, the Kiefer Triangle over there. Have the monument, have all the Chinese cultural center, have the Sensing Garden, have the plaza. That's all the building all around it, have the Chinese character. But together with that, I would like to talk to all the two other buildings already built, the three buildings already built, which all of them don't have any Chinese characteristic on the Chinatown, right? Which just like a block sitting in the Chinatown, which just if in the future all the building in the Chinatown just building like that, that means the Chinatown is not Chinatown anymore. So I wish the council to work together with the planner to follow up all the guidelines which in the bylaw. Because only the guideline there, the developer may not be followed up at all because that's just a guideline. Who cares if they have some reason to go around it? They don't need to build with the guideline. So then I hope the council can really work with the staff to see whether those guidelines should be properly how to arrange to become part of that bylaw, so that whoever want to redevelop or rebuild the building have to follow the bylaw, so that the appearance of the building should be look similar to the Chinatowns or our building, at least at the eye view level, 3-4 story level, like that, so that people to feel, well, when they're going in, they feel that they are still in the Chinatown. So right now, those buildings doesn't have anything up like that, right? So the second thing is the height. The height for that building actually is close to the monument, and all other things. Actually, at 90 feet is already too high to me. But anyway, if the rezoning the zoning already allowed them to the 90 feet, so I don't know what is the decision of the council at the end to approve that, right? So, but in my opinion, if that front portion close to the monument can be a little bit lower, that would be more perfect, so that people then going in can feel more sense of the Chinatown going into that. And talking about the social housing, we USAN have the rental unit too, okay? Our renting is around $300 to $500 something, which we call it affordable to our member. So I wish actually the city can work with all our clan member, clan association. We have the history of more than 100 years to run that the association with non-profit in nation. So city can work with us together to build more of the affordable rental unit for the people, right? If possible. So and also the CAC levy in the past, that every building in the Chinatown have CAC levy, right? Which would partly would be go to the to helping the rehabilitation of the Chinatown heritage building. So I wish that portion will be still maintained. So I here to request all your council to reject the proposal of the 105 Kiefer for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And next speaker, 276, Henry Fung. He's followed by Dan Pon, and then Pete Fry, and then that's the end of the registered speakers list, and we'll see if there are others here who wish to speak. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Robertson, Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Henry Fung. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation, and we are a non-political, non-aligned charity organization. It is quite obvious to us, judging from the large number of speakers, that there is enormous public interest in this particular outcome of this application. And no doubt the eyes of Vancouver are upon us. Approving or not approving a certain rezoning application in a historically and culturally sensitive area is never a simple task. It is complex because there's no easy way to reach for a simple, ready-made yardstick. All we have are the kind of rigid guidelines of the city planning department, and they're not to be blamed for that. The impact on the community, good or bad, is hard to predict. Perhaps there is a little bit of black, a little bit of white, but a whole lot of shades in between. It will be a judgment call, and the responsibility clearly rests on the shoulders of the City Council. What then should be swaying the judgment? At this point, for some of you, I hope, I must assume that the final judgment can still be swayed. In the plus column, We have all the benefits of new development, new businesses, seniors housing, and all that goes with the commercial revitalization. On the minus column, we have the negative impact on the cultural heritage of that part of the community, the historic part of Chinatown, which has been designated as heritage, the part that we need to preserve and protect. It is really hard to quantify which should take precedence. Are we to allow the ghosts of the past to stand in the way of progress? Or are we allowing new development at the expense of preserving irreplaceable heritage? All of this, you will have to make up your mind on our behalf against a backdrop of regulations that may disallow any kind of extra height. Should the rezoning application go through, perhaps it would become an ironic statement in light of this possible well-intended legislation. But I know you will do your duty, although there are so many numerous factors to consider. But basically, it boils down to 2 points. Will this be a case of not letting the past stand in the way to progress? Or will this be a case where heritage is sacrificed in the name of progress? There's no right or wrong, time will tell. What matters, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that public opinion should matter, and it does matter. We are not advocating any position, but I'm only here to make a plea. And that is, I only hope that before you make up your mind, to ask yourself a question before you decide. Can you afford to make a mistake, or would you rather err on the side of caution? Please do not make a mistake that cannot be rectified. For unlike the case of the viaduct, a mistake for which we can still make up after 40 years. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak, Mr. Fung. No questions for you? So we will move on to Speaker 277, Dan Pon. With Pete Fry on deck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Dan. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. For the past 3 hearings today and online, I've heard a tremendous outpour of opposition to the rezoning and the 105 Kiefer development. Today, I would like to add my voice to those who oppose this problematic project. As a second-generation Chinese Canadian, I'm gravely concerned about the impact of this development, not only on the physical spaces of Chinatown, the Memorial Monument, Sun Yat-sen Gardens, Cultural Center, but also on the intangible cultural heritage of this area and its people, represented most vitally by the elders of the neighborhood itself, the living connection of this community to its past. In our culture, the importance of respect for our elders cannot be understated. It is certainly more important than the profits of the few who will benefit from this project. Action should be taken in consultation with our ancestors. This one is being made at their expense. The offerings of senior housing units and space by BD are totally inadequate. Previous speakers have demonstrated this, and you have heard them. Beyond this, as a mechanism to advance their agenda via the avoidance of DCLs and the misappropriation of public money via BC Housing to fuel private profit, they are in fact an insult to the very people they pretend to benefit. Chinatown grew as a place where the Chinese, excluded from other parts of the city and from 1885 to 1948 from coming to this country at all, could create their own community amid widespread hostility. The result is one of Canada's most celebrated historic neighborhoods, and we see this in the pride that today's youth take in Chinatown's embodiment of their heritage and their bravery in standing up to protect it. Ironically, it is this very authenticity that arouses Beatty and the developers that will surely follow in a decision in favor of this project. Their actions will destroy this character, and homogenize this neighborhood with the faceless Yale towns and Olympic villages of this city. It is nothing less than an assault on some of the most vulnerable members of our society. No doubt, change is inevitable and complex, but there is a thoughtful, inclusive, and sympathetic way of doing it that is not represented by this rezoning application. Council, you have the opportunity today to stand on the right side of this historical decision, one that can show our city government's value for its people and culture. I urge you to reject the rezoning and not to miss this opportunity to stand with the community that you represent. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you to all the folks who have spoken against the rezoning.
Okay, thanks very much for being here. No questions for you. Speaker 278, the last registered speaker is Pete Fry. And then I'll call for any more speakers. Welcome, Mr. Fry.
Good afternoon, and thanks for hearing me. My name is Pete Fry, a longtime neighborhood resident, former chair of the Strathcona Residents Association, former citizen member of the Downtown East Side Local Area Planning Committee, and I remain active on various neighborhood initiatives, including the Community Economic Development Strategy Action Committee. I hadn't intended to speak before council today, but because of the change in the timing, while it may have frustrated a lot of other speakers, it actually freed up my schedule. So I'm here today, and I feel this is important to speak to. I've been watching the last 3 days of hearings from work. It's been quite interesting for me to see it all unfold, particularly as some of the proponents of this development were being exposed. Council may not be aware, but while many of the pro-development speakers were coming before you, citizen bloggers were uncovering their LinkedIn profiles and live tweeting connections to the development industry and the real estate industry and so forth. And I think it's important to note that in a city grappling with the commodification of housing and what that means to communities and the people who live here, the connection is significant and the impression is quite striking. On one side, we have moneyed real estate interests and their employees, noted patrons of municipal politics. On the other hand, we have citizens, Vancouverites, historians and advocates, neighbors, elders, young folk. It's a real David and Goliath type story, and I think going back to the first day, Shirley Chan made a very excellent observation. That the recent decisions made here in this council chamber in order to purported to save Chinatown, in fact, are being replacing Chinatown. And expanding on that thought, I think the real irony is that in many ways, all these recent ham-fisted development decisions that were being made here in these council chambers about Chinatown, big block buildings at the expense of heritage and community, those ham-fisted decisions have actually succeeded in saving Chinatown in a backhanded sort of way because they've unintentionally succeeded in building community and building real community. Opposition to this development proposal has managed to bring together young people and old people, historians, housing activists. Opposition to this project has brought something of a Chinatown renaissance. It's something that we haven't seen in a long time, and we're seeing it in these chambers over the last 4 days. It's a passion that's been ignited to save our neighborhood. And as a resident, as a longtime resident, it's tremendously inspiring, especially seeing this new generation of young Chinese Canadians who are stepping forward to save the neighborhood. I can tell you it's a diverse group. I've met with most of them. They have different opinions on things like social mix and types of housing continuum, but they're united in the love for the neighborhood. And I'm especially struck by how many of them don't have roots in Chinatown per se, but how it's important to them anyway, because the sense of place that Chinatown embodies, the historical context, the obvious visual expression that Chinese people helped build this city and that they have a right to be here. The Chinese people have hybridized a unique contribution to North American cities in the form of Chinatown, of which Vancouver can be very, very proud of. Heritage is about so much more than just old buildings. It's about community, and the passion and dedication to save Chinatown is such a wonderful and compelling expression of that community. So the point of saving the spirit and community is Chinatown. Well, if that's the point, then the opposition has actually, the opposition to this proposal has succeeded on that front. We've heard lots of cogent, compelling arguments over the last few days about opposing the development for this site, the scale, the context, the displacement of culture and population, the need to address existing housing and low-income needs, not speculation in condos, the poor value for public benefits contributed by the developer, where BC Housing and taxpayer pick up the cost for the seniors' housing, and the indeterminate and vague proposal of below market rate for seniors' amenity space. We've heard and read some of the more reasoned, I've heard and read some of the more reasoned non-developer support for the project. Albert Falk, Henry Tom, folks I respect and I know care about Chinatown as well. For what it's worth, I think Merrick Architects have done a nice job on the building, but it's the wrong place and it's the wrong size. This has been my neighborhood for close to 30 years. I've seen changes, the ebb and wane of growth and recession. I've seen successive planning and policy failures. I've seen years of neglect to the point that I've seen years of neglect to the point that we're talking about replacing Chinatown. I recognize the need to revitalize Chinatown, but under a holistic strategy, not by way of piecemeal public benefit scraps attached to rezoning projects like this. You may not have had an opportunity to become aware of this, but just about an hour ago, the BC Greens agreed to support a new BC NDP provincial government. So we're on the verge of a massive game changer. I don't think we need to accept scraps from the table anymore. We have a great opportunity to build the kind of housing that we're looking about, to bring about the kind of public amenities through a new progressive partnership with the provincial government. And you have on your plate the opportunity to save Chinatown and prevent a disastrous legacy. And we're on the precipice of something great. And let's really hold off on this proposal and let's work towards something really fantastic for the future British Columbians, Vancouverites, and for our Chinatown.
All right. Thanks very much for your comments here. No questions on the queue. And that means we are at the end of our registered speakers list, and we'll have opportunity for anyone else who wishes to speak to this may do so. I see a lineup of people out with in the foyer, so why don't we take a 5-minute recess here, and we'll just figure out the best way, because it looks like there's lots of people who would still like to speak, and we'll try and organize that so it's not too chaotic in here, and people can rotate in and out of the chamber. So if you wish to speak and you haven't obviously spoken yet, if you can give your name to at the desk there, that would be great. So. And we will take a 5-minute recess. Yeah, if you weren't here when your name was called, make sure your name is on that list now, and everyone will get an opportunity to speak who wishes to. We'll be back in 5 minutes, taking a brief recess. Thanks. He's not sworn in yet. Okay, we're going to start here in a minute. If could get councillors back in their seats. Okay, we'll call this public hearing back to order here, and we've heard from all the registered speakers. So we are now going to hear from people who are here to speak to the item rezoning of 105 Kiefer Street. And I know we've got people signing up outside in the foyer there. There's a list brewing there, but why don't we start right now with people who are here in the chamber, who are already sitting in the chamber, who would like to speak. And I'd ask you to give us your name for the public record. Name and spelling, please. And we have a gentleman here.
A-N, and the last name's Alladina, A-L-L-A-D-I-N-A.
You were on the list.
I am, yeah. I was 191, but due to the timing of today's hearing, I wasn't able to make it.
Okay.
But
go ahead.
I am now.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to thank all the speakers that have spoken before me. Everybody did a great job. It's been a fantastic situation of hearing what people have had to say on both sides of the coin. And it's been a very interesting and obviously very divisive situation. My name is Zian, and I'm a Vancouverite. I'm a graduate from Sauder School of Business at UBC. I have a major in finance, and the focus on that was mergers and acquisitions, so I tend to value things for a living. I was Canadian born, and I've been raised in North Van and West Van. I've been a resident of Vancouver for over a year now, living in downtown, and I'm a renter. I'm a businessman, and I'm constantly concerned not only with the treatment of those in the downtown east side, including Chinatown, but also the affordability discussion. I'm deeply concerned and opposed to the rezoning of the 105 Kiefer, and stand in opinion in support of MLA Jenny Kwan, as well as many, many others, that Chinatown needs to be preserved for reasons both social, historical, and heritage. I also stand in support of a potential land swap or some type of situation that council can come to with the developer. Because again, we can't ask somebody to lose money on an investment, but we also can't ask them to do as we would like as a community and as a city. A land swap is something I think might be the best route, something that can turn the site into 100% social housing, because that is what the need is for in that part of town, Chinatown as well as the downtown east side, for the people who are most in need. Those who are at risk, the seniors, and the others that live in the downtown east side. I'm highly disappointed with the way that the people of the downtown east side and Chinatown have been treated over the decades by all levels of government. And this is just another example of why I'm disappointed. Regarding page 19 of the COV assessment of the project and the rezoning of the property, an aspect to obtain a higher height, page 19 says that the developer will not be paying any CACs because the rezoning will not affect value, as the same square footage or floor space is being built even though the height of the building is changing. A speaker before me, I do not remember her name, also brought up this point. What appears to be missed in this discussion is that with the increase in height, the entire building and the total height of the building will increase. This will increase the value for the developer. Sightlines will be improved and views will be improved. During last week's hearing, the height matter was brought up, but at the same time appeared to be casually dismissed because the height was being added to the community area and possible social housing units. This was made out by many presenters as being a good thing from both sides of the coin. Yesterday, I was questioned by somebody who's involved with being a part of the hearing as well, as my opinion on why I think that there's going to be value into the situation. As it turns out, the value would be increased for the property. The increased value comes from increased views. If the height change were approved, then there would be a gain in value for the upper floors with better views, sight lines, etc. That in itself will add value to market units. The higher you go, the better the view, the better the per square foot price. This is a fact in Vancouver real estate, and it's something we cannot ignore. The CACs need to be reassessed and added to the contributions the developer needs to make towards this project, even though I do not support this project going forward unless it is 100% social housing. Again, I'm not against developers, density, or anything of the matter when it comes to market units, because the city needs that. We need a supply somewhere along the line. Another issue that popped up during the hearings was the question of BC Housing and their purchase of the units for rent. There was an article written in the Vancouver Sun on their website over the weekend that they are paying a 30% premium for the units they are buying. This is a very unusual situation. As I understand, normally BCH is given the units and they're not bought by BCH. The possibility of BCH paying a premium for these units makes it even more unusual, and the public has a right to know how much BCH is paying for those units before the rezoning is approved. I'm outraged by the way that the disenfranchised of the downtown east side, including Chinatown, have been treated over the years, and this is just another example of it. The people of downtown east side and others get pushed around because their tax dollars are not deemed big enough, that their ability to actually stand up against others is reduced and that no one will listen to them. I have listened. I have been their friend. I've spent the better part of the last 10 years engaging on almost a daily level with people in the downtown east side and East Vancouver, and I've seen the way they are treated. I, among with many, many others that have been here today, voiced their concerns, will not stand for it anymore. Neither will the others who have come out against this proposal. There's a need for density, but do not keep destroying Chinatown and trying to push the residents of the downtown east side out. Density is needed, that is not the question. But where it goes, that is.
Okay, thanks. You have a question from Councillor DiGenova?
Thank you very much. I just, you had mentioned land swap. With rezoning and our strict public hearing process, we have to consider the application that's before us. And I understand from asking our staff before, and I will clarify this with them again, that the developer or the applicant in this case has not come to them with any desire for a land swap. So, I mean, this is the project we have in front of us. You had also touched on CACs. I'm wondering if you have, if you're aware that the province of BC actually sets out, and they have in their most recent updated document of 2014, said that a council cannot impose a charge including CACs. So I'm just wondering if you sort of are versed on that and what your feelings are on that, because I've heard from a number of people that we have to consider CACs here, but it's like asking for a gift you weren't given.
Yes, I also think that in today's climate of where we're sitting with the housing situations, affordability issues, et cetera, that, again, perhaps a discussion between the municipality and the provincial government to, again, address something like this, that, you know, things can be changed for certain reasons and certain things, and obviously I know the processes are extremely difficult and it's very hard for you guys, but again, it's something that I wanted to voice, even though that's something that was brought up in one of the papers that was written by the COV, that again, it was being waived, and that's something that came to my mind of saying, well.
But CACs can't be waived. TCLs can be waived, but CACs can't be waived because they're voluntary contributions. You understand
I get that. Okay.
CACs, you can't really waive a fee that didn't exist as a fee that's a voluntary contribution. I was just wondering if you were aware of that.
At that point, no, I was not. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. O'Landler. I appreciate you spending the time to be here and to give us your input. My question is around the fact that you've stated that there will be an increase in value by the extra height based on your the surmise that there's extra, you know, there's different sight lines, there's better views, there could be more value. Now, can you point us as councillors to any sort of confirmation or any way of how that is evaluated? Because that, of course, that increased value of land is the basis for asking for a CAC.
So it's very simple. If you look at a building, for example, Shangri-La, there's units that can be looked at on maybe the 8th floor, the 9th floor, the 12th floor, the very lower floors of the building. And if you go the exact same floor plan, exact same square footage, but go up, say, 10 to 15 stories, the price changes by over $1 million because of the view. So if you go into a property, let's say a low-rise somewhere, and on, let's say even in Mount Pleasant, and you have a unit on the, let's say the 2nd floor, exact same floor plan, 2 stories up on a low-rise, you're going to see a substantial increase in value because, again, the sight lines change, you're away from the street, you're away from the noise, you're away from the traffic. Those types of things are what, you know, the easiest comparables to look at, and everything, again, can be looked at on MLS and that type of stuff, which I'm sure you guys know.
That's great. That's the information I need. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. That's all your questions. Thanks for being here. I believe George Chow is next, the newly elected MLA for Vancouver Fraserview.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor and Councillor. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, and it's their hospitality that allow us to have a community here, to have a meeting here today. So I'd like to put forward my own opinion about this rezoning. I'm speaking as a long-term resident in Vancouver. When I landed in Vancouver in 1965, I lived at the corner of Union and Main Street. Just behind me was the Hogan's Alley. I lived there for about 15 years before I left. My parents still live in Strathcona. And so I've been very active in the Chinatown affairs for over 40 years. During the 1970s and 1980s, I did a lot of work as a volunteer helping to build the Chinese Culture Center. And Mr. Bill Koch, who was the vice chair of CCC, was just speaking, and I serve on the board recently with him. Of course, I'm no longer on the board, so I actually will be speaking as a past vice chair of the Chinese Culture Center. And of course, the umbrella organization for the Chinatown Association is the Chinese Benevolent Association of Vancouver, and I was the former president of the Chinese Benevolent Association of Vancouver. Now, I'm speaking against the rezoning application of 105 Kiefer because it's too high and too bulky to fit in with the existing architectural and building of Chinatown, which is now designated as a National Historical Site. And I think if you now drive or walk or cycle towards Chinatown on Columbia, Quebec-Columbia connector, you can see this is becoming more of a focus of Chinatown, the gateway to Chinatown. So I think the building at 105 Kiefer is too high and also too bulky to fit in with the Chinese Culture Center Museum, which is right on Columbia Street facing the development. And of course, other speakers had spoken to the fact that the Memorial Square was another significant piece of architecture there that is important to the Chinatown community. So with the removal of the viaducts, this will become, again, de facto focal point of Chinatown, and people will be coming to the area via the Quebec connector. And I think it's important that people will see they're going into Chinatown. So the architecture has to be more sympathetic, more respectful of what's there. A lot of people spoke about development. There are developments in Chinatown. There are many developments in Chinatown. I think it's just to the degree. I remember when I was on city council, we were having the same kind of meetings here, many nights debating over the historical area height review. And I think from a lot of the association were skeptical. They were against it. But I think they also realized that Chinatown needs some development. So from that point on, it was agreed that we actually have new development and new heights for buildings in Chinatown. But for north of Kiefer, where the site is right now, I think it was understood that should be 90 feet. And I think speakers had already talked about it in terms of that paragraph 6A and 6B in the rezoning policy for Chinatown that's dated April 2011 that clearly lays out what you have to do in order to go for rezoning. And I would say, as a lot of speakers have said, this rezoning does not meet that requirement at 6A and 6B. And the other thing I'd like to bring council's attention to is the yellow paper that was given out now is on the city website, whereby the planning staff is trying to put together a public hearing maybe in July talking about changes to the Chinatown development policies. And I think 3 points they make is tall and wide building will no longer be considered. And also it's new buildings should be smaller, built on narrow lots with smaller storefronts. involve the community more in the review of new developments. So if that's coming in July, and I really do see if the planning staff, given their professional credential and their knowledge, to say that 90 feet is really maximum for Chinatown as a historical site, I would say, I would urge council not to pass this rezoning based on the fact we're going to be considering this for the whole of Chinatown in another public hearing in July. So I think that's all I have to say, and I think I'm very happy that there are so many people who are passionate and interested in Chinatown and to come forward to give their opinion, whether it's for or against. Certainly, that's a great thing about our system, the democracy. And I thank you for your patience, and I look forward to your decision, which is not easy, but that's what we have to do. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. You have questions. You do have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Welcome and congratulations. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned your involvement with the CBA and the CCC. Are you speaking in your capacity, in your own personal capacity, or on behalf of the organization?
No, I was just pointing out the fact my involvement with the Chinatown Community Organization, and the two that were mentioned was the CCC. I was the vice chair of the CCC just now, and I was president of the Chinese Benevolent Association about 10 years ago. So what I'm trying to say is I have a deep involvement with the organizations, and the organization in general are not very happy of the result of the two tall buildings that is on the south side of Kiever, fronting Main. I think the general sentiment there was that even though they get a CAC from one for about $1.2 to $1.5 million, the other one is some kind of senior housing. I think for the association, they value the character of Chinatown and the historical value that are important to Chinatown. Because if you look at the Chinatown property ownership, I think it's still about 20 to 30% association properties, and they have no intention of selling because that belongs to the community, and they're the future of Chinatown in terms of holding the historical features of Chinatown, and particularly on Pender Street, where it's designated as a National Historical Site. Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I just wanted to clarify that you were speaking on behalf of yourself.
Sure.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reimer, questions.
Question was actually for you, Mayor Robertson, but since you've given me the opportunity, I will just congratulate George on his election. It was really good.
Well, thank you for all your assistance and your help, and I really appreciate it. And I don't know what I'm getting into, but I'm getting into it. Thank you. Yeah.
Lots of meetings.
Government. You were getting into
Mayor
government.
Robertson, what I was going to ask you is if it were possible for us to get the list of speakers so that we can track.
We've got, we do have a list now. It's a handwritten list. Thanks very much, MLA Chow. Thank you for being here. And we've got, at this point, there are 29 people who have put their names down. We'll work on getting the list of names to you. And next up is Lauren Skinner, followed by Cho San Lam.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity, Mayor and Council. I'm very happy to be able to speak as an invested local resident of the Main Street area and someone whose family has lived in Vancouver for over 4 generations. And I'd like to publicly lend my support to the development at 105 Kiefer Street and their rezoning application. While I understand the controversial nature of development within the Chinatown area, it is my belief that the impact of developments such as this are positive and plentiful. I support retaining buildings with historical and cultural value and understand the fears surrounding displacement of the people that live in this area. That said, the site is currently vacant. It provides little value aside from obviously the historical monument that is there. Aside from that, the plot of land is vacant. to the community in its current form, and what is being proposed will allow this property to contribute to the local community through seniors housing, market housing supply, and property tax revenue. The constant complaint about Vancouver is housing and affordability, and this is the perfect opportunity to add to the current supply without removing any existing housing. As I understand it, the proposal also includes dedicated and much needed affordable seniors housing to meet the needs of the area's aging population. As someone who uses the Quebec and Columbia connector daily, as my connection from home to my home at Quebec and First to the Chinatown, Gastown, and downtown areas, both for work and in my free time, I can tell you that anything that can be done to help improve and revitalize Columbia would be welcome. Having ground floor retail space and more people walking around would make me feel significantly safer walking in the area to visit those local businesses that I would happily patronize. Please support this well-planned and much-needed addition to the community neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here. And next speaker, Chosan Lam, followed by C.U. Wu.
Hello. Okay.
Welcome.
我而家嚟講嘢咧，就代表啲老人家講嘅。我今年68歲啦。
I'm 68 years old.
我嚟加拿大嚟咗58年。
I've been in Canada for 58 years.
我18歲過嚟，開咗過嚟讀書。
I was 18 when I came to Vancouver to study.
咁而家呢個基華街105呢個計劃咧，我覺得應該係高啲。
And I think the project of 105 Kiefer should be higher.
Because 咁樣可以多啲空間，多啲老人家可以搬入去住。
So that there'll be more space for seniors who can move in to live.
因為老人家需要多啲人關心，需要人關懷嘅。
Seniors need people to care for.
如果有地方咧，我每日都會喺呢度打麻雀啊、唱下歌啊、傾下偈咁啊。
With more space, we can play mahjong, sing, or just chat.
老人家係需要人關懷嘅。
And we need people to care for us.
請多啲關心老人家，俾佢多啲空間活動。
And please show us your care and give us more space.
今日嘅目的係想話俾大家聽，高度唔係一個問題嘅。
And the purpose of my speaking is to let you know that height is not a problem.
Okay, thank you. 我講咁多嘢。
Okay, thank you. You have a question from Councillor Louis.
I want to know whether he actually supports the current development. It sounds as if he is wanting more height and more seniors housing, but I'm not sure about this actual development, whether he supports it or not.
佢問你究竟係想要呢一個大樓可以高啲啊，定係點樣樣？
高啲，多啲空間，多啲空間啊！
More space for this project.
我哋支唔支持呢間樓？
支持你高啲。
I asked whether or not he supported this building.
Yeah. 你高啲啊
He said even higher.
Okay, thank you.
唔該晒。
That's all. Okay. Thank you. And our next speaker is Xia Wu, followed by
係喺華埠長期喺嗰度工作生活，我今日發表我自己個人嘅意見。
I've lived and worked in Chinatown for a long time.
我哋華埠嘅長者非常需要一個社區活動中心。
I wanted to let you know that seniors in Chinatown
need
特別
need
需
a
要
activity center
我哋長者嘅住宿嘅地方。
and also accommodation and to live.
因此咧，我哋希望市政府能夠考慮我哋長者嘅實際嘅困難。
I want the city to really consider our actual problem facing us.
呢一次對呢個105究竟應該即刻上馬，還係延長，有爭論。
As to whether the project should proceed right away or be delayed, there's
我個人意見就係咁樣。
my personal
能
view
夠
is
做嘅嘢有應該負責去做，
what should be done should be done.
凡事都有爭論，
There are always conflicts.
特別係關於邊嘅高度先係適當咧？呢個係由市政府全面規劃嚟考慮。
And what is the appropriate height? And that's for the city to
因為呢個
determine.
高度咧，隨着社會嘅發展係不斷係唔同嘅要求。
The demand for the height, it varies, and it changes according to the
我哋希
development
望
of society.
市嘅還係喺我哋華埠建築咧，一個方面就係考慮我哋華埠原嚟嘅點樣保留我哋嘅華埠嘅好嘅優良嘅傳統。
We have to be, we have to consider what are good for Chinatown and our good
另外
traditions.
咧，就係有適當提高呢個高度。
And yet we have to consider providing more height.
華埠同其他地方一樣，如果冇新嘅經濟嘅活力嚟參與咧，
Chinatown is just like any other areas.
係唔能夠發展。
And without proper development,
我記得10幾年
it's not
前
going to go anywhere.
溫哥華嘅華埠咧，每日到下晝3點4點冇人行。
About a dozen years ago, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Chinatown's become practically empty.
唐人街就變咗死人街。
And people are saying that Chinatown has
後
become
嚟
a
啦，
that people's
華
town.
埠有啲扭起，有啲人又對我講，唐人街就變咗洋人街。
And some people are telling me that now Chinatown has become a
我
Western
個人嘅意
people's
見
town.
就係咁樣，希望有保留華埠嘅特色。
My personal view is
好華僑以前嘅優良傳統
to
好嘅
protect
地方
the
保留，但係咧又
my view is to protect the good traditions of Chinatown on one hand,
同時咧引入新嘅
while at the same time
對華埠將來發展有好嘅新嘅活力，
and
應該係
introduce
歡迎。
elements that will
我嘅意見就係咁多。
bring vibrancy to Chinatown.
Thank you very much for coming to speak, Doje. So our next speaker, as we shift to the other list, is Jane Shi. Jane Shi here. Followed by Erica Isomura. What was that?
I thought that the speaker was before me, so I'm just a bit confused.
I didn't have page one of them, I
Just
don't think.
because yeah, during the tally, the speaker was before me.
Which is, just one moment, please. We're just comparing lists here.
One, that's my name before.
Okay, yes, it's, so Jane Shi is the first speaker.
No. So William Lim is first. There's a name William Lim before that. I was number 187 before.
I don't know about 187. We just have a list that was filled out
Yes,
by the clerks.
Right ahead of that list is the name William Lim.
And what is your name?
William Lim.
William Lim. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Lim, why don't you go ahead then? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity for me to state my position on this issue. Right off the bat, I will say that I'm opposed to this proposal, and because I'm usually quite a long-winded speaker, so you're not going to allow me 3.5 hours to speak. So I will just recite 2 poems, which is short poems, and hopefully it will be within the 5 minutes period. The first poem that I'm going to recite, in fact, I started just a couple of days ago. And after hearing a list of people who gave their positions on this issue on either side of the argument. The first poem that was as a result of that is actually modeled after Shelley's Ozymandias of Egypt. I will have give apologies to the poet. So here goes. Oh, incidentally, that you will know that what I'm saying in the poem is that actually is a projection of some 10, 20 years from down the line, and after what this Chinatown would be like with the forces or market forces at work in changing it. So here goes. I met the travelers from the Lotus Land who said, a lonely monument of concrete and stone stood on a small lot in Vancouver's Chinatown. Nearby, towering condos stand with street-level shops and boutiques galore thrown in together enticingly. Each a siren on the rocks, calling millennium nouveau riche and colonial old stocks to come and claim their shares of the entitlement. Facilitated by this gentrified neighborhood were descendants of the Chinese-Canadian pioneers whose work contributed to building this nation was so enshrined by this monument. And other local poors, their culture and the original Chinatown's traditions were now dodo booths of another kind, which no longer to be seen openly around, but only to be lamented rhetorically and ritualistically by sundry dignitaries at selected moments, and to be well hidden in the nation's collective conscience somewhere far behind. That is the first poem. Now, I actually am not by nature a pessimist person. I'm an activist. And even Councillor Agent Carr have seen me in many occasions and almost like, on the front line struggling. I came to Canada when I was 12 years old in 1949. I'm 80 years old now right now. Way back in 1958, after my high school in Winnipeg, I was fortunate to be working at my uncle's restaurant outside of the CPR yard in Winnipeg and get to know some of the workers, was the CPR, and found out a little bit about the history, which I didn't learn from the history books at school, about the Chinese contribution to the building of the BC section of the CPR. At that time, I didn't even know about the Chinese contribution in the Second World War, never mind the First World War. So, but in 1958, it was the 100th anniversary of the Chinese people first set foot in Canada. And so I wrote a poem in Chinese at the time.
You're at your 5-minute
okay.
time limit. So.
Okay, then I won't even get to that. Now, but before I want to say is that the poet Robert Frost, the American poet Robert Frost, wrote a poem, and I think a few lines that many of you are very familiar. I will leave it for you as my favorite speech. Is that two paths diverse in the woods, and I chose the one that less traveled by, and that makes all the difference. I hope that the council and the mayor would make a very serious decision on whether they're going to, as they say, to accept the developer's proposal, to cave into the so-called market forces, or whether that to stand up for the people, especially those who live and the culture and the order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for speaking. And next speaker is Jane Shi, followed by Erica Izomura.
大家好，谢谢，Thank you，今天我在就是 Musqueam、Squamish 和 Tsleil-Waututh 原住民的他们的家庭给你说这些，不过我的中文不是太好，不能说那么好的政治的话题，所以我写了这些。Popo always knows best. The first time my Popo warned me about the world was about rape and how to escape. If someone kidnaps you, she said, leave your money and run. Her story is not mine to tell. My Mandarin and my Loeo are not fluent enough, my temper not long enough to be an adequate translator of her stories. When I was 5, I promised her a red dress and a big house. Now at 25, there's no sight of either of those gifts, signs of gratitude and respect for my elder. Cannot because I struggle with dreaming of either gender liberation for queer trans women of color, for femmes of all ages, for two-spirit people, or homeownership / affordable housing in this vicious world of ours, where poems and protests are pathologized almost as much as intergenerational trauma, drug use, and poverty. Popo always knows best, because sometimes we don't. Every phone call is about how to stay healthy. Essentially, how to live long enough to be a senior ourselves. How to live with less pain. How to keep safe from the white light of our computers and cell phones. My grandma doesn't live in Chinatown. She never lived in Chinatown. I haven't and didn't either. But like so many Chinese women who are activists and writers, who have become drawn to this fight against the money-hungry rezoning of 105 Kiefer on the unceded and occupied territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish territories, we can't help but think of our own popos when we speak to seniors in the neighborhood, when we fold paper money with them for our ancestors. We ask them about their living conditions, when we support them in the dialects and the languages through which they bicker and love and imagine. When we help them move, when we write poetry in honor of them. When we do this heart work, maybe we are trying to think of what our popo would say. The lineage of women's love and women's trauma for which we feel we can never do justice. That can also never be fully articulated. Popo always knows best. But what if sometimes our popo doesn't know best? What if sometimes Popo tells us not to help our neighbors, our friends, our acquaintances, even our enemies who are forced out of their country, of their home, sometimes without a penny to their name? And what if it's not her fault? What fear of loss, the loss of security, of dollars, of homes, did the great leap forward, the Second World War, the Cultural Revolution, Tiananmen Square massacre, white supremacy, and colonization instill? Who didn't tell her about over 500 years of violent occupation, of indigenous land, of relentless resistance, of the head tax and exclusion, of slavery and centuries of anti-blackness, of internment and incarceration and refugee camps, of rape and kidnapping on the other side of the Pacific? Of the humble idea that everyone deserves to live with a roof over their heads, safely. Pulpua sometimes knows best, but today I'm speaking before you. I don't always know better than her, certainly not better than all of the low-income seniors living in Chinatown who find home there. But if I could tell her, not in Beijing Standard Mandarin, but in her own dialect, I would tell her that I would rather gift her knowledge, the gift of community, of friendship, of history, than an expensive, unaffordable condo apartment. Like so many of my friends, we are wowed by the possibility of friendship and community among low-income seniors in Chinatown. We too are their friends, family, and community. In 50 years, we will be seniors too. Not all of us will have five-figure salaries. My queer survivor and mentally ill hope is that I will keep the friendships I have today. That I will still be able to put people over profit, my own body over the money in my pocket, your body over the money in developers' pocket, youth's livelihoods and future over the so-called value of land. We have an opportunity to live this hope today. None of these hopes are possible with a mere 25 units of senior social housing in the heart of Chinatown. We're talking about a community. So with all the privilege I have as a settler, I oppose BD's 105 Kiefer rezoning proposal. This is not just an activist dream, it's a dream of a life our Pulpua taught us to gift her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak. So our next speaker is Erika Isomura. Okay, and what is his name? Alexander Wong, okay. Alexander Wah?
Wong.
Wong, yeah.
Excuse me.
Got it.
W-O-N-G.
Yep, we got it. Thank you. Okay.
Shall I start now?
Yep, go for it.
Thank you. 5 minutes and no more. Thank you. Your Honorable Mayor, respected councillors, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you're aware, my name is Alexander Wong, but you should know my nickname too, Alexander the Small Potato. I have been all the way in Vancouver for almost half a century. Not too long, I'm afraid. I don't read here, being old. Yeah. I don't even recognize my writings anymore, as if. Forgive me. Being old is a privilege, also a problem. I better put on my glasses. Thank you. See, isn't that fun to laugh a little? Yeah. I've been here witnessing the general changes of the city provincially and federally too. At City Hall here, I've been given the privileges to hear of the pros and cons of the subject matter. Thank you. Everyone, yes. To save everyone's time, I conclude here with the following comments. Firstly, as a Canadian, I hate to say, but I love to say too. As a Canadian, and multicultural immigrants, we should take pride of discussing this subject matter solemnly and seriously, though I sound joking a little. This is not just a local townhouse business. We enjoy being the second largest Chinatown in North America. Take note, please. And designated as one of the 10 world's, one of the few world's historic sites. We should take pride. Secondly, to the developers and all of the property owners, I sincerely wish them luck. Make lots of money and help prosper the economy of Chinatown, of which you seem to be more interested. Thirdly, to those hopeful senior citizens, I also wish that you would be fulfilling your dreams for taking up the so-called affordable 25 units as planned. I understand that you are the vulnerable groups in your 80s or even 90s, or some, of course, under 60, not qualified for the criteria. You are the vulnerable groups, as I repeat, sorry, of the age. Congratulations. Time will tell, and you will save your sad stories. Fourthly, dear Councillor, please stick to the policy of allowing 75 feet and under 90 feet as decided about 6 years ago in 2011. Meanwhile, if I may point out, there are major split opinions in the Chinese community in Chinatown. It would be wise to consider Ms. Jenny Kwan's splendid idea to the federal to get the federal government involved in the, in purchasing outright the property in question as part of the heritage site. Nothing political. Fifthly, and finally, hopefully as a construction suggestion and recommendation, it would be nice for the three governments to come together of this issue of promoting the tourism, which would bring more than the developer concerned or owners 10 times, 100 times.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for being here to
Thank
speak.
you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, our next speaker, Jessica Brock, followed by Zifa Zhang.
Can you hear
Welcome.
me okay?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for the 105 Kiefer project. My name is Jessica Brock, and I'm here on behalf of a local business, Eastwood Cycle. We're located at 154 West Hastings Street, a short couple blocks from the Chinatown gates. At Eastwood, we pride ourselves on being active, engaged, commercial members of our community. Part of this involves being aware and informed on new changes in our neighborhood. As a result, I've studied the latest proposal for 105 Kiefer and 544 Columbia, and I think it would be great for local businesses, community in terms of bringing in new retailers, new residents, and new visitors to our streets. It seems clear to me the developer has paid extra attention to the context of Chinatown to make sure the building will contribute in a real and tangible way to the community. This project would offer larger market residential units for young families, social housing units for seniors, a seniors rec center on the ground level, and a series of small retail space for local serving retailers. This adds up to a thoughtful and community-minded inclusive proposal, in my opinion. It is my understanding that the purpose of the HA1A policy is to help support local businesses by increasing residential uses about retail on the ground floor. As a small boutique business a few blocks away, Eastwood supports this approach to planning. On behalf of Eastwood, we encourage Council to support this proposal, which will also promote healthy lifestyles, encouraging walkability, exercise, and car-free living. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a point of view.
Okay, thanks very much for being here tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. And our next speaker is Zifa Zhang. Is Zifa Zhang here? Okay, not here. Mei Choi? Mei Choi here? Mei Choi? Mei Choi is here, okay. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mei Choi. Because in my English is really little, I speak Cantonese. 我係反對唐人街心臟地帶，我哋神聖嘅。
I'm against this project in the heart of Chinatown.
我哋神聖嘅華工紀念碑廣場旁邊興建高樓。
Right next to our sacred memorial site.
溫哥華唐人街
Vancouver Chinatown
係北美繼三藩市之後第二大嘅唐人街。
is the second largest Chinatown in North America after San Francisco.
唐人街有住我哋中華歷史文化嘅風貌。
Chinatown is a good showcase for our Chinese culture.
喺 Kiefer 街唔遠處有千禧門樓。
The Millennium Gate is not far from the Kiefer building.
另一面係古色古香嘅圖書文物館。
And on the other side is the culturally beautiful library.
同埋中山公園。
And the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden.
呢啲係我哋海外華人深以為驕傲嘅旅遊景點。
And this is a tourist destination that we Chinese are proud of.
如果喺 Kiefer 街興建高樓
，building a tall building on Kiefer
破壞咗周邊嘅景觀
would damage the surrounding area, the image of the surrounding area.
令唐人街失去咗原有嘅歷史文化特色。
And Chinatown would lose the cultural characters.
如果市政府批准呢次嘅高樓項目
If city approves this project,
將會為唐人街帶來嚴重嘅傷害。
It would bring serious damage to Chinatown.
如果連唐人街旁邊嘅紀念碑旁邊都可以起高樓嘅話
If we could build a building next to the memorial site, right next to the memorial site,
咁我哋傳統嘅唐人街建築物高1倍，因為佢哋新起嘅要求係比我哋高1倍，係咪？
because the height that would be twice as what we already have here in Chinatown.
如果批准咗呢個項目之後
If this project is approved,
咁其他嘅發展商都會動腦筋，繼續咁樣清拆我哋原有嘅歷史文化嘅堂所嚟起高樓。
it would cause other developers to come into Chinatown to dismantle other society buildings.
咁到時候我哋唐人街就冇㗎啦。
Then there'll be the end of Chinatown.
加拿大華人歷史嘅痕跡就會消失。
And that part of the history in Canada will be gone.
所以呢，我個人係希望
So I personally hope that
市政府可以接納東區國會議員關維貞嘅建議。
that the city would accept the suggestion by Jenny Kwan, the MP for Vancouver East.
用以地換地嘅方式嚟解決 Kiefer 街嘅發展問題。
And use land swap to solve this problem.
最後一句，
And last,
我仍然係要堅持
I insist that
反對 喺華人紀念碑旁邊起高樓。
I oppose having a tall building next to the memorial site.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for coming to speak. Did Zifa Jiang end up being here or not? He's still not here. Okay. Like Lai Tony Ho is next, followed by Sierra Pritipal.
Afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. 多謝羅炳信市長、各位市議員接納市民嘅意見。本人拉通余旺浩。
Thanks, Mayor and Councillor, for listening to us.
反對改變唐人街現在嘅容貌。
I'm against changing the current face of Chinatown.
溫哥華唐人街在2011年被國家評定為歷史史蹟。
Chinatown has been named as the historic site in 2011.
為何現在只到2017年？
Now it's just 2017.
只有6年那麼短嘅時間就改變國家嘅評論。
A short 6 years and we are making changes.
溫哥華唐人街市政府反口不保留現在個面貌。
City of Vancouver is going against its own words.
發展商貪得無厭。
All the greedy developers.
105土地只建6層樓嘅本來。
Originally, the plan was for a 6-story building at 105 Kiefer.
後來又更改9層。
It was changed to 9-story.
現在又申請起12層。
Now it's 12 stories.
真係太荒唐。
This is absurd.
市政府用地換地，俾佢喺第二度起可以嗎？
Is it possible for the city to do a land swap with the developers to choose another site?
奇化街的紀念碑和中山公園。
The memorial and the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden.
中華文化中心。
Chinese Cultural Center.
係旅遊勝地。
Are a tourist destination.
遊人好喜歡喺嗰度拍照留念，好有價值觀。
And people like to take pictures around this area.
在唐人街市政府批發展商建高樓大廈，係前言不對後語。
For the city to allow developers to build in Chinatown.
唐人街
It's going against its own words.
Oh, sorry. 唐人街嘅歷史痕跡何在？
What's going to happen to the history of Chinatown?
已經係有100多年好難歷史文物建築。
All these culturally valuable buildings that are over 100 years old.
唐人街嘅堂所必要保留嘅價值。
And these valuable society buildings must be maintained.
我好多謝關惠晶國會議員講述唐人街老華僑。
I thank Jenny Kwan for
嘅辛酸賣命嚟到加拿大，換到而家嘅唐人街所有嘅堂所歷史。
For her highlighting the difficulty and the hardships that that earlier Chinese have been through.
而家嘅新移民嚟到溫哥華係土生土長嘅華人嘅後代。
The newcomers are the offsprings of earlier Chinese.
多元族裔嘅朋友。
Our friends, our multicultural friends.
對天氣好，一家老少都會到唐街 shopping 飲茶。
When the weather is good, they'll come to Chinatown for tea or a meal.
唐街仲有唱歌表演好多嘅好地方。
And there are performances like singing in Chinatown.
仲有最重要嘅就係 華埠嘅藥房賣大麻。
What's most important is this pot dispensary in Chinatown.
千萬不可設立成功。
It can absolutely not be allowed to be set up there.
將溫哥華清新嘅空氣摧毀。
So that to avoid having the clean air of Vancouver to be destroyed.
美麗嘅環境。
And our beautiful environment.
加拿大嘅聲譽都摧毀。
As well as Canada's reputation will be ruined.
希望羅炳信市長真心接納我們市民嘅心聲意見。
I would hope that Mayor Robertson would accept our views.
非常感謝市長和各位議員做
Thank you.
到。Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak. And our next speaker is Ciara Prithipal, followed by Madeline Cheng. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Ciara Prithipal. I'm a business owner and a reluctant gentrifier in Chinatown, and I run Sticks and Stones Tattoo. I'm here to oppose the proposed development at 105 Kiefer Street. As a first-time business owner, a 23-year-old with no business experience, no credit history, and as a tattooer running a shop of self-taught marginalized artists, Chinatown is the only place where I could find a workspace that would allow me, and at the same time the process has been harrowing and convoluted. The retail units being proposed for 105 Kiefer would have to meet some very specific and different requirements of accessibility to truly be available for the Chinese business owners that make Chinatown what it is. The homeowners that this development would bring into the area will not be revitalizing the rest of Chinatown. This is not a trickle-down effect economically. They will be frequenting businesses like Sai Wu and Juniper and others that will meet their needs and meet their standards of aestheticism that pleases them and makes it feel accessible to them. The real business owners of Chinatown will be left to suffer in languish, and as their actual clientele gets removed further and further away from them. My tattoo shop has brought international and domestic traveling artists and clients to the area, and I hear firsthand what their impression of Vancouver is. When these newcomers come to the area, they don't speak highly about Vancouver's terrific condos and excellent coffee. They ask me why they're seeing people dying from a completely unaddressed opioid crisis. They ask me why the seniors of Chinatown are living in squalor and alienation while five-star restaurants open on every corner. They ask me why our streets adjacent to our shop are covered in human feces from lack of accessible washrooms. They ask me how it's possible for the seniors of Chinatown to not have long-term, stable, and quality housing when it is them who worked for decades to contribute to an inhospitable, hostile, and racist country. These seniors who have lived to see almost every aspect of their livelihoods threatened and compromised by the city in the form of ordinances, zoning regulations, and worse, are being denied the human right to live in comfort and dignity. From race-motivated riots to the barbecue wars of the 1970s to segregated workplaces and building codes that intentionally stopped the growth of Chinatown to 1961's redevelopment project number 1, which saw 300 Chinatown residents displaced, to 1962's redevelopment project number 2, which saw 3,000 displaced in not only just 2 years. The city of Vancouver's history of xenophobia and racism is no secret to the seniors of Chinatown. 100% of this development needs to be dedicated to the most vulnerable members of Chinatown society. The retail units for businesses should have incentives for new business owners to ensure that they work with the community and ask consent to meet the needs of Chinatown. Unlike the owners of Sai Wu, I am grateful and deeply humbled to be allowed into this community. On behalf of my business, I took many steps to not leave a negative impact, or at least to mitigate that impact, so that I wouldn't just be one other business taking advantage of the charm and the business just intrigue of this area to make a profit. I really hope that the councillors assembled here may want to hear more about what those things were that I did, because as far as I'm aware, I am the only business owner who has taken those steps. And that's untenable and unthinkable at this stage in the game. There are wants and needs to be considered in this issue. And the needs of the people of Chinatown, the seniors, the users, the homeless, the sex workers, and all those in need should trump the wants of those who are able to afford $900,000 condos. I can only speak for my own business and for the people who work around me, but I've seen even the area in which I work in currently, the studio that I work in, be completely demolished for the name of development, while very accessible retail units at the rate of about $1,000 a month that provided working spaces for about a dozen Chinese seniors are being razed to the ground with only a month's notice. I really hope that Council will consider putting more of this development towards actual social housing and addressing the needs of the people who need it the most. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being here to speak. And next up is Madeline Cheng, followed by Wilson Leong.
Mayor and City Council, everyone here. My name is Madeline Cheng. I'm Vancouver born, and I've written some letters to a very long letter to the city. I'm here to speak on these two developments, particularly 105 Kiefer Street. Brevity's not my strength, so I'll try and hit upon some main points. A lot of people have commented on the form, as well as the size and the social housing, or the social housing that is called social housing, but is arguably assistant rates. I saw Jean Swanson speak to that. Anyway, to tell you a little bit about myself, my family came in the 1800s. I'm fourth generation Chinese Canadian. So my family paid the head tax. They were entrepreneurs, like many Chinese people in Chinatown and in BC. You had to be an entrepreneur to survive. They faced extreme poverty and racism for generations. They lived in Chinatown, they worked in Chinatown, and they lived in Strathcona. They helped build Chinatown and its strong identity, along with many others in Chinatown, some of who are prominent citizens and architects, financiers, teachers. My family also fought the Chinese Exclusion Act, volunteered in World War II, as well as rallied Victoria to earn citizenship and win the vote for Chinese Canadians in 1947. My father was a veteran. He's no longer here, but he was the first Chinese Canadian captain in Canada. He was also the first Chinese Canadian aide de camp to the Lieutenant Governor of BC, both of which he very much took pride in. So I want to say, first of all, the human rights and freedoms of many Canadians and immigrants, the First Nations, are the direct result of these efforts, which were 75 years ago. It's the 150th Canadian anniversary, and Chinese Canadians, as well as Chinatown in Vancouver, are very important to Canada, very important to Vancouverites, and very important to my family. I'm very inspired to see lots of young people and seniors and multilingual Mandarin, Cantonese, First Nations, English non-Chinese people speaking at these hearings to say how much they care about Vancouver Chinatown. I want to say a few things about the memorial, of which my father was a part of. My father, it's a standing tribute to the direct sacrifices and the contributions of Chinese Canadian citizens in Chinatown, across BC and Canada. My father was a captain before he was a citizen in this country. He fought, along with many others. Other parts of my family rallied for the vote in Victoria. We have a connection to the Chinese Cultural Museum, which is now the gallery is much smaller than it used to be. And my father used to proudly go to the cenotaph on November 11th every year, and as a family we used to participate. This is a smaller looking monument, but it's no less significant to the veterans, the railway workers, and the sacrifices of Canadians and their families. It's a dark part of history, but Vancouver Chinatown is also triumphant and beat down racism, beat down poverty and segregation. And just a little personal note, looking at my family's photo albums, talking to my family members about the past and growing up here also with racism, I can say that Chinatown has been very vibrant, even though it was poor in the past. It's very vibrant today. I hear people saying it's dying, it has to be revitalized, and as many people in the community and direct community of Chinatown have said, it's very much alive, and there's a lot of youth there making things happen, a lot of energy.
That is your time.
One more thing
You're actually well over time.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
but thank you very much for being here to speak tonight and share your stories. And we're on to Wilson Liang, our next speaker, followed by Albert Lam.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Wilson Liang. I'm also a member of Strathcona Resident Association. Today I'm speaking on my own behalf here. Strathcona Resident Association, some time ago we had a motion carried and voted to write a letter of opposition. And in March, we also had a community forum and discussed the future of Chinatown, and lots of people expressed their concerns. And we also have city planners at the forum. Today, I want to express my my opposition to this rezoning application, and for two reasons, and not lots of reasons have been said. I'm not going to repeat them. And one is what makes Chinatown unique. It's in Chinatown you have the authentic cultural experience. What makes it authentic? It's real people live here, and the majority of people who live in Chinatown as Chinese senior. And if we want to retain this this cultural asset, and we would need to retain the residents here. We would need to have place they afford to live here. We need to have their locally serving business to meet their daily lives needs. And in the past couple years, I walk through Chinatown on a daily basis, and the change I have witnessed is what I can describe as heartbroken. If we compare with Chinatown and Gastown, if we look at the height of the building, if we look at why the business is viable, and the key is not the density of the building. If you look at Gastown, and the business is very viable there. It's not because they have density, it's not because they have high buildings. And in the past couple of years, and we already have like this high density condos in Chinatown. And what's the result of the business? Any business, they see their local serving business are supported. According to As a matter of fact, according to research done by nonprofit, and in the past couple of years, about 50% of the store that serve that serve local residents for fresh food, including fresh produce, including fish and meat. Those are the vital elements for Chinese seniors who live locally. And also, if we look at the past couple of years with development and the revitalization of Chinatown, and people are hoping the high density will bring people in. But if we look at guest town, if we look at metro town, and those businesses rely on high density above their mall or their place? The answer certainly is no. And everybody know the community already expressed the concern, and no matter it's in the opposition or for the rezoning application, both express their concern how to retain the cultural asset. And everybody agree, and this is so important. And it's not only for Chinese, it's the asset of the city. It's the asset of the country. If we just, right now, the trend is going the opposite way. So we don't want to see in the future we lost this asset. So to sum it up, just two things. One is to keep the authentic cultural experience in Chinatown. The second is to revitalize Chinatown. High density is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. And our next speaker is Albert Lam, followed by Todd Smith.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to speak a little bit about personal experience about development. So thank you for all your time for 105 Kiefer Street. I attended the public hearing last week, and I'm very concerned with the social division I witnessed. The rezoning process has inadvertently created deep mistrust and factionalism in a community historically known for being tightly knit under pressure. The current proposal must be halted, and a more empathetic and collaborative process must be sought. As many speakers pointed out, Chinatown was once a close-knit community forged under racism and discrimination. Today, when Chinatown needs to be unified to overcome modern socio-economic problems, we've lost that unity. Chinatown quintessentially represents the Canadian identity. Idealistic immigrants who, despite overwhelming odds, banded together, selflessly sacrificed much to overcome incredible challenges. I stand here today with a voice because they've sacrificed much. As an architectural professional, I had the honor of being invited to the Union International de Architects Conference in South Africa to present research on social sustainability. To my international peers, I presented the Alhambra district as Vancouver's market-based response to Gastown's socioeconomic challenges. I proudly described how stakeholders joined forces to encourage private investment that would help Vancouver's most vulnerable from drug addiction, mental health, survival. Last year, my office moved to a space overlooking Blood Alley, adjacent to that development. Council and Mayor, have you seen a man collapse, legs on fire, unable to do anything to save himself because he was unconscious from a drug overdose? In Blood Alley, occurrences like this happen daily. Just 50 paces from Water Street is all it takes to go from Vancouver's idealism as one of the world's most livable cities to pain, death, and lost dreams. In Gastown, the city, the architects, and the investors all had the best of intentions. But do not make the same mistake in assuming that market development will rehabilitate a community. As in Gastown, the current real estate focus proposal at 105 Kiefer perpetuates the unloading of negative externalities onto the public. Just as I aired, there are deeper social and economic issues, and there are more to community than a building. We must break free from the cycles of validating what we are doing as right and do the right thing. It's easiest for us to discuss the merits of development in the comforts of these chambers and in the boardrooms. It's not so easy for the people who live, work, and die in those communities. We must sincerely assure all people, especially the vulnerable, that they are not nameless, that they are not just an average in report. I see 105 Kiefer as the opportunity not with building yet another bland residential building, but the revival of Chinatown's spirit of unity as the city's spirit of unity and renewal. The current process has caused enough division. This development is the opportunity to give a voice to many of the people in Chinatown that cannot either participate or be here. We must get their sincere collaboration and dialogue to uncover those blind spots, just as I found in my presentation about how a 10, 20, 100-story building is supposed to solve issues of community. Today I stand before you because I've learned now that community is less about the physical makeup of the buildings, but more about how we interact, the strength of our relationships, and how we choose to interact with each other. Just as Chinese Canadians have given me a voice today, I really, really hope that you will also give a voice to many of those in the community that have not been able to be here to voice their concerns. The fact that there's over 200 people here speaks a lot about that. So let's learn from their sacrifices and write the next chapter of how the city came together at 105 Kiefer to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak tonight. No questions? Next speaker is Todd Smith. I'll just give a little pre-warning. We're going to take a break at 5:30, a little dinner break for those who are hungry. So stand by for that. Todd Smith, you're up. Welcome.
All right, so thanks, Council, for having me here. So I stand here in opposition of the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. We seem to fixate on the financial and physical aspects of this development, but I believe there's merit in the lens of human rights and historical context. Particularly, let's focus on the nuance of themes raised in the city's recently updated Heritage Action Plan. Specifically, past and present culture, it plays intrinsically into our perception of space. We stand here on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. That's important because in order to actually reach that intent of reconciliation, we have to hear what those people have been saying. We have to listen, and we have to agree to not make the same mistakes. And that's what's been asked of us, and my fear is we're trending towards the wrong side of history again. So let's start there. For over 15,000 years, there stood a village known as Huihui in Stanley Park, right at the place marked by Lumberman's Arch in current day. This arch stands atop a site completely obscured from surface level. This was a site of great prosperity and meaning for coastal Indigenous peoples. So how is this relevant? Erasure. This is an example I fear we are extrapolating in an effort to develop investment ghost towns that do not contribute to the fabric of our city. People joke about Chinatown becoming the next Yale town, but the more severe trajectory, in my opinion, is that it becomes the next Cole Harbor, an area that was once truly mixed use in every sense of the phrase, but is now a parking lot for luxury yachts and a forest of unlicensed Airbnbs and empty condos. This is why I stand here today, because it seems we need more context. Chinatown has survived some of the worst conditions our city has put out. It was built on the edge of a mudflat where nobody else wanted to live. It frequently flooded. The people there survived the riots of 1907. They survived subsequent years of destructive narratives about cheater floors, secret tunnels, prostitution, and opium dens. These were all used to control and suppress the voices of folks who live there. Similar to how disrespectful it seems to have Lumberman's Arch placed directly over top of Huihui, I should not need to explain why it's offensive to build a structure towering over the Chinatown Memorial Monument. Chinatown needs our attention. It need not arrive in platitudes and ceremony, but in actions that demonstrate we have listened to what folks in the neighborhood have been saying for over 100 years. This is not a new problem. How many times does the community need to say no before their voices are heard? The City of Vancouver and developers need to do much more in relation to social housing. We need to limit the height and bulk of the proposed development and respect historical context. In regards to seniors' social housing, it appears that neither the city nor developer have listened or responded to concerns raised by the community. We're actively pushing seniors out of this neighborhood by restricting the number of units in this development to 25. Many people here have spoken for much more than that. This building cannot correct the mistakes made in nearby developments in recent years, but we can effectively address that and move it in the right direction. And I think others have spoken a little more eloquently about that, so I'll expedite the process. These units should come cheaper so that people can actually occupy them and afford to live there, not just in the short term, but for longer term homes. The height and bulk should be reconsidered, and some people have voiced that it should go directly back to the drawing board. That's not my area of expertise, but I think we should do more to listen and consider that process. In closing, I guess, Chinatown, it's still here. The folks who made it a national heritage place are still here. I fear we're repeating the past mistakes. I fear there is still lingering anti-Asian sentiments expressed in early Vancouver that have not gone away, that have reared their head in very ugly instances, foreign buyers, et cetera, et cetera. There's misuse and appropriation of lands, and I feel that there is suppression of voices in this community to this day. By ignoring the concerns that they voice here, we're effectively saying that their voices don't matter, and that's simply not true. I think we owe a tremendous debt to the folks in Chinatown who've been here this whole time for their tenacity, for their strength, and 130 years of perseverance through neglect. As a city, we need to aim higher, we need to be much better, we need to listen, and we must set a precedent for consultation, and it starts with projects like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak tonight. And our next speaker is Wayne Lowe. Wayne Lowe. Is Wayne Lowe here? Not here. William Chan. Is William Chan here? Coming. Okay. William Chan is followed by Susan Ma. And then Kathy Shimuzu. Evening.
I'm Willie Chan, chair of the Vancouver Chinatown Merchant Association. I think I speak Cantonese is better in English. Let me speak Cantonese. Let someone translate for me.
Okay.
大家好，我係陳耀輝。
Hi, my name is Willie Chen.
係華埠商會嘅主席。
I'm the chairperson of Chinese Merchants Association.
我哋華埠商會喺多年嚟為唐人街嘅建設、美化、旅遊、治安、歷史建築保護。
Our association has, in terms of Chinatown's beautification and law and order.
美化
Beautification.
Yeah, and 旅遊
and tourism.
治安
Law and order.
歷史建築嘅保護
and the protection of heritage.
同埋華埠嘅經濟等
and the economy of Chinatown.
作出不可磨滅嘅貢獻。
We have done a lot of work on it.
喺過去呢30-40年。
In the past 30 to 40 years.
就喺唐人街咧，我哋為咗保美化唐人街咧，我哋起咗千禧門。
And we built Millennium Gate to make Chinatown, nice.
最近得到市政府嘅支持。
And with the support of the city.
我哋翻新咗華埠嘅龍燈計劃。
We have renewed the Dragon Lights.
咁啊，我哋非常了解唐人街嘅商店嘅情況。
And we are very familiar with the situation of the different stores in Chinatown.
睇到唐人街嘅現在嘅人流越嚟越少，
And the number of people going to Chinatown is becoming smaller and smaller.
商店嘅生意咧越嚟越難做，
And businesses are more and more difficult,
好難生存，
very difficult to survive,
真係覺得好可惜，
and very disappointing
因為唐人街不斷老化，
because Chinatown is getting old
年輕人不願意嚟呢度消費。
and young people don't want to spend in Chinatown.
當嗰啲老人家佢好想嚟唐人街之時咧，
While the seniors want to come to Chinatown,
但係佢唔能夠自己揸車，但係搭巴士咧就覺得好危險。
because they cannot drive and many are feeling dangerous while riding on the bus.
所以我哋唐人街嘅生意一路沒落。
And that's why our businesses have been going downhill.
最近喺唐人街咧就開咗一啲新嘅餐館，
Recently, new restaurants have been opening in Chinatown.
所以先開始多啲年輕人。
So that's attracting more young people to come.
我哋需要更多人認識唐人街，
We want more people to know Chinatown
願意喺唐人街嚟消費。
and willing to spend in Chinatown.
如果見多啲新樓
With more buildings
喺呢啲提供多啲嘅新嘅小型商業，
and more small businesses,
我哋覺得係非常好嘅一件事。
it's a good thing for Chinatown.
所以我哋支持係105嘅 building 嘅。
And that's why we support the 105 Kiefer project.
呢等新樓咧，都係能夠帶到更多願意嚟消費同埋有消費能力嘅人群入住。
We believe the building can draw more people who have spending power to come to Chinatown.
唐人街需要更新，
Chinatown needs renewal,
需要改善，
needs to improvement.
所以我哋係贊成喺唐人街起多啲新樓。
That's why we support building more new houses and more new buildings in Chinatown.
其實年輕嘅咧，有好多人都可能會考慮喺生活喺唐人街嘅。
Many young people may be interested in living in Chinatown.
如果多啲人喺新起嘅唐人街嗰度住咧，就會改善唐人街嘅治安問題。
With more people living in Chinatown, the law and order situation will be improved.
能夠更加提高唐人街嘅聲譽，
And that will raise Chinatown's reputation
更加容易吸引多啲人喺呢度定居做生意。
and attracting more people to do business and live in Chinatown.
如果唐人街冇唐人嘅生意喺度商業活動，咁就唔會叫做唐人街㗎啦。
Without Chinese spending in and participating in business activities in Chinatown, that wouldn't be a Chinatown.
Yeah, that's right. That's I talk about today. And also the 105 Kiefer, they have some facility to the senior and the space to the senior to do some activity. I think it's a good chance. So that's I coming to say these words.
Okay, thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor
Thank you.
DiGenova.
Thank you. I have one question, actually maybe two. Mr. Chan, thank you for coming to speak. Does the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association support, or are they offering their support? You mentioned you support it, but does the whole association support the project?
Yes.
Okay. And another question I have is, we've heard from many speakers. You're the last written on my list here, but many people who are concerned that, I suppose, supporting new merchants coming into the neighborhood will hurt sort of the little guy or the other merchants in Chinatown. From what I've heard, you don't see it that way. Can you explain how you mentioned it's a benefit, how it will be a benefit to some of these long-standing merchants to see some of the new businesses come in?
新嚟嘅商業咧，雖然係有啲唔係唐人嚟做，
Even though some of the new businesses moving in are not operated by Chinese,
但係都係增加個人流。
that help to increase the people flow into Chinatown.
因為呢20年嚟咧，唐人街 suffering 嗰啲 drug user。
Because in the past 20 years, Chinatown has been suffering because of the drug situation.
So the people coming less and less.
Okay.
So I need more people to living in Chinatown.
And is it your view, and you don't have to answer my question, but do you believe that we've heard a number of people say that the Chinese people or Chinese seniors will be driven out of the neighborhood when new shops come? Do you think that it offers them more variety? And the project here that we're looking at is a part of offering more variety and more housing options? Or do you think that well, I suppose I'll leave that to you. Do you think that it offers more variety and will be welcomed by your merchants?
佢問你新嗰啲生嗰啲鋪頭入嚟咧，係咪會趕走嗰啲舊嗰啲啊？定係覺得佢會對有幫助？
我相信咧就唔會嘅，呢個係一個相輔相成嘅商業嘅模式。 唔會話新嘅入嚟會趕走咗舊式。
I believe this would be mutually benefiting both old and new businesses.
Thank you very much.
Oh, welcome.
Okay, that is your questions. Thank you very much for coming to speak.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And we are just about at 5:30, so I think we've got about 15 speakers still registered on here. To come back to, so we'll take a 30-minute break. Be back here at 6 o'clock to hear from Susan Ma as the next speaker. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Okay, we're going to get started again here. So we'll reconvene again. Welcome back, everybody, to our public hearing, the 105 Kiefer Street rezoning proposal. And we are on to speakers who weren't necessarily registered, but have made known to us, the clerks here, that they wish to speak. And our next speaker is Susan Ma, followed by Kathy Shamuza.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Good evening. Greetings to council, mayor, staff. My name is Susan Ma, and I'm not an expert on architecture or urban planning or, public policy or things like that, but I have worked in Chinatown almost every day for the last 7 years. So I think that I wanted to sort of bridge a little bit of the ground level experience. I think you've seen what you might feel is quite a substantial mass, and it is during these hearings. But if the attendance at these hearings is it's really just an inkling. It's a glimpse of the inspiration, the passion, and the abilities and the capacity of those that are working and living in Chinatown today. I'm an educator, and as such, I'm fascinated by, topics like how do we live well in our time and place, and I'm fascinated by the idea of how we can leave the world a better place than we inherited. So as such, I am opposed to the rezoning application at 105 Kiefer. The last 7 years, I was the head of education at the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden. I was in charge of a department that oversaw more than 10,000 students. And by students, I use that term loosely. That's anyone from age 2 right up to 102. And that was the demographics, both local and international, students from Vancouver, from all over Vancouver, east side, west side, north and south, as well as the greater lower mainland, and even schools that came from China, the US, and overseas, Singapore, and so on. But we also had seniors clubs, gardening groups, hobbyist clubs, and that is 10,000 that I was in charge of out of over 100,000 that come through the gate at the garden every year. And so I know that the way people engage, no matter what their age, their culture, or their background is with Chinatown, is a very unique one. And as such, I don't think it's too much to say that Chinatown deserves a unique consideration of the issues that are they're dealing with there. So I don't want to overly wax poetic or anything like that, but I did want to say that I am incredibly proud to be in my time and place right now, because I have found a cohort of people who are as passionate and as inspired as I am, and I think that's really important. Especially in city living and urban living. And again, I'm not an expert, but I've done a fair share of reading on the subject, and I think Chinatown has its fair share of discussions about architecture, public policy, and urban planning, and so on. So I think it's important to reiterate some of the points that a lot of people have made, but they've made it far more eloquently and in a much more informed way than I have. So I really just want to share a few points that really sort of struck with me. And these are based on my experiences. Again, when I say every day for the last 7 years, I kid you not. Most people who are involved in Chinatown are there every single day. Chinatown is vibrant. So I keep hearing this kind of rhetorical device that indicates that we need to revitalize it. And yes, of course we do, but every single neighborhood needs revitalization in its own way. But Chinatown is vibrant. It is absolutely vibrant. And I can attest to that, and I think a lot of people here can attest to that. It has one of the strongest senses of community that I've ever experienced, and I've lived here in Vancouver for 25 years now. Good things are happening in that neighborhood, and you should be excited about that. And these good things, the wonderful thing about them is that they're happening from within. There are amazing individuals and community groups that are collaborating, that are working with other Vancouver establishments, universities, other tourist attractions, and teachers and students. And it's exciting. It's exciting. So I would emphasize with that not to underestimate how powerful a sense of pride is when people engage with their communities and their city and their sense of place. I think that approving this application will set back so much of the good work that has been building and that people have been doing in Chinatown. The second thing I wanted to iterate is, and again, sorry, I just wanted to say, if you've never been on a tour with me in Chinatown, I invite you to do so, and you will see how vibrant it is. The second point is, let's not conflate the issue. This discussion is not about embracing the future versus nostalgia of the past. It is not about a building and an empty parking lot. This is about a 12-story building in the heart of China's historic neighborhood. It is an absolutely ridiculous height for that site, and I think people have indicated very, very sensible, thoughtful, and informed reasons for that. And again, if you have questions for me, I'm happy to share my opinion on that as well. The height and the bulk of that site is not appropriate.
You're at your 5 minutes.
Gosh, how time flies. So I did want to say, I wanted to give an example, actually, I apologize. Have you ever heard of a city called Suzhou? It's an ancient city in China, almost 2,500 years old. It was the ancient capital at one point. It is where the classical Chinese gardens come from. They are UNESCO heritage sites, and they made a decision about a decade and a half ago in China. And if you think about China today and how it's been in the last 2 decades, it is a developer's playground. So they decided that no building could be built over 7 stories in the heart of the historic site of Suzhou. And that is the decision that has come from 2,500 years of history. We're at 130 here in Vancouver, and comes with a lot of foresight and wisdom. So I would encourage the same sort of foresight and wisdom today.
Okay, thank you very much. And no questions for you?
No questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Kathy Shimizu. At least that's how it's spelled here. I hope I got it right.
Shimizu, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I'm here as a concerned citizen. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are on the occupied and unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, the Musqueam, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I'm grateful to these nations for being able to live on their land, and I support Indigenous struggles for justice and their right to sovereignty. I call on City Council to reject the rezoning application for 105 Kiefer Street, and as a member of the Japanese Canadian community, I stand in solidarity with the low-income Chinese seniors and the Chinese community who oppose this proposal. I also support and agree with the demands of the Chinatown Concern Group, the Chinatown Action Group, and the Youth Collaborative for Chinatown. I also stand here as one of the poor chumps who wasted hundreds and hundreds of personal volunteer hours over 2 years sitting on the Downtown Eastside Local Area Planning Committee. The resulting plan is a terrible plan for many reasons, but especially because it completely fails in its primary purpose to ensure that the plan, quote, improves the lives of those who currently live in the area, particularly low-income people, and those who are most vulnerable, which will benefit the city as a whole. In the 3 years since the plan was passed, the street homelessness numbers have increased, and the lives of the low-income people, including the Chinese seniors who face additional discrimination, are worse off now than they were before the plan. So clearly, just meeting the criteria of the Downtown Eastside Plan is not enough. And besides that, the building does not fully comply with the requirements of the HA1A rezoning guidelines. And I've come to speak out against the displacement of another community from its physical and historical home, because in 1942, my family and over 8,000 Japanese Canadians were forcibly removed from the Powell Street neighborhood during World War II and displaced from the Downtown East Side. And we cannot let this happen in Chinatown. As you've heard from so many others, Chinatown holds a special place in people's hearts, and its character and its uniqueness lie in the fact that the Chinese community built this place. And while they faced incredible racism and challenges over many decades, they not only persevered, but they thrived. And they have their histories and their memories and their living heritage embedded within this neighborhood. And that's what makes it special, that's what makes it vibrant, and that's what makes it Chinatown. These seniors and young Chinese Canadians are who you should be listening to, because city councillors of all people should know that in general, community building involving the rights of people, history, arts, and culture relies on a relatively small number of people who have the passion and commitment to do the right thing at the sacrifice of their own personal time and energy. That's why you always see the same people here before council, because we'd all rather be out in the sunshine, or today many of us were supposed to be at work. But who's willing to come down here to fight for the things that bring meaning to lives of all Vancouverites? to sit in these hallways night after night and now during the day too, bringing Chinese seniors to City Hall so that everyone has a chance to participate in Chinese cultural activities and knows the true history of the city. These people here calling on you to stop the development at 105, that's who. These are the people you come to when you want someone to organize your mahjong tournament. These are the people who care about more than themselves or if their car got broken into on the lot on the site. They're willing to let the site be a parking lot until all levels of government come up with the money for 100% social housing at the shelter pension rate because they care about the long-term vision and they care about the reasons why someone might be breaking into their car. They care about the reasons someone has become a drug addict, and they care about Chinese seniors, and they care about low-income and marginalized people. We care about broader and long-term social issues. And we're not talking about the fact that you can buy Chinese groceries and products all over the lower mainland. This site is not just any site. It has historic significance for Chinese Canadians across the country, not just those living in Vancouver. And for all Canadians, we preserve our history and what's important about it so that we can celebrate past successes and don't repeat our terrible mistakes. And above all, to give us, in these current times, a strong sense of identity, direction, and pride. And I'm here fighting for something that will have true meaning in the lives of current and future generations of Chinese Canadians. And it will only do so if the Chinese community who lives here now is protected and allowed to remain and continue to feel connected to this neighborhood. Through the commitment you see by these young people working with and fighting alongside Chinese seniors to save Chinatown, to ensure that their history and practices are carried forward. If they do not remain, then Chinatown has no soul and no meaning. It's only a marketing slogan that you can sell to tourists and use to make money, or perhaps another way for the city to continue exploiting the histories and lives of immigrant communities. To cite the work of Jeff Masuda and Audrey Kobayashi, the fight is about the right to remain, the right to housing, the right to culture, the right to community, and the right to have these rights. You have the power to make the change that the community is demanding. Where there's political will, there's a way. With true vision and leadership, you can save Chinatown. So I say reject the proposal, find a way to make the site a community site, and put people before profits. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And our next speaker is Rita Wong. Rita Wong is followed by Tyler Russell and then Michael Nguyen.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'd like to acknowledge gratefully that we're on unceded Coast Salish territory and stand in solidarity with the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam First Nations. I was speaker number 46, and I unfortunately missed my turn because I was in Toronto for a conference called Mikinakaminis, which is Turtle Island in Anishinaabe. At that conference, which was about literature, justice, and relation, there was a new edition of Sky Lee's novel, Disappearing Moon Cafe, which was launched. I'm a scholar and a poet, and I also live in Mount Pleasant near Chinatown, I should have mentioned. So I regularly am in the neighborhood, shopping, hanging out, doing things there. So Disappearing Moon Cafe, as you may be familiar with, is a really important novel that is set partly in Vancouver's Chinatown, or mostly in Vancouver's Chinatown. And some students at UBC have recently just done a 360 video of Chinatown. And it was a beautiful reminder of how important our history is in understanding our future. So the first point I want to make with that preface is that 20% social housing is not a big ask or even adequate. It should be 100% social housing, like you would see in a city like Vienna. I'm hoping that the City of Vancouver will work with groups to set up 100% social or cooperative housing, rather than selling land to developers and asking for a concession. You've got an MP telling you that she's willing to work with the city to make this happen, and I think there's a lot of potential in partnering with federal and provincial governments at this point. So the question for me is not so much development, but what kind of development? And we need development that adds to the social cohesion of Chinatown and enables the people who live there to stay, the right to remain, as was mentioned earlier. So I think Vancouver could learn from the Disneyfication of other Chinatowns across North America and be careful to make sure that the people who live there are able to stay. There's a series of films called Chinese Restaurants. I don't know if you've seen them, but the saddest Chinatown in the whole world, I swear, is in Cuba. And that's because the Chinese community there left. And what you have left in that kind of Chinatown is a fake empty kind of tourist attraction. We don't want that here. We want a real live community, and you're seeing that live community coming and asking you for help to support affordable and accessible housing here. Francis Bula recently wrote in the Globe and Mail that the Museum of Vancouver is hosting an exhibition looking at the Vienna model for housing in the 21st century. And one of the key elements of the Vienna program that I think we really need here in Vancouver is to ensure that housing produced and rented responds to local incomes and not just market demand that can be driven by investors. Jenny Kwan has asked you to please do not underestimate your power as a city to work with the province and the federal government. And I think you've got a really wonderful opportunity here. And I want to just also say that we know why Chinatown exists. We know the history of systemic discrimination. And we know also that we need systemic equity measures. And market condos will not achieve that kind of systemic equity that we need here. Equity won't happen without a real commitment to make it happen. Many young people want to live in Chinatown, has been said. And I remember saying to Paul Wong, a well-known local artist, you know, we have to move back into Chinatown. Like, I'm not far away, but I want to live in Chinatown too, and I would not want to live in this building. So I think the challenge here is please build something that I would want to move into and that other people like us would want to move into. I am a writer, and I'm working on a statement with some other Chinese-Canadian writers like Larissa Lai, Fred Hua, Lai Wan, Carvin Lee, and we don't find it easy to survive as writers in the city, but the city needs us. The city needs its writers, it needs its cultural workers, it needs its storytellers to tell its stories. This is what keeps a community alive. And I have lived in Vancouver for many years. I lived in a housing co-op on 10th and Ontario. And I can attest that it does have diversity of income. Diversity of income is something that came up earlier. We don't need market housing to provide diversity of income. When I lived in that co-op, much of the time I paid market rates. But when I was on strike for 4 months, when hardship hit, the co-op was a lifeline. And so we need housing that provides those kind of lifelines to the inhabitants, and we need that kind of lifeline here in Chinatown. It's been very interesting to hear both sides of the debate and hearing people speak for and against. I think what unites all of us is that we want Chinatown to live. And you've got two visions of Chinatown in front of you right now. One that will lead to more privatization and a fake simulacra of a Chinatown, or one that keeps the people here staying, interacting, keeps the community alive. So please, I hope you will do what you can to do right by this community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being here tonight. Our next speaker is Tyler Russell, followed by Michael Nguyen and Cynthia Kent.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Tyler Russell. This thing moves. I am a many generations deep settler, currently residing on the unceded or stolen lands that rightfully belong to the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam peoples. Despite the complicated nature of my settlerhood, it is an honor to have my free speech welcomed here today. I do not take it for granted. Today is my day off. As many of you will be able to empathize, typically on Mondays, I'm in Kelowna tending to the needs of an ill parent. But today, due to the importance of this occasion, I left early and made my way over the Coquihalla to address you. I've worked in Chinatown since early 2014, and I've been so impressed by the resilience and robustness of the community. The neighborhood itself has been my school, constituting a rich and dynamic learning environment. But from my first days working in the neighborhood, I was shocked by the seemingly cultural insensitive, systematic decimation of the historic neighborhood through a steady flow of condo developments. Not that I'm against housing or condo developments per se, nor am I against high buildings. Just that these developments seem to need to be more thoughtful. Chinatown, as has been very well articulated, supports a vital site of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. It's of tremendous value to countless Chinese-Canadian families and is an important part of Canadian heritage. So why was it being redeveloped with such lack of vision, lack of care, and disregard? I work in the cultural sector and run an art gallery called Center A. An outsider to Chinatown, I was surprised in my early days working with the gallery at how many community members, from youth to seniors, but mainly seniors, would come to the gallery and express their concern that we were part of this systematic dismantling of the intangible cultural heritage of this vital neighborhood. With Richard Florida's urban revitalization theories as an excuse, was art being pitted against culture? If so, I wanted no part of it. We at Center A could have chosen to ignore the calls to listen, but instead we chose to listen and sought to reflect some of the concerns we were hearing and curate accordingly. As I would come to learn, in Vancouver, listening to Chinatown is the wise choice. If 50 years ago, the city of Vancouver didn't listen to Chinatown, many of you would not have the reputations you have as global leaders in green urban development. Without the rejection of the proposed freeway, you wouldn't have the language with which you articulate that leadership. Today, I propose to you that Vancouver's Chinatown is offering you yet another opportunity to show global leadership. So I propose that you either table or reject the rezoning application and sit down over a weekend or two and articulate how, in the moment of Trump's America, Vancouver will show global leadership in regards to questions of how we value our heritage and how we value and build upon diversity and inclusion in our built environments. If you fail in that endeavor, or if you pass this rezoning, I would bet that others here, those who might vote against the motion, will figure out how to articulate that leadership and cause supporters of this rezoning significant difficulty in upcoming elections. Just to note, the proposed 1,200 square feet of nondescript cultural space included in this rezoning application does not constitute such leadership. Given my experience, am I over? Okay. Given my experience working in the cultural sector, I strongly doubt its utility, especially given the already robust facilities of the Chinese Cultural Center and the coming Artscape BC development. Further, as has also been well articulated, this proposal contravenes clauses 6A and 6B of HA 1A rezoning policy. In addition to all I've articulated above, this contravention of city policy should provide sufficient guidance. To close, please honor the memory of Bing Tom, Joe Wei, and so many other of our valued mentors and predecessors and make the right decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being here, sharing your words. Next speaker is Michael Nguyen, followed by Cynthia Kent and Alyssa Sid de Jesus. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. I've come to the public hearing as a concerned citizen of Vancouver. I am of Vietnamese Canadian descent, second generation, whom both of my parents, after years of political strife and struggle as refugees, have found a home here on unceded Indigenous lands. This is thanks to the Canadian government taking a progressive and humanistic role and approach. Both my parents have spent a much longer time here in Canada, more than they have in their home country. That is thanks to them finding and being in a community space and place that really supports and cares for them. The Kensington Cedar Cottage area was recently 5 or 6 years ago, approved by the City of Vancouver in 2011 to also have the name of Little Saigon. This small tile holds a lot of weight and pride for my family and friends and also myself. And this, I thank you for that. To have something like that means so much to marginalized groups who have barely anything to begin with. Therefore, I will confidently say that I oppose the rezoning of 105 Kiefer Street for these various reasons pertaining to community. First, I would like to analyze where BD's priorities lie on this construction of this condo. With the situation of senior housing, in which BC Housing has agreed to pay BD for the 25 senior housing units, in which in turn omits BD from paying further development cost levies, these levies, which goes towards our parks, social housing, transportation, and childcare facilities. It seems clear that BD's main priority is to maximize profits. As a capitalist, congratulations. You've done a very good job finding a good loophole. Their next priority is to also, unfortunately, trick the community into thinking that BD cares for Chinatown. Secondly is the issue of the condo itself. We talk of revitalization of Chinatown, but how does a luxury condo do that? Vancouver is currently having to tackle the issue of condo flipping, which Mr. Rennie and Mayor Gregor Robertson knows a lot about this. It's an issue that we face constantly. How can a community grow when potentially a third of those owners will sell out and make a profit? How will the community grow when a lot of these condos are already up for pre-sale? On top of that, why is a luxury condo being built in a demographic that does not align with it? The fact of the matter is this. Luxury condo development has a much bigger profit margin for investors and potential home buyers, soon to be home sellers, and it's just a much bigger profit margin in terms of low-income housing. If BD were to decide to develop low-income housing, they would not attract its wealthy investors because of the minuscule profit margins low-income housing projects make compared to luxury condos. The Vancouver housing market is not a housing market. It is a speculative market that is in a vicious cycle. And if the city of Vancouver wants to stop this, they can start that right here, right now, at 105 Kiefer Street. In conclusion, community does not grow from pouring money into an area. And you can see that by looking at the unique areas in Vancouver. Punjabi Market, Little Saigon, Commercial Drive, Chinatown. It grows through the people that are in that community and struggle there. Those that actually have a stake and live there. Those who have come out to speak here in City Hall. This is how a community grows, not a pile of bricks and cement. I hope mayor and council members can begin to see that and make the right and better decision for the residents and people of Chinatown. Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here tonight and sharing your thoughts. And our next speaker is Cynthia Kent, followed by Alyssa Said de Jesus and Amin Kandempur. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, including the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I am Cynthia Velma Kent, in Cantonese, Ngogyu Jiang Jingmoy. I was born and raised in Vancouver, a product of the Vancouver School Board and UBC. Both of my parents were born in BC. My mother was Vivian Zhang, the first teacher of Chinese descent hired by the Vancouver School Board, and my father was Arthur Zhang, a World War II veteran and property owner whose request to be put on the City of Vancouver's voters list was once denied by the city clerk because Dad was of Chinese descent. Fortunately, the legislation that denied my mom and dad the right to fully participate in the life and government of the city would change. I'm also proud to tell you that it was my dad's brother, my uncle Douglas Zhang, who was the first Chinese member of parliament. Because of work, I have also resided in other cities, Winnipeg and Ottawa, but since 2012, I have been a resident of Vancouver. I am a member of the, like my mother, the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Chinese Classical Garden and the Chinese Canadian Military Museum. I go to Chinatown regularly to shop, dine out, and visit with family and friends. I am opposed to the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer Street for the following reasons, all of which have been articulated by many speakers before me. The proposed building is 4 times taller and 3.5 times denser than the average building in the surrounding area. It's just too tall and imposing. It will dominate the Chinatown landscape and visually diminish the importance of the 20-foot high monument to the Chinese pioneers who built the Canadian Pacific Railway and those who fought for Canada in World War II. The city's own Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee rejected the developer's proposed design for this address on 2 prior occasions and does not support the revised application because it does not adequately address the numerous concerns that were noted by the committee during their consideration of this proposal. The proposed 12-story condo building will not provide any relief from the monotony of the high-rise Vancouver landscape. It's located within the most culturally sensitive area of the neighborhood, and the token number of senior social housing units that are mixed with market housing without any development cost levy does little to solve the housing problem. Based on what we've heard at the hearings over the past few evenings, this condo development will not serve to strengthen the intangible social ties that bind Vancouverites to their city, nor will it contribute to maintaining the unique sense of place that is Vancouver's Chinatown, which has been officially designated by the federal government as a National Historic Site. City staff has recommended the approval of this approval, but with numerous additional provisions and conditions. I, like many others, including the Chinatown Historical Planning Committee, community groups, and individuals, are of the opinion that this proposal does not have sufficient merit to warrant sacrificing the unique and priceless character of Chinatown for short-term public benefits. The development will change the urban landscape and become a new city landmark, and in doing so, it will have significant and irreversible economic, social, cultural, and historical implications. The stakes are too high. The citizens of Vancouver deserve better. I understand that as part of the Chinatown Economic Revitalization Plan, revisions to the development policies in Chinatown have been recommended by staff, and under these changes, the current proposal would not be allowed. Why then at this time would Council go ahead and approve this rezoning application? I also note tonight I got an email from I guess Talk Vancouver that the city is looking at resetting and revising their long-term housing strategy. So I would suggest any approval for rezoning would not be advisable at this time. I appreciate the time and attention you've given to the public hearing, the volume of correspondence you've received from the community, and the number of citizens who have spoken to the council about this rezoning issue is the largest in recent years. It's obvious that for many Vancouverites, not limited to those of Chinese descent, that there's something special about Chinatown, and they recognize the need to enhance and preserve the character while at the same time enabling new investment and development. More work is needed to successfully achieve this, and I'd like to quote by just saying the Director of Housing, I think, said it best, that coming up with a solution requires a solid vision over a long period of changes in the city. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I urge you to reject this application. I recognize it's a difficult decision and appreciate your efforts to ensure that you are informed of all the facts and expert opinions and that public consultation is taking place.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments and being here towards the end. And our next speaker is Alyssa Sai de Jesus, followed by Amin Karampur and then Carolyn Shakowitz.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable councilors, for the opportunity to speak today. Your time and patience these past few days should not go unacknowledged by your citizens, so thank you very much for that. My name is Alisa C. de Jesus. My Chinese name is Shi Lisa. As somebody with a family history of migration to colonized land, I feel that it is my duty and responsibility to acknowledge that I am on the unceded territory and home of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. Today, I acknowledge them and all who made sacrifices to make Vancouver the city of opportunity that it has been for my family. This includes the Chinese who helped build this country. I may not be descended directly from them, but their Chinatown means something to me. It is because of their literal blood and sweat that I was able to become a citizen of this country and a voter in Canada. Alexander Won Komiao, Douglas Jung, and now Zhou Wei, and so many unnamed others in history are my adopted ancestors. I commemorate them when I volunteer at the Sun Yat-sen Gardens, sharing a bit about the history of this city. I commemorate them today by speaking in opposition to the BD proposal on 105 Kiefer. I also stand here today because I share Winnie Chang's urgent appeal to you that this is not just about Chinatown. This is about the overall health of the city and its ability to take care of and foster community. The outcome of 105 Kiefer will speak largely to the direction that you, our leaders, choose to envision and determine for Vancouver. I work for a heritage house museum in Vancouver's West End. Based on my personal experience, there is balance in this neighborhood. My place of employment, Rhodey House Museum, is located in Barclay Heritage Square. Saving the history of the square was not easy, but a group of like-minded citizens organized and eventually gained the support of their government. Thanks to their efforts from over 30 years ago, what we have today in the square is a historical museum activated by regular tours and cultural community events, a senior center with affordable workshops, activities, programming, and services. There is also the Diamond Center for Living, Friends for Life Hospice, which provides holistic healing services for those with terminal illnesses and limited resources. The other preserved heritage buildings in the area include 6 for social housing for families. 9 of them are privately owned. This historical portion of the West End can afford to have a 6-to-9 ratio of public to private housing, complete with community resources in the area. I am not a policy professional, but my personal experience of working in the square tells me that the neighborhood is thriving and its intergenerational and intercultural community continues to grow. So what should make Barclay Square and 105 Kiefer any different? Both are historical, both are situated right next to commercial areas. Those who fought for Barclay Heritage Square, and I would like to commemorate them today, Janet Bingham, Jean Hyatt, Leonard McCann, Elizabeth O'Kiley, and Martha Sturdy, can and have expressed their ability to rest well in the legacy of their work. But why is Shirley Chan still in the room right there? Why are Shirley Chan, Fred Ma, and Hayne Wei still here fighting today for their neighborhood? I want to understand why there is a difference in these 2 local neighborhoods. If the difference is a history deeply rooted in racism, then isn't it time to take advantage of the opportunity to uproot and undo it? This model here in the room, with its proposal of progress, is a testament to an antiquated continuation of colonial mentality. It is one building existing in a mass of monotonous, uncharacteristic land. This model here is the assumption of terra nullius. It is the same historical assumption and imposition of the colonizers who came here years ago. This model is looking backwards. 105 Kiefer is not a terra nullius to build over, but one to build towards the needs of its existing community. Whatever gets built here should respect the height recommendations of a historical neighborhood and do due diligence of providing CACs for the current living community. Mr. Mayor and honorable councillors, I believe that we share the same goals for Vancouver. We want it to continue to be vibrant with a strong sense and respect for its roots and its community. Barclay Square and those from government who supported it during its time have left a legacy of sustainable heritage preservation, community, and progress in the West End. Mr. Mayor and honorable councillors, what will be your government's legacy for Chinatown? What will be your message of community and opportunity to this ever-growing city? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here to speak, Lisa. And next up, Amin Karanpour, followed by Caroline Shekowitz, and then Erica Isomura.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank City Council for making the time to hear everyone's views on this. I believe there's an asymmetry in these kind of public hearings that I think is really important that you take into consideration. I believe that there is an inordinate focus on short-term and local effects and a neglect of longer-term and wider effects from a zoning decision. I believe the reason for this is the great complexity of our modern economy. Consider that 2,000 years ago, the largest city in the world was ancient Rome with a population of 1 million. Today, Vancouver has a population of 2 million, and it's only the 3rd largest city in a pretty sparsely populated country. The result is that we become increasingly focused on our local community and increasingly unaware of how our decisions at the local level affect those outside our community. So because of this, I spent some time studying and reading on wider effects of zoning rules, and I want to share my perspective with you. I support this recommendation with reservations because if it's rejected, it will mean fewer housing units available for the population at large because the existing zoning designation doesn't allow as many units to be built. More importantly, it will mean fewer market units in the city's economic core, where many of the employment opportunities are located. In 2016, the White House under the Obama administration released the Housing Development Toolkit. The document looked at all the cities across the US, and it was put together by the White House's Council of Economic Advisors. It finds that housing has not been able to keep up with demand over the last 50 years in many localities in the US, and this has exacerbated housing unaffordability. The report found that barriers to new housing development, quote, can cause working families to be pushed out of the job markets with the best opportunities for them or prevent them from moving to the regions with the higher paying jobs and stronger career tracks. Excessive barriers to housing development exacerbate income inequality. It also concludes that the long commutes that result from workers seeking out affordable housing far from job centers place a drain on their families, their physical and mental well-being, and negatively impact the environment through increased gas emissions. The report finds that local policies acting as barriers to housing supply include land use restrictions, zoning restrictions, antiquated preservation regulations, residential conversion restrictions, and unnecessarily slow permitting processes. The report highlights effective measures to increase housing supply. It says streamlining or shortening permitting processes and timelines, establishing high-density multi-dwelling zoning. The report goes on to say most of this loss in wages and productivity since 1964 is caused by increased constraints to housing supply in high productivity regions, including zoning regulations. So when considering these zoning decisions, people, as I mentioned, can easily focus about the local effects. Prices will go up in a local area if new condos are built and that the area becomes more livable and more attractive. That's undeniable. That's a negative effect. Some local residents will be priced out. That's a concrete negative effect that we can easily reason about and talk about and feel emotions about. But what about the longer term and wider effects? When a number of condo units in a neighborhood increases, it means the number of housing units in core economic centers of the country increases, and that means the prices of these housing units as a whole come down because there's less scarcity in housing. This is the longer term effect of allowing more housing to be built that the White House report emphasizes because it is so important to the national well-being and to income disparity. But because of this asymmetry that I noted earlier, these public community hearings are usually dominated by considerations of the local effect. And thus cities all across the US, and I would argue Canada, restrict much needed market housing to the great detriment of their country. The result is in many major cities like Vancouver, the city core is dominated by the very rich and the very poor. The very rich buy up the scarce few market units since they can outbid the middle class. And the very poor live in socialized housing paid for by the taxpayer. This polarization of the very poor and the very rich is a microcosm of the larger trends we see in North America. And some of the best minds, economic minds, have concluded that the biggest cause of this is not gentrification, it's restricting housing supply for precisely the same reasons that people are doing it now. That's it.
Okay, thanks very much for your words here. Thanks. Next speaker is Caroline. Have to see how this is spelled. Shaikowitz. I hope I got that right. Then
Shaikowitz, you got it.
Shaikowitz, followed by Erica Isomura, and then Andy Yan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Caroline Shaikowitz. My partner and I live just a few blocks away from the 105 Kiefer project site. I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to speak in support of this project as both a resident and a property owner in Chinatown. Between my partner and I believe we have attended every public open house over the last 4 years and have seen firsthand the responsiveness of the developer to the community's input. The construction of an additional 106 condo and 25 affordable senior units close to the downtown core and in such a historically rich location is a much needed addition to our local Chinatown housing supply. As a local resident of Chinatown, I can genuinely speak to the need for revitalization in my community. It's no secret that many of our local retailers are struggling. In my opinion, the best way to see Chinatown return to its once thriving state is to improve the streetscape and increase the population so that local businesses can once again be successful. As far as I can tell, BD has exceeded expectations in terms of public consultation and has gone both above and beyond responding to the public input received. From the open houses and from looking into the proposal myself, my understanding is that the rezoning application adheres to and in some instances even exceeds the city policies. In exchange for just an additional 25 feet, the community will receive 25 seniors low-income units and a new seniors cultural space at street level. I believe this to be a far superior project to 90 feet of just market housing on top of retail. I'm also impressed with the amount of 2- and 3-bedroom market units which will offer options for young families to raise their children in our community. These units would certainly give my partner and I the option to remain in the neighborhood that we love as we look to the future for our family. I hope you vote in support of creating 25 new units for seniors in need, a cultural space for seniors to recreate, and new market designed to attract young families. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks very much for being here tonight. Our next speaker is Erika Isomura. And followed by Andy Yan and Zifu Zhang.
Hello. I'd written good afternoon, but I guess it's the evening now. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Erika Isomura, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the rezoning application at 105 Kiefer Street. I feel really lucky to live on these beautiful unceded Coast Salish territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people. I am 25 years old, and I am both Chinese Canadian and Japanese Canadian. My family members and community have worked incredibly hard and overcome immense obstacles in order for me to stand here before you today, as many folks have spoken to throughout the past 4 days. I'm a member of the Louis clan, and in the 1940s, our family started businesses on Pender Street, the Lake Hugh grocery store, which is now the Meiwa Hotel, an SRO that many low-income Chinese seniors call home. We also ran the Marco Polo restaurant at Pender and Columbia, which is a block away from the development site that we are talking about today. Amidst exclusion, historically, from the rest of Vancouver, Chinatown is the community where my family got our start, where our extended family worked together to survive and care for one another, and where my elders, including my bakgung, my great-uncle, and my gungung, my grandfather, enlisted in the army to fight for the franchise. They fought for the rights I have today that they didn't have when they were my age. Both of my grandfather and my great-uncle have passed on, but I think of them when I pass Kiefer Memorial Plaza, when I pay my respects in Chinatown on Remembrance Day, and when I visit the placard with their names outside the Cultural Center. I consider this site to be very important to me and my family history, which is one reason I'm here today and why I worry about the impacts of this project. Throughout this hearing, I've been floored by people's bravery to stand up and speak against this proposal, especially by youth and elders. From day one, I was particularly moved by speaker and organizer King Mong Chan, not just because of his fuel and passion and seeing the work that he's done in Chinatown, but also his ability to distinctly express himself multilingually, which is something I am unable to do today. As a fourth-generation Canadian, my mother tongues got pulled from my mouth before I was even born. I regret to say that I cannot speak Cantonese or Japanese fluently, and neither can my sister or my parents. This is due to assimilation and racism, specifically against Chinese and Japanese Canadians, and something that's been so embedded into our history here for generations. But despite this language loss and other societal pressures to assimilate into Canada, I've been working really hard to try and not lose connection to the histories and communities where I come from. And I know I'm not alone in this process. There's been so many other young people in this room today expressing what it means for them to reconnect to a community like Chinatown, not just as a physical space to pass through, take pictures of, or go for expensive coffee or cocktails, but a place that's rich with culture, language, living history, and meaningful multi-generational relationships. This loss of connection that has become so common with people in my generation is further fueled by the ongoing economic displacement of vulnerable community members and culturally appropriate businesses. By cloaking gentrification with terms like revitalization, supporters of this project are erasing stories, voices, homes, and community. They are ignoring the needs of people whose home this is and has been for decades, since Chinatown came into existence. It breaks my heart to witness another community of mine being displaced before my own eyes. I speak up today despite feeling powerless to these changes taking place in the Chinatown community.
In addition to 2017 being the 150th anniversary of Confederation, this year is also the 75th anniversary of the Japanese-Canadian internment. I can't help but reflect on the meaning of anniversaries and how we are collectively moving forward and learning from our past mistakes. Mr. Mayor, 4 years ago, in 2013, you apologized for the city's inaction and complicity in the forced removal of my community of Japanese Canadians from the coast during World War II. You apologized for failing to protect residents of Japanese descent, like my great-grandparents and grandparents, and you said you'd allow this to never happen again. While I recognize that this building and project and the proposal is not directly forcing Chinese residents to leave the area, I know it will have incredibly similar impacts of displacement by introducing new, expensive, and unaffordable amenities and businesses to the area. And ultimately, it will force people to leave in order to meet their basic needs like affordable housing, culturally appropriate foods, and other accessible services. With our past mistakes in mind, I ask you to not allow the economic displacement of Chinese community members from this neighborhood. I ask you to protect our low-income Chinese elders, respect the community's wishes, and honor the significance of this culturally sensitive site within Chinatown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and speaking to council. All right, next speaker is Andy Yan. Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, it's always good to be back in this chamber. I was wondering if there's maybe a chance I can put an image up. Is that possible? It's the PDF.
Certainly.
Pardon the music collection. But
You can go ahead and start in on your remarks.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to begin this statement with a recognition that this hearing is occurring in the unceded lands of the indigenous people belonging to the Coast Salish people, including the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I would also like to recognize the citizens who have participated in this hearing at seemingly 300 plus registered individuals. I hope this council recognizes how important Chinatown is for all Vancouverites. I am a registered professional urban planner and an adjunct professor of urban planning at UBC and urban studies at SFU. My academic and professional research work has been integrated in Vancouver Chinatown's Chinatown Vision policies. I'm also a two-term commissioner appointed by the City of Vancouver's City Planning Commission, and I have been a member of the Development Permit Advisory Board. I am opposed to the rezoning of 105 Kiefer and 544 Columbia. Before I begin my reasons for why I'm against this rezoning, I would also like to read excerpts from a letter that has been written on this, but the person is not available to speak. The letter excerpts begin as the following. I am writing to bring attention to the very troubling development proposal in Chinatown that will profoundly compromise this important historic area. This building design in its overall height, massing, and consequent density is an example of form follows finance, rather than what is in Chinatown should be form follows urban design, fit, and character. This should be the fundamental precept in the assessment of the worthiness of a form of development as per urban design criteria contained in the city's policies and guidelines. Given the context, development on this site has the potential and indeed the duty to convey and enhance the best characteristics and spirit of Chinatown. As rezoning, this development must exhibit exceptionally high standard of sensitivity to the context, evoking its form, height, massing, and character, a sense that truly belongs on this site. It should specifically relate to the to its surrounding rather than simply display the generic characteristics of a building that could land comfortably in Yaletown or any number of neighborhoods. Sincerely, Bing Tom, member of the Order of Canada, fellow of the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, architect, Vancouverite. I'll keep my comments short as I've submitted written comments about this rezoning. This rezoning, and we really are here to assess the rezoning, is to look at whether it is deserving of additional discretionary height and density. This is not a debate about development. This developer has the right, has an outright to develop. We are here to talk about whether this project deserves the density and the additional density and height it is requesting. The building contravenes, I believe, Clause 6A and 6B of the HA1A rezoning policy, as it does not respect Chinatown, the Chinatown rezoning at HA1, nor does it respect Section 8 of that same policy, supporting innovative, affordable, and social housing projects or mitigating impacts on the surrounding community. This proposed rezoning is hardwired for conflict. The second floor senior social housing is being used as a sound buffer for the market condos, which will occupy the upper floors from street noise. This has not been talked about, nor, and I think produces a profound question of really what is the intention of this project. The additional height is already invasive to the neighborhood, but what is made worse from the additional height for this building is the recommendation, frankly, by staff. It's particularly troubling. In minute 46 of the May 23rd proceedings, the additional 2 feet in the height suggested by the city staff that is intended to allow for, quote, lofty spaces for businesses in the CRUs, there is a specific city reference to pubs and restaurants. Given the internal and external noise and operating hours of these types of businesses mentioned by the staff, this height seems destined to diminish the livability and the city's own description of the lived experiences for those who live inside these forms of this housing. Seniors housing should not be used as footstools or sound buffers to luxury market condominium sites. It is disrespectful for our elders and sets a terrible precedent for building and city making in the city of Vancouver. We need to fundamentally find a new way of city building, and it can begin here by ending this type of rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions? Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Yan, and for your written submission as well. I have got 2 questions, and the first was just you showed the slide, yes, the image from 73. Is that to do with stopping of the Chinatown freeway? Is that?
Councillor Carr, that shows the giants whose shoulders we all stand on. They fought a predominant means of city building through freeways and won, and we have benefited ever since. I think today we reflect a similar question of values. It is ironic that this is happening on Columbia Street, the same street that was designated towards being the connector, the Columbia-Quebec connector, which would have been the primary connection to that inner city freeway. Mm. It's the fact that they were able to defeat that proposal, that then big idea of urbanism. We all have benefited from that initial decision.
You don't happen to know whether the vote of council was unanimous in the end or not on that issue? I'm just curious.
I think what the vote was that it reflected the wisdom of those who want to reach out to really, I think, the diversity and the desire for innovation in the city, that we can think different, that we can strive to build a city, and through which, frankly, this entire process has shown really the levels of pain, of injustice, of anger that has come up in the city, through which is not what this rezoning is about. It is fundamentally about whether the height and density is deserved, and whether this development has considered the type this issue.
Thank you. My second question, Mr. Yan, is what in your mind would create a circumstance or a proposal where additional height and density would be deserving?
I'm always careful with responding right off the cuff, simply because I think that could lead to a lot of problems. I think that what this issue isn't about, it is already promised as 90 90 feet as its outright. And I think that that is really what is desirable in terms of a height that is respectful to the surrounding neighborhood.
So in your mind, it should not go above that height? Is that what you're saying?
I believe that at this point, I do not believe it should go above that height given this issue. But I also have to also acknowledge that this is not a question about development. This proponent can, of course, develop that 90 feet. It's just a question of whether it should go above that 90 feet. That is the question here. And my concern here is with what it's promised does not deliver to really the cost of the project. And in particular, I think it's important to recognize the temporary nature of the seniors amenity space. And I also think that this is also an opportunity to be quite critical about the provided housing. If one looks at the floor plan, its amenity space for the seniors is frankly a hallway. If you actually look on the floor plan, the amenity space for the seniors is a hallway. What kind of tone does that take for us to assume that an amenity space for our seniors, and I think through this process, you've seen how important and valued our seniors are, becomes a hallway.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've looked at those plans as well, and I wasn't able to calculate what size of space it is. That some people have said it's 1,000 square feet, but I did notice they were smaller units squeezed between other ones. There were two different proposals. Were you able to estimate how big those spaces were?
I am not privy to estimate it per se, because of course one has to build towards the standards. One assumes that the standard would have been to BC housing standards for seniors housing. I think the issue also, frankly, is also a deeper assessment of that promised cultural space, that of the size that is promised, that is not the fit out size. That is just a raw space. That what happens when you start fitting out the space in terms of accessible bathrooms, in terms of storage, in terms of all these promises, that really how many people and groups can you ultimately deliver? And is this really the most efficient means of delivering that? And I also should note that all of this is occurring just as the city is reevaluating the rezoning policies in the neighborhood, but then it's also part of a greater set of policies this city is pursuing in terms of housing, as well as, and particularly in terms of the housing reset.
Great. Okay, I thank you very much for your answers. I really appreciate that.
And that's all your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Yan. And our next speaker is Zifu Zhang. Zifu Zhang. Here he comes. Zifu Zhang's followed by John Green and then Melody Ma. We'll need Joseph here for translation.
亲爱的罗品信市长以及各议员、各位领导，
Here, Mayor Robertson and councillors.
到今天考虑紧固的联创来去研究这个唐人街的发展这个口岸保留唐人街的历史文化，有唐人的特色。我觉得是十分。
等我讲，让我讲。Thank you for the opportunity for.
慢一点是吧？
停下来。Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak about this project for development in Chinatown.
好的。研讨唐人街的口岸的保留。这个历史文化有唐人的特色的 我觉得是十分必要的。
It's really important. I feel it's very important to preserve the culture of Chinatown.
几十年，100几年
For over 100 years,
中国工人的努力
the hard work of the Chinese
保留下来的风貌
to preserve the face of Chinatown,
和国家实在不容易的。
it wasn't easy.
甘议员的这个主张，我是完全支持他的。他一个国会议员，
For the member of parliaments
给罗市长的甘心，号召我们大家努力做好保护工作。
we hope you can work hard for the protection of culture.
亲力亲忠维护的旧的面貌和历史，
To preserve the face of the history.
让这种的光辉历史
So that the history
一代一代传下去，
can be passed on from one generation to the other.
发扬光大，旧眼变新眼，添加历史的光彩。我是代表全球种植促进会。
I represent the International Association.
我叫张子夫。
My name is Zhang Jifu.
Thank you very much. 谢谢 Shen Zhongping Xu. And our next speaker is John Green, followed by Melody Ma.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for hearing from me. I'm not going to get a round of applause when I leave this room. I'm here to support the project. I'm a great believer in development and moving ahead. I hail from London, England, but I lived in Asia for 7 years, including Hong Kong, where I got a great taste of what it is to live in the Chinese community and culture. When in recent years, there's been some developments in Chinatown that I think have improved it. It's brought new restaurants, new bars, a new vibrancy to it that attracts people. It attracted me. And the more I went there, and I've been going there for years, by the way. In fact, there's a restaurant called Game War I'm a regular at. I view the owners as friends, even though they can't speak English and I can't speak Chinese. And I've known them for many years, and I've been going there for a long time, so it's not just recently I've been going. And I liked it so much that I've now purchased a place there on Kiefer Street, 189 Kiefer, and call it home because I think it's a fantastic place. But getting in the way of development, leaving a parking lot there, isn't really going to help Chinatown. The gentleman earlier on who spoke saying that it's not as vibrant as people are trying to make it sound, I tend to agree with him. I think there's a vibrancy there and there's definitely heart and soul there, which we should endeavor to maintain. But you don't maintain it by stifling progress, and you don't maintain it by reducing the number of houses available. Vancouver's a growing city. Chinatown is one part of that city. Vancouver in general needs homes, both rentals, condos, whatever it is. The more homes there are, the more availability there is, demand goes up, eats away at the supply will eat away at the demand, and then the prices will stabilize, hopefully, and come down a little bit. That's not going to happen if we just keep leaving parking lots there. And I'm sorry, but you park your car there, it does get broken into. I don't like that, personally. I don't want to live in a place like that. I don't want to live in a place where my kids walk in the streets and step on needles. I think those things need to be solved. But this is not what we're here to talk about. Those things are just components of a very complex job that you guys have. This development, one of the things I came in to speak about, and I just want to get that point across before I run out of time, is I really like the fact that this particular building is going to activate the alleyways by having retail on the alleyways. I think that's a great idea, because the alleyways are, when I come out of my driveway, there are lots of people, and don't get me wrong, I feel very sorry for these people, but there are lots of people on the streets, and we all know what those problems are. I think that activating the alleyways is a good thing for the environment in general, and I think it will do nothing but good and prevent some of these places that are basically feeding these habits. In terms of the height and the density, I know that there's always a business model to these things. I'm a businessman. There's always a business model, and I don't know the exact details of this one, but the reality of it is the land is very expensive to purchase these days in Vancouver, and there's a model there. A developer has to make money, and yes, that's definitely going to be a factor for him. And quickly to address the thought of maintaining the Chinatown and the kind of the vibe of Chinatown and the heart and soul of it. We already have heritage classifications A, B, and C in place, which I'm assuming is going to preserve quite a few of the buildings in Chinatown. I think if you look at maybe staff looks at imposing some new rules and regulations for that designated area, that historically designated area, so that any new buildings, whether it be condos or anything else, have a Chinese influence in their design would be a great idea and go a long way to at least creating that kind of vibe in Chinatown. And then the older buildings that have the heritage designation, I'm assuming, will not be torn down, or at least their facades will be kept over time. But as time goes on and as Vancouver grows, which it's growing from people all around the world, I'm from Europe, and there was a lot of talk today about the past and racism, which I think was shocking. None of us like that or appreciate that. And it wasn't just Canada, that was the Western world that did that. But unfortunately, that's not what we're addressing here. And this developer and this particular plot of land in Chinatown, that's not what this is really about. That's just an unfortunate part of our history. So I think looking at the big picture, look at ways of maintaining the heart and soul of Chinatown whilst developing it. Bring younger, newer people to it so that it does have that vibrancy. Business will thrive, and I think that over time is good for everyone that lives in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for being here. And thanks for your comments. Melody Ma is next. Oh, yeah, there's a few more after you. Kayla Izomura is next. Okay, Kayla Izomura, and followed by Stephen Boas and Andrea Lum. You got it.
Is it this microphone?
Yep, that's it. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Kayla Isomura, and I oppose the development of 105 Kiefer. I'm a fourth-generation Chinese and Japanese Canadian, and I'm 23 years old. My sister spoke earlier, so we might speak on the same points. But what I would like to say is that my grandfather, Henry Louis, and his brothers, Alex and Victor, co-founded Lakeview Asian Foods in the 1940s and opened the Marco Polo restaurant and nightclub in Chinatown shortly after. They were also proud Chinese-Canadian veterans. I did not grow up ever knowing these buildings that were so vital to my family's history. The Marco Polo building at Pender and Columbia was torn down in the 1980s, for example, and nor could I ever understand the hardships and racism my family would have faced at this time. But I do know that building this proposed development in Chinatown would significantly affect future generations. Walking through Chinatown today, I can hardly see the history that it bears. Hipster, for lack of a better word, coffee shops, pizza parlors, and trendy restaurants have taken over what was, erasing the face of this historical neighborhood. Chinatowns across North America were built on segregation, and by changing the physical face of this community, it makes it easy for us to forget that Chinese Canadians played an important role in contributing to this country and that they face significant racism that still affects generations like mine today. The Japanese Canadian side of my family was interned in 1942. The community that thrived on Powell Street is no more, and it lacks its pre-war vibe. It has only been in the last 3 years that I have learned about my family's history in regards to internment, and that was and still is a difficult thing to do. I will never experience the Powell Street community as it was, much like the Chinatown community for the other side of my family. This also means that my younger cousins and other future generations will lack these spaces even more. They will never be able to make that connection to a tangible icon in Vancouver, and every day we struggle with the loss of our identities. In September 2013, Council pledged to ensure injustices like the forced relocation and uprooting of Japanese Canadians during World War II would never happen again, and yet here we are. I have already lost one part of my family's history, and I do not wish to lose more. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I think that actually we had Ken Young on one of the lists here. Is Ken Young here? He is, okay. Yeah, I missed you there. It wasn't on this list, but you're on the other one, so you're next, followed by Stephen Boas.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillor. I'm the committee of the Pangwu Society. We have the 3,000 members. We are all living around the Vancouver, Chinatown, close. And we are very focused on Chinatown, what happened. The following statement, I need a translator, please. 對於105 Kiva 嘅發展商嘅最新申請，我哋呢普湖 Society 啊非常贊成。
My association supports the project.
大家都知道呢幾年唐人街逐漸不斷咁衰落去。
As we all know, Chinatown has been going downhill in recent years.
人流越嚟越少。
Fewer and fewer people are coming.
好多人都知道嘅原因係因為呢幾年年輕嘅一輩唱埋嘅主流嘅感到唐人街又舊，又唔安全。
And young people, as well as the others, are feeling that Chinatown is old and is not safe.
如果冇咩必要，佢哋都唔會嚟。
Unless it's necessary, then they're not willing to come.
如果我哋唔想辦法改善
，if we don't do anything about it，
只會越嚟越差。
It's only going to get worse.
到最後，唐人街有一個好壞嘅名稱啦，變咗。
And Chinatown will eventually have a very bad name.
建building 唔一定話可以降低罪案。Building the house is not, downgrade the crime. 但係一定會提高人流。
Building this structure here will definitely increase traffic flow.
讓嗰啲商店有新嘅機會。
And businesses will have new opportunities.
加上呢一棟新樓有一層係好多嘅小商鋪。
And this new building would have one story of new businesses.
可以帶入唔同嘅商業，好嗰啲小商生意。
And generate new business.
吸引更多人嚟唐人街。
Attracting more people to Chinatown.
如果12層能夠通過
，if you allowed the 12-story building to be，
發展商會建25個低收入嘅長者公寓。
The developer will provide 25 low-income housing units.
同一樓有一個長者活動中心。
And also an activity area for the seniors.
對一些中小型嘅社區嗰啲協會嚟講，俾佢有一個活動嘅空間。
And to small to medium organization, there's an area for them to work in.
亦可以作為佢哋嘅會址。
And they can also become their addresses.
所以呢個係多重福利嚟㗎。
So there are many benefits.
我亦都有睇過呢棟 building 研究啊，我都覺得佢非常好。
I feel the building is good.
啲顏色亦配合唐人街嘅樣貌。
And the coloring matches Chinatown.
如果起咗12層，
If 12 stories building is allowed,
大樓嘅地面面積會縮翻細，
the ground floor area will be smaller
佢嘅行人道會變大，
and the sidewalk will become wider.
呢個對大家都有好處。
And that's good for everybody.
之前我聽到有啲人話用政府用納稅人嘅錢嚟買呢個地方起呢廉租屋。
I heard earlier people say they're using taxpayers' money to pay for the seniors housing units.
我認為呢個唔係可行嘅辦法。
I don't think this is the way to go.
起呢廉租屋根本上唔能夠幫助附近嘅商業。
Building low-income housing cannot support local businesses.
都唔能夠解決唐人街嘅問題。
And will not solve problems facing Chinatown.
所以我希望大家能夠作出正確嘅決定。
That's why I want you to make the right decision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Stephen Bohas, followed by Andrea Lum and Daryl Simons.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on 105 Kiefer. My name's Stephen Bohas. I have a degree in landscape architecture, and I've worked in the field of urban design. I'm working in computer graphics now. And back in 2011, I spoke to an earlier council about the historic area height review. And at that time, I raised a lot of concerns about the zoning that got put in place. Currently, what I see right now is the biggest problem here is the zoning, because the HA1A zoning is essentially the starting point for this rezoning. And zoning essentially talks about use, height, and density, these three things. Well, you've got use, you've got height, but there's nothing about density in HA1A. This is incomplete zoning. This is what, I don't know if there are any planning schools or textbooks that speak about this, but essentially you don't have any limit on density. And the entire zoning incentivizes lot assembly, it incentivizes extrusions, block building, because there's less wastage for elevators and other things in the cross-sectional area if you build a bigger lot. So when you have no limit on density, then the incentive is to build as much within the given height, whether it's 120 feet, whether it's 90 feet. And this is essentially why we have this form here as a starting point. That's the biggest problem. And it would go a long way to actually fix HA1A zoning, because that's going to create problems over and over again, and roll back the zoning to what it was before 2011 and really fix it. The other question is, like, who are we building for? The Statistics Canada 2016 census revealed that there are 25,000 unoccupied residential dwelling units in this city. And that's something we really have to deal with, because we have an unoccupied dwelling unit crisis in Vancouver right now. If we look at the CACs, well, there aren't any CACs in terms of a dollar figure. There's a DCL levy. And generally speaking, a CAC should be the difference between the value of the land before the rezoning and after the rezoning, and 75% of that. And I haven't seen any calculation done on that, so we can get a fair metric. Any appraisers in on this? And we could go on about, with the lack of this process in 5-way Helmicon. What happened here, what could happen here is this could be more of a displacement plan if the zoning is not fixed. If we go back essentially 40, 41 years, and we look at the 1976 UN Habitat Conference, there was the Vancouver Declaration. The city proudly has its name in this document. And in the Habitat Forum, there is actually a right of local residents to have a meaningful say in the way their communities are planned. And this is an opportunity for Vancouver City Council to reaffirm the Habitat Forum declaration. the Vancouver Declaration. The other part is that's very important is that housing is a basic human right, and housing is not a commodity. And by building very expensive condominium units in the heart of Chinatown, we are not solving the problem. We're making it worse. And we're setting precedents for more and more lot assemblies, for more and more ways of assembling land and getting the maximum FSR, because essentially the sky or whatever the height maximum is the limit. And I would urge council to look back and look what you did right with the casino public hearing. There were a lot of people there as well. A lot of people were against it. They had their reasons. And council said, you know what? Let's not approve the expansion of the casino. And to full credit, council listened back then. And I would urge council to reject 105 Kiefer, to listen to the community, and also to consider rolling back the HA1, HA1A zoning to pre-2011 zoning, and essentially bring in experts, bring in the community, and really fix it and go forward from there. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I do urge you to reject 105 Kiefer with this rezoning plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And Andrea Lum is next, followed by Daryl Simons, and William Leo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I would like to be able to be within the 5 minutes, but given the history of my family and the dues that we've paid in describing to you some of these things, and I may have to go over a little bit. So first of all, I am from the family of Kepman Lee. My great-grandfather was one of 9 families that built Chinatown. He owned 6 to 7 properties in Chinatown itself, and even the building where the Burke's building now stands on Georgia. So, sorry, I think it's Hastings. And I'm speaking because it was drummed into all of us growing up in that family, an extended family, about what Chinatown meant and why we always went down there, why my great-grandfather actually returned there to live. He dared to defy that law that we couldn't live outside of Chinatown because he knew his family had to be integrated into society. So we had the home at Kitchener and Cotton Drive, a large home for all of his children. If I can say that, mostly I wanted to say, so that you just get some history, his oldest brother was a founding member of the PNE. My father was brought up in the same home as Douglas Jung, so you can understand that paying our dues, knowing to vote, following the process of this society, was very ingrained in us. So we were brought up in that. Councillor Carrie Jung actually knew my family. When he first came into office, I visited him to congratulate him. So he knows the respectability of my family. My grandfather was a representative of all Chinese people in Canada for the nationalist movement and Sun Yat-sen and money raising. He actually had an assassination attempt on his life. So I am speaking as a family who built this Chinatown that so many people want to encroach on. Of course, we want to see development. We've wanted to see development since the beginning, okay? But Chinatown has had to be providing a refuge and a sanctuary for the Chinese people because of the exclusion, the racist laws, and the unquestioned attitudes that still prevail in this society. So I'm asking the mayor and the council members to look in more of a way of protecting this land. this neighborhood that was built and fought for, as you've heard over this past week. And especially, I had proposed a while back that that land should actually not be even just used for housing, but it should have a center for the youth, an actual center for primarily the Chinese youth, where there would be all these traditional arts preserved as well as the modern technological arts. My personal friend Rocky Yao is the architect at TELUS that brought you, he's the head of the team that brought you Optic Box, Optic TV. All those technological arts, their mentors, their Chinese mentors, this could be a very strong infusion of life into Chinatown in a new way. So that's what I was proposing. I'd even mentioned it to Bill Lee, who's not Bob Lee, who's not a relative of mine, but somehow his brother Paul is managing the Lee clan building. So my objection, number one, to this rezoning and to the entire plan of this development is, I think it's pretty evident in this conditions of approval of form of development. There are 11 mentions at least about the plants, paragraphs about plants, and one about seniors. What does that say to you? You know, what does that say to you? It says to me that this general manager of urban development really needs an education. He needs an education.
So you're at your 5 minutes. If you could just wrap up in a sentence, please.
Thank you. So what I wanted to say is, it's unacceptable. People all over have been talking about the need for housing development, more housing. I agree. But why not for the Chinese people, since this is their land, this is their refuge? Why not for the Chinese people? It's called Chinatown. Why not put the Chinese people first, as we've all heard the seniors speak for themselves and people supporting them? Why not make the housing for them above this youth center?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here tonight and sharing your comments. And our next speaker is Daryl Simons. Daryl Simons here. Daryl Simons, not seeing Daryl Simons. That means William Leo is our next speaker. William Leo. Here comes. And he's followed by Melody Ma. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Wabson and council members. My name is William Liu, and I am against the BD proposal. I am the operations manager for Kam Dim Sum in Chinatown, and I've lived at 518 Kiefer Street for 28 years of my life, while my parents and grandparents worked in Chinatown. Throughout my lifetime, my family has owned and operated a bakery on 245 Kiefer Street, an antique shop on 525 Gore Avenue, Kam Frozen Dim Sum on 545 Gore Avenue, and now relocated to 249 East Pender Street. I've literally lived in Chinatown community all my life. It would be an understatement for me to say that I am very upset with the current state of Chinatown. In my life, I've never seen so many elders, gongongs and popos, and so many youths come together to fight for something that's so dear to all of us. I remember one particular day while working at Kam Wai, where a popo said to me, "你哋金威點心最有唐人街味." That roughly translates to, "You guys have the most Chinatown flavor." She meant that our store brings back so many fond memories of Chinatown, when people can walk down the street and greet each other because they live 2 houses down, or their granddaughters go to the same Chinese school down the street. She went on further to say that Chinatown as a whole doesn't have that flavor anymore. At our retail location, I see gongo and popos every day. They're at least 60% of our business. Most of them that come in know my name and recall memories of when I was growing up. Our store, along with a handful of stores in Chinatown, have become a safe haven for gongongs and popos that can't stand the further gentrification of Chinatown. They've been forced into a hole and feel like they've been shoved aside for something that's supposed to be beneficial to our community. Who are you to say what is beneficial to them? Are the 25 units of social housing paid for by BC Housing going to benefit them? Are the 115 feet giving the top floors of the condos the best views and the top price tag going to benefit them? Yes, the Chinatown flavor is gone and likely never coming back. But can we preserve what's left for our gonggong's and popos to relish in whatever memory is left? Let's make it an inclusionary space and not exclusionary spaces with mostly unaffordable condos that displace people and striving businesses. Our seniors don't only taste sour, bitter, spicy, and sweet. They can also taste our Chinatown heritage, and it's not very sweet right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, and looks like Melody Ma is our next speaker. I think you've already spoken.
No, I haven't. I just actually wanted to clear that up. I have a pretty distinct name, Dominique Bautista, and I was called earlier today, but I was at work, and so I didn't actually speak, and then had someone come and sign up for me earlier today, but that name did not make the list, so I'm requesting, if possible, an opportunity to speak now.
Okay, I think our clerks are just, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what, say the clerks had logged you as speaking earlier today. But
That would be kind of concerning because I wasn't actually here.
yeah, there must have been some confusion with that. So, okay.
Do you want to give me a time?
Okay, you have the floor. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. And to that end then, I appreciate you taking the time to gather here today to hear the many communities' concerns. As I said, my name is Dominique Bautista, or Tsai Cheng-en, and I am of Filipino-Chinese descent. I do not speak Cantonese. I do not have relatives from Guangzhou, but from Fujian in the Philippines. I grew up in Richmond, a city that cannot and will never stand in place of Vancouver's Chinatown. While I have no ancestral ties to Vancouver's Chinatown, still, to me and many others, Chinatown is a reminder of how far we as communities of color have come in victories against systemic discrimination, but also how stagnant we remain in struggle with systemic discrimination. Today, I'd like to offer my experiences as a high school social studies teacher. I stand in opposition to BD's proposal of 105 Kiefer. I taught social studies 10 at a high school in Richmond. Note that there are only 4 pages of content of Chinese Canadians in our textbooks to encompass an odious history of exclusion that has existed since 1858. So, where do I begin? By sharing histories that aren't located inside our books. As you know, 1907 marked Vancouver's peak of anti-Asian sentiments, culminating in a physical, violent rejection of folks who looked just like me. Beginning here at City Hall, then traveling with torches and stones to Japantown and Chinatown, a riot was born out of a colonial mentality attempted to rationalize xenophobia in a masked argument of protectionist capitalism of the seemingly middle class. I encourage you, like I did with my students, to Google the 1907 race riots and see the physical and emotional destruction that came from a movement of unchecked power that sought to displace the presence and history of Asian communities in Vancouver. I hope you will ensure that 105 Kiefer will be different. 1964 marked the city's start of the urban renewal in Strathcona, a neighborhood that at the time was highly populated with a working class of immigrants, including Chinese settlers. The city released its National Film Board documentary, citing the need to eradicate urban blight from Vancouver's fringe neighborhoods, namely Chinatown and Strathcona, that were seemingly downtrodden and in need of repair and neglect from disease, the tropes of yellow peril. What was omitted, however, was how city services were intentionally paused, no garbage cleanup, no responses, perpetuating the narrative of how clearly, desperately, Strathcona needed urban renewal. And so, yet again, another argument masked in race, class, and capitalism. And so I encourage you, like I did with my students, to Google what blight looks like, how deeply dehumanizing it is that communities of color and their homes, their culture, their history were equated to a lifeless, rotting, oozing organism in need of eradication, all for the sake of life. I hope you will ensure that 105 Kiefer will be different. And so here we are in 2017. The language of riots or blights might not be used, but are the intentions any different?
A large reason why I became an educator was because I'd like to believe that understanding our past, by doing so, we can move forward to build a better future. So, Council, how is Vancouver moving forward? Modeling good governance, of espoused policies of equality dedicated to the care of youth, families, and seniors, an apology for the discrimination of Chinese Canadians. How are we rewriting past histories Vancouver isn't necessarily proud of? 105 Kiefer is not just a Chinatown issue. It's not just about Vancouver. Rest assured, it's the president will educate our future generations about, beyond our textbooks. It's about 105 Kiefer, how it's going to be a case of how race, class, and economics intersect, and quite literally, at what cost. 105 will be an example of how citizens put faith into their elected representatives and due process. 105 will be an example of power and of resiliency. But specifically, responding then to BD's proposal, with Vancouver's aging population, 25 units of social housing is unquestionably not enough, as you've heard endlessly and countlessly. And finally, despite the fourth iteration put forth, BD's proposal directly contradicts HA-1A rezoning policy, specifically 6A and 6B, as others have before me raised. History repeats itself only if we let it. So, council members, I urge you to consider the humbling privilege it must be to serve us in your communities. In moving forward with your consideration, what will 105 be remembered for? Step back to step up. History repeats itself, but only if you let it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here tonight. And Melody Ma.
Is Councillor Carrie Jang going to be here?
I don't know.
Okay. Could we request for him to step in?
At his discretion, he may be watching on screen. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, just wait before I begin. Here's the...
Yeah, I'll start it once you guys.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. First, I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. So before I started, I actually had this long speech that I was going to tell all of you. But I decided to scrap all of this and just summarize some of the points that were brought up over the last few days and give you guys some solutions. So first of all, as some of you know, I was on the Arts and Culture Policy Council with Councillor Deal and Councillor Ball until recently. So I'm going to start with the arts first. So we have seen 1,000 seniors signing a petition, 30 organizations. They want a space. They want a cultural space, right? How can we get them a cultural space quickly? That we have, some speakers have said, is this even adequate for 1,000 seniors, 1,200 square foot? Can we actually work with the new cultural services manager to evaluate this proposal before we move forward? And secondly, across the street, I was walking by the Chinatown Plaza. There's a similar size space that the city owns. Can we actually activate that instead and use some of the infrastructure grants, right, if the space is needed? Okay, secondly, a point that I kept on hearing is about honoring the Chinese Canadian reconciliation. One of the thoughts that I had was, instead of putting the seniors on the second floor, maybe we can put them on the top 3 floors instead if the profits not, net out. So, just an idea. The third thing is on BC Housing. I actually just got off the phone with David Eby just a few hours ago. As you know, there's a change in government. $7.3 million is a lot of money. And with the change in government, of course, BC Housing will be reviewed. I think everybody agrees that we need more affordable housing. We need more social housing, right? So in that case, like 100% social housing depends on the lot size and the density that you want to achieve. But we want to increase the quantity. So how can we stretch that $7.3 million, especially if the city actually hasn't talked with BC Housing and the developer on this deal yet? Okay. And lastly, I mean, let's get back to the basics, because a rezoning is based on mass and density. Like, let's talk about this building here. At the end of the day, you want to do a policy test, right? On page 13, the staff report, it says, quote, and it's really important that you listen to this. If you're busy right now, it'd be great if you can just stop for a moment and listen. The quote is, panel members' opinions for the UDP, the Urban Design Panel, were not unanimous on whether this site can accommodate the proposed height and massing. So these are professionals that are on the Urban Design Panel, and they are unsure whether this site can actually accommodate what is proposed. So, Councillor Deal, you know, would you want to approve this, given that right now, given that your own panel members are not sure? So essentially what I want to say is, you know, let's consider a motion tonight instead. Here's a proposal. Based on the professional opinion of your urban design panel members this evening, and you've seen so much opposition, it's unprecedented. Your urban design panel professionals also, you know, are unsure. Why don't you propose a motion to send the application back to staff and back to the Director of Planning to work on the massing and height before we move forward, given that there are so many unknowns and so much uncertainty. And that is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. You have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much for coming and for waiting. I had a question regarding your solution to, I suppose, give the top floor or top floors, I mean, it's one floor in this report, to the seniors. Did you happen to know that most of, I would say that a number of our projects, and I will ask staff this question in my questions, but usually the podium or the second floor is what is given to not just seniors housing, not just Chinatown. I find that that's usually the norm within most of the social housing or the nonprofit housing that is either gifted turnkey units or that they purchase. So how would you feel that the profit would offset? Like, do you not feel that profit should kind of go towards offsetting social housing instead of missing that opportunity and maybe not providing as many units?
So two things. One, BC Housing is paying apparently at costs for all of these units. So there's no loss there, right? I've heard the applicants say that the profit will net out between the top 3 floors and the second floor. And really, my suggestion aren't based on those things. My suggestion is based on the fact that there have been so many impassioned, inspirational speakers over the last few days talking about reconciliation, talking about righting the historical norm. And you have this opportunity right in front of the Memorial Plaza. Why don't we honor the Chinese Canadians, right? So it's a suggestion. Really what I'm asking for is maybe let's take this back to the drawing board.
Thank you. As for unanimous approval of the urban, if you ever wanted unanimous approval of this council, I think you'd be sitting here for a long time some days. But I'm just wondering, I mean, we have experts on our urban design panel, but just as many of our other advisory committees, the advise council, I mean, we're bound by pretty strict public hearing regulations and procedures. and it's my understanding that we're here to focus on this project. So you've proposed a number of solutions, and I appreciate that, and or solutions that you would like to see. But are you saying that otherwise you couldn't see that this project working with 25 social housing units in the form that's currently being presented by the applicant?
I don't think I'm saying that. I'm saying that the urban design panel, as per your staff report on page 19,
I've read it.
it indicates that the panel members' opinions were not unanimous on whether this site can accommodate the proposed height and massing. Even though the vote was unanimous, but the most important thing about this rezoning, the height and the mass, were not unanimous in terms of their comment and agreement, right? So how can you have something that was unanimous and not unanimous, right? And these are coming from people who are experts on this urban design panel. Further, Chatback also agreed that the height and massing was not appropriate. So given all of that, I mean, like, I don't think any of you are experts on urban planning or design here, neither am I. It seems like there's uncertainty within the staff report, within the urban design panel, by Chatback. So how can we make that decision? Like, why don't we reach a compromise and send this back to the director of planning and work on the mass and height and accommodate all of this feedback that you have received over the last few days?
Thank you. I think if we looked at many reports, we'd see that sometimes there's not always unanimous approval, and that's because the people who sit on our design panel are very excellent.
Please.
Yes, I'm getting there. I've been through two
No
sentences,
commentary,
Mr. Mayor.
questions.
So, I mean, would you rather we had kind of a cookie cutter approach and people had to come to unanimous approval before something came to council?
I think that on your report, people are unsure whether the proposed height and mass fits the site. That is the basis of this rezoning, right? That is what we're looking at. Like, at the end of the day, we're looking at this site. You know, yes, there's all this future of Chinatown that we're talking about that we can address in July, but we're talking about this site. And your urban design panel is unsure whether this is appropriate. Once a building is erected, it will be there forever. So if people are unsure, why are we making this decision? Why don't we take this back, and you as council have the ability to refer this back to the director of planning to get this adjusted?
Okay.
Why
that's
take
your
the chance?
time. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Deal, questions?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mallett. You mentioned a piece of land adjacent to or across the street from the triangle that you thought might be available to activate as an art space.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map and I can't see what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's the old community policing center. Just took a snapshot of it. I think Wendy is the leasing
No,
agent
I
for
know-
the
I know
city.
what- I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
that one.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thanks very much. Thank you very much for your presentation and your suggestions. I was just seeking clarification on your suggestion specifically on the referring the application back to staff. And is it based on the lack of clarity from our advisory panels, like the urban design panel, for example, around whether this site can handle or accommodate the height and mass? Is that the specific?
Yeah, specific.
And is your desire to see staff work based and incorporate the input from this set of public hearing sessions to change the height and mass?
I think we need to come to a conclusion on what the appropriate height and mass should be. Over the last few days, we've seen a lot of resistance, a lot of different ideas. But at the end of the day, the rezoning is based on height and mass,
right,
and that this building will be here forever. So we need to be certain that this is appropriate.
Right. I'm just going to be also clear with you. I will ask that question of staff. It may be that I don't have the opportunity to ask it in this session, that questions are referred. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
But if in that case, my question will be a written question and you won't know it and you won't know the response. So you know I've tried to refer items that have come to public hearing before back to staff, and I've not been successful. So I'm not sure what that process will be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Reimer, questions?
It was more a procedural question, Mayor Robertson, not a question for the speaker.
Okay. You want to hold that for, is it for staff or for?
It was just in regards to Councillor Carr's assertion that questions and answers aren't published. My understanding was the practice was, in fact, the questions from just the other night were published. So I wanted to make sure that we're still in the habit and practice of publishing questions and answers from public hearing.
Yes, while we're in public comment period, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that is all your questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have is Graham Lee here? And one more speaker who was, then I'll call for any other new speakers to this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Graham Lee. I'll be only speaking in English just for the sake of time, not in Mandarin and Cantonese, but I'm here today to voice my opposition to the rezoning application at 105 Kiefer and 544 Columbia. I'd like to keep this very brief, so I won't go into detail in terms of why Chinatown is important to me, but in one sentence, I'd hope that although I'm only 23, that I can bring my kids there someday. So, yeah. In terms of the things I'd like to address today, it would be what does revitalization mean? So when we say we want to revitalize Chinatown, is it revitalizing the neighborhood or revitalizing the community and the culture? So I think we need to address that question before we go ahead and start approving and kind of deciding on these developments as we go forward. In terms of the injection of these 106 market condo units, they will not help the Chinese businesses in Chinatown. So this proposal that it's going to inject new life and save Chinatown, again, this is my interpretation, that's not an accurate statement because you can't guarantee that they're going to shop at certain places and you can't force that upon them as well. And nor can the developer ensure that these narrow, more smaller storefronts that are more reminiscent of the Chinatown feel and character are going to serve and benefit the Chinese community, the Chinatown and Chinese community in particular. In terms of what the development aims to achieve, I just have quick 3 points on the community space, the driveway, and social housing. First off, for the community space, again, I don't think they can, again, based on my reading of the application, it is only proposed, so they can't guarantee that this community space is going to necessarily be allocated to the Chinese seniors or the Chinese community. So I think that's something that the council needs to pay attention to in regards to what the actual benefit is to that community. And you shouldn't really be making decisions with uncertainty. You want to make sure that you're making decisions based on as much data and certainty as possible. In terms of the driveway, again, it's not even part of the property. So when BD says they're going to donate the driveway as part of the memorial as an expansion, I don't know how they can say that when it's not even part of the property. The city owns it, and because it is a fire route, from my understanding, they would need approval from the fire department to actually gift this into an expansion space. And furthermore, because this is a space that the 105 Kiefer storefronts will face out on, it's pretty much going to get engulfed by kind of that walkway and that area in front of the store. So it's really, it doesn't really exist as a benefit to the community or the neighborhood. In terms of social housing, from Appendix E from the Urban Design Panel, start of quote, Significant design development is needed to allow this building to better serve senior citizens, end quote. This is from page 2, and I think this really encapsulates the issue with this development, that their so-called benefit in terms of bringing in social housing for this community, for the seniors that so desperately need it. They don't even have approval from the urban design panel. And as a highlight on to this, it's in the floor plan, you can see the areas that are referred to the seniors amenity and the quiet space on that social housing floor. On every other floor, it's referred and allocated to serve as the core and circulation area. So I don't think that an area that's dedicated to the seniors and as a quiet space is adequate if on every other floor it's just serving as a hallway or just for air circulation. And those spaces are 789 square feet and 583 square feet respectively. And as I said before, Chinatown offers prices value in terms of heritage and culture to all of Vancouver. So the proposed public benefits, which are being traded for extra height, are not just enough to justify the additional 15,000 square feet. According to the public benefits summary page in Appendix H of the city staff's report on this application, the dollar amount of public benefit is 1.8 million. I know this number sounds like a win to Chinatown, but let me put this number into context for you. I'm 10 seconds away, but essentially none of this would have to be paid by the developer to the city regardless, so none of this is really a benefit to us. And I understand I'm at the end of my time, so I welcome any questions, but I would urge that the council consider rejecting this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, you have questions?
Yes, actually, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. I'm wondering if you could possibly submit that, if you haven't already, to us in written form.
For sure.
Could you? And so I don't know when the closure is on the acceptance of public comment. It might be this evening. So if you could do it to Mayor and Council fairly quickly, I'd appreciate that.
I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and that's public hearing at vancouver.ca. If you email
and the deadline is?
It depends. It can be. It depends what council decides in terms of next steps.
Okay.
On the decision.
I just need to clean up my notes a little bit, but yeah, I'll submit it as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So that's it for names that we've taken down. So I will call, as is our practice, I'll call 3 times if there are any other speakers here. Are there any more speakers for this item? Are there any more speakers for this item? Last call, any more new speakers for this item? Okay, seeing none, we will we'll close the speakers list with a big thank you to all of you, especially those of you who've stayed here till the end of the speakers list. And we are going to so we obviously remain open to public comments at this time. The next step is closing comments from our staff and from the applicant team. And it's at council's discretion as to what we do with next steps from there. Councillor Louie, I've got you on the queue here. Are you holding for?
Well, it depends on your timing, Mr. Mayor. I was contemplating that at some point in time we would refer some level of the discussion and the decision to a future council, but I'm at your will on whether or not we hear around the questions or no questions, and we just send them into staff to get the feedback from them. Closing comments are appropriate from the applicant and the staff tonight, I think, though.
Yeah, why don't we can have closing comments from staff and applicant, and if there is a referral motion to a future meeting for decision, we can do that right after. Okay, so we'll go to Karen Jose for our staff closing comments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Karen Jose, Assistant Director of Planning for the Downtown Division. First of all, I'd just really like to thank and acknowledge everybody who's taken the time to come out here and provide comments on this rezoning application. I think much of what we've heard is really about the bigger picture of Chinatown, a little bit about the application and how it affects that, but it's really more about the bigger picture. Listening to what many people who have come forward over the last few days, Whether expressing concerns or support, what we've really heard is a common sentiment that Chinatown is a special place and it needs to be protected. This includes protection of the character of Chinatown, of affordable housing and businesses, and support for the community's seniors. Staff have been working closely with the community in Chinatown for many years on a range of policy initiatives and programs. In response to recent concerns, as noted in the report and as mentioned by a number of people who spoke tonight or the last few nights, staff are intending to bring forward changes to development policies that do pertain to Chinatown right now. However, these policy changes have not come forward to Council yet. In the interim, any applications such as this one must be assessed against the current Council-adopted regulations, policies, and guidelines. And these are presented in the report before you. While we are looking at improvements to the development policies, it is also acknowledged that by simply adjusting the zoning, we cannot address all of the community's concerns about Chinatown's future. However, staff are committed to building on the energy that we have experienced through this process, and I've seen a lot of energy, especially from the youth of Chinatown, and to continuing to work and partner with the community to realize their vision for a vibrant, culturally rich Chinatown. Staff are available for questions. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Housing here tonight, or we can take the questions back with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we'll go to the applicant team for closing comments.
Good evening. Sorry, is the distance okay for the microphone? Am I blaring? Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens. We have been present to consider the staff report to Council recommending support for the proposed rezoning of 105 Kiefer and 544 Columbia after careful consideration of all of Council's policies relevant to the site. Staff have advised Council the project meets or exceeds these policies and merits approval. It has been humbling to hear many voices both in support and not in support of the project. We have heard from many Chinatown seniors saying they want and need this project that will offer a combination of market housing, social housing, and a cultural facility consistent with the mixed-use goals of the Chinatown rezoning plan. The plan says the purpose of rezoning in Chinatown South is to realize innovative cultural, heritage, or housing projects. Staff advised, consistent with the plan, that the project proposes to deliver through an innovative initiative with BC Housing, 25 seniors social housing homes addressing housing, and a seniors cultural center addressing culture. The value of these greatly exceeds that which would be available through a community amenity contribution alone. Many have spoken in favor of these initiatives, and many have said it's not enough. Short of a broader three-level government plan, one speaker said memorably, "It's not enough, but if every new project could provide this, we might get there." In this way, we could actually start to address the great shortage of dignified and affordable housing available to Chinatown seniors. Many have also spoken of the social isolation experienced by many, especially elders in Chinatown. We've heard that the cultural facility will allow for neighborhood groups to gather and meet and practice cultural traditions that unite them together with their neighbors and with their culture and the youth. It will do this at half the market rate, a very favorable rate according to the groups proposing to use the facility. The project also proposes to provide market housing. We've heard from many speakers, including the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association, that we need more market housing to sustain the businesses of Chinatown and to revitalize the neighborhood that was once thriving. This housing will provide new opportunities for families, singles, and seniors to live and own in Chinatown. We've heard from many other speakers that the project should offer only social housing and that a mix of uses, including market housing, will contribute to gentrification and displacement of existing residents and businesses. When so many Chinatown seniors have come forward to support the project and the Merchants Association has come forward to support the project, we must reconcile this fact with the view of some that this project will displace the very groups that have spoken offering support. Lastly, we've heard from many speakers concerned the project is too tall or too big or both. The site is sensitive with its proximity to the Sun Yat-sen Garden, the Chinese Cultural Center and Museum, and the Chinatown Memorial. Importantly, the project is located outside the Historic Preservation Area, HA1, and inside the Revitalization Area, HA1A, where rezonings are anticipated by the area plan. Staff also advise in their report the project has been sculpted well in excess of the guidelines to achieve a more appropriate fit with the surrounding uses, and is further providing passages across the site accessible to the public. Staff nonetheless recommend further sculpting as a condition of approval to ensure improved sightlines and scale are maintained from the important monuments adjacent. We see an opportunity to further develop the detailed design character through the development permit process. We've also heard that important voices such as Joe Wei and Chatpak did not support the project, but rather believe the project should provide a greater mix of affordable housing, and all within a 90-foot height. Vancouver's Urban Design Panel, with James Cheng and other important voices, nonetheless offered unanimous support to the project in consideration of the great variety of objectives of Council's policies and urban design criteria. Let us not forget the rezoning ask is for 3 additional setback floors only compared to the base zoning, in return for the provision of 15,000 square feet of public benefit area. We thank Council and the many speakers for the impassioned views brought forward regarding the project. It's a challenging site and context. We cannot make everyone happy. We have nonetheless returned to the drawing board 4 times over 4 years to respond to the great variety of different input from the citizens, city staff, the advisory bodies, and neighborhood stakeholders. We respectfully ask for Council's support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so more?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, go for it.
I think most of you know me. My name is Hutan Rafi. I'm with BD Living. Just like I'll say a few very brief words in conclusion. It's been a long few nights or a week. So one of the thoughts that came across, I came across many times while I was sitting here is how fortunate we all are, whether you're opposed to the project or for the project, excuse me, to live in a city, in a country where this type of debate is not only allowed but encouraged. As an immigrant who wasn't born here and came here when I was 4, it makes me really, really pleased as a Canadian, as a Vancouverite. So I think we all should acknowledge that the world is a complicated place. There's a lot of horrible things happening, and we live in an awesome city with great leadership, and we should all consider ourselves very, very lucky to be here, irrespective of what we think about this particular project. Secondly, I'd like to extend a huge, huge thank you to Council for being here, for listening to both sides of the story, to staff who've worked with us for 4 years. They've been tireless. They've been exceptional. They care a lot about Chinatown, all of them. And their work is not done. And as we've heard, they're contemplating changes, and that's because they're responsive. I'm extremely proud that we have a staff that is so engaged, whether it's in this community or other communities, so it should be very well noted. I'd also really like to thank our team, particularly Greg Borofsky, who just spoke from Merrick Architecture. He is one of the most thoughtful architects I've ever worked with, and it's been an unbelievable experience because he has taken a lot, and it hasn't been easy, and he's persevered, his company has persevered, and from our perspective anyways, they should be commended. I am a product of social housing. I grew up in a co-op from the age of 6 till 16. My building had a mix of uses. I lived with market housing, non-market housing, a center for paraplegics, daycare, and extended care. And none of us knew who any of us were. We all just got along. That's how this building has been conceived. Some people before us were talking about the senior social space being inadequate. The senior social space is shared. They're able to use the same social space that's on the 9th floor. We have one lobby, one set of elevators, one set of corridors. This is not a polarized building where some people are segregated to one place and some people are segregated to another place. It's all intermixed. The seniors are capable and encouraged to use all of the spaces, as are the cultural users. It's really important to note that. Lastly, I'm quite passionate about this project. One of the reasons I am is because I've been involved with it since inception. I've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of great people, for and against, people who've taken an enormous amount of time from their lives to either advocate for Chinatown, for the project, or against the project. I've met phenomenal people on both sides of this question. And you know, I particularly want to thank the people from the VCMA and the many, many societies that have taken the time to support the project, to write letters, to sign petitions. They represent thousands of people, a lot of people who couldn't speak here or were unwilling to speak here for other circumstances that we won't get into, but there's a lot of support out there, and I've witnessed it. I myself have witnessed it. I've also witnessed the opposition, and you know, it's difficult because they come from a place of passion, undoubtedly. There's no doubt in BD's mind that the people who are speaking against this project are well-intentioned, and we take that to heart. We have a history in this city of 65 years of building. We've partnered with nonprofits. We've partnered with lots of great organizations, many of whom who've written letters and have spoken to you either here or elsewhere. We have the capacity and the desire to fulfill our commitments. We can do this. Whatever the outcome, we're humbled by this process, and we look forward to, as I said, whatever the outcome, being a very positive member of this community. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've concluded the elements of the public hearing, short of any final questions and discussion, debate, and decision. Councillor Louis, you want?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion to refer questions and consideration of the matter to June 13th. Normally we would advance it to the next council meeting, but of course that is tomorrow, and that it is an abbreviated one at that, given it's a combination of two meetings tomorrow. So of course there's much to consider and contemplate as a result of this public hearing, much to digest. There's many issues, varied at that, and I think it would be appropriate for us to take the time and sufficient time for us to consider the matter prior to making a decision on it. And so that's why I've moved the motion to consider it at the June 13th council meeting.
Okay, so that is moved, and we need a seconder for that. Councillor Jang will second. In terms of questions, what we've done and with other public hearings is council can email questions to staff, and we would open the unfinished business item with responses from staff to those questions, obviously on the public record. Is that in keeping with your motion? That's what yeah. Councillor Jang to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too would support putting it over until June 13th. I have a lot of stuff to ponder and think about, and passion, as we'd heard, on both sides, and sometimes I had to go to my office and take a break because my head was starting to explode. I have lots of questions I need to ask as well, so I need to spend time to write those down and compose them in a way that gets at the answers that we need to make a decision. So happy to support that Councillor Louis' motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reimer to the motion.
Happy to support, and particularly just on a practical matter, I have to review some of the tapes because I missed the first hour of the hearing and about half an hour the other day. And to that end, I just wanted to clarify with the clerk that it's fine. If we've missed any part, we can review the tapes online. And the second question then would be when the comment period closes, which I assume is either happened or is about to happen at some point this evening.
Yeah, technically it's 15 minutes after the public comments speaking have ended.
Okay.
By the time we go through all of this, the closing comments and this consideration, basically by the time we wrap up this vote, that will be the close of public comments, and then council will have the opportunity to review those between now, if we approve the motion, between now and June 13th.
Okay, and we can email. I note that the staff questions and answers from Thursday are online, so I assume they would be posted as well as presented at June 13th. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. I was hoping, Mr. Mayor, that we could have some clarity on when this unfinished business would come to council on June 13th. I could support it, but all of these people have stayed many days and many evenings. And if we tell them it's June 13th and they come at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning and they have to sit until 5:30, I don't think that that's fair. So I think it would be nice to have some certainty. Will it be the first thing on the agenda
It's
for the day? And
basically always in the same slot on the council agenda, and typically that's later in the morning.
I know I've just seen it get pushed back before, so I was hoping that maybe there could be some certainty, or maybe the clerk could confirm that it would be at the top of the agenda, so that people who would like to come back could plan for that.
Yeah, it's not. It would be up to council to vary the agenda on the
Okay.
day of the meeting.
I understand. I just wanted to make that clear because people have come before at 9:30, and then we varied the agenda, and it ends up not happening until 5:30. So I just wanted to clarify that because that's been my experience before.
Just to be clear, we have actually never had a council meeting last till 5:30 on a
Well,
council day. So it's
actually,
typically
we
after
have, Mr. Mayor.
it comes after report references in the agenda, which is typically between 11 and 12 if we don't close those off in the morning. Councillor Louis, we can come back to you on your closing comments on that front. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the point raised by Councillor DeGenova, and if there could be clarity in the timing, I think that would be very helpful for people who have spent many days listening to comments of other speakers at the public hearing. So I'd appreciate that. I also just wanted to know when the close of questions is. I will support the referral because, I've just emailed 9 questions, and I don't know if I'll have more questions that arise. So when is the close of questions, or when would you like to see questions go to staff? Because I did note that Councillor Jang said that he wanted time to think through some questions. So I'm just looking for some direction on the last day at which you would like to see us email those questions to staff.
Well, I mean, technically, you can ask questions when we consider this as unfinished business, if your mind's not made up at that point. So we'll have responses from staff. Obviously, it's more time efficient if people email their questions in advance.
Okay. And when will the questions and answers be posted for the public? I noticed that they're not in the main. They're not in the rezoning areas of the main website, which is where I was looking. They are on the in the area of public, tracking of the agendas of public hearings. So when would the question and answers be typically posted? On the day that we consider them, so June, whatever that date was.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer. It will depend on when staff get all the questions. And any definitive answer to that, Madam Clerk?
The comments would be posted on the agenda page once available, and that agenda is posted the week before.
Okay, that's great. I think that's good for the public to know. Thank you very much.
As they're made available, they'll be posted. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Louis?
Just in terms of timing for the consideration of this matter, we do, I believe, have another unfinished piece of business that has been referred to council as well. I'm not sure, but so it may, and the clerks are nodding. So to supersede that one that was referred earlier is a bit of a question in my mind. I think that given the fact that unfinished business is normally it's dealt with sooner than the reference reports and such, I think that it'll have a higher priority regardless. And given the number of questions that we have, it's appropriate that we send the questions in early. Your quality of answers will be higher, I expect.
Okay, and certainly we can, once we understand what the agenda is, we can communicate out timing. The clerks can do that through the city's website. Anticipated timing of the agenda items for that June 13th meeting, including this. If as we go to a vote on this, I think we're ready to vote on referral motion. No more questions on the queue, so We are voting on referral to complete this item as unfinished business on June the 13th, and we have unanimous support for that. All 10 votes in favor, and that means we will see this again on June the 13th at our council meeting. And once again, a huge thanks to everyone who's been here to speak and talk with council, express their feelings on this important topic for the city, and big thanks to staff as well for all of your support here, as always. So we are concluded this public hearing for tonight, and we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Reimer.
Just to emphasize, Mayor Robertson, that we're not able to speak with members of the public on this matter until the public hearing concludes. I know many people have attempted to have discussions, but I'd like to just underline.
That's correct, yeah. Members of council may not speak with members of the public on the issue while we're in the middle of the public hearing like this between now and June 13th, and members of council should also be reviewing the videotapes of any of the sections of the public hearing that we may have missed, being absent for, and that's a wrap. So, a motion to adjourn? Seconder for that? All those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? That carries. We are adjourned tonight. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for being here again.